It's official with the clapping in.
Boy,
All right, guys. So you guys are in for a treat today. I've been looking forward to this episode since this podcast was an idea. Today we have on the show Mike Mihalski, owner of Sons of Liberty Gunworks, founder of a bunch of different stuff. So Mike and I have an interesting story how we met. He was the best man at my wedding. We were roommates for a while as well, even though he only showed up one day. And we've got many stories together. Some of our partying stories have actually changed Texas law. Yeah. Although that had nothing to do with me. I just showed up with a stripper, but you're the one doing it.
Couldn't happen without you, man.
Yeah. We've been through a lot, and I'm excited to dive into this stuff, man. I've wanted to kind of just sit down and chat about life in these stories for a long time. And you just got this new SOCOM contract, which is a fucking game changer for military procurement. It's fucking wild. So we're gonna get into that too. First off, the Patreon people, there's a bunch of stuff that's gonna be behind the scenes. We've been here 15 minutes already, just shooting the shit. So Patreon will have behind the scenes on that, and every time we do a break, you'll get behind the scenes on that, and then you get just a little deeper episode. Oh yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, and we got some new swag for you as well.
Oh, nice, man.
Yeah, it's you might recognize the design on that.
That's awesome.
Jack Daniels.
dude, I wore that to the fucking SDSU game last night, and some motherfucker walked up to me and pointed at it. And you remember how we were talking about maybe doing a Jameson shirt?
Yeah.
Some dude actually walked up to me, pointing, and be like, "Jameson, huh?" And I'm like, "No, Jack Daniels."
Yeah.
He was like, "Oh, yeah, that's what I meant." I was like,
Yeah.
Fucking amateur.
Yeah.
College faggot.
I was like, "What the fuck?"
Nope. So yeah, Patreon is being, that's kind of where we go deeper. We have a couple different channels over there where we're actually incorporating all our previous guests into the Black Side channel. So you'll be able to communicate with all the previous guests and just get online there and talk shit, which is funny enough how Mike and I met. We actually met on an internet chat room.
Yeah, dude. My first internet dating experience.
I was going to say, I didn't know Grindr had a chat room.
This might have predated Grindr, actually.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, for sure. That was 2004. I think.
2004, yeah.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah, I had just become an instructor, and it was on NavySeals.com, which had a great forum at the time, and I was trying to explore how to be an instructor and kind of taking on this role of if I'm going to be an instructor, I want to be good. So I was going on there and trying to give advice to the students who were coming in. And mainly, I just ended up talking shit to a lot of people.
Not surprising.
Fuck you, quit now. Avoid the rush, faggot.
Because people are such dipshits, and I would just talk shit. And then there's another guy on there, Blue Skies 14K, who would also talk shit. And that's how we met. We're just like, bro, I like the way you talk shit. He's like, I like the same. And then it turns out his best friend growing up was my fucking roommate.
Yeah.
How the fucking
Yeah,
odds
it's
are
a
that?
pretty small
That's
world,
fucking
man.
weird.
Yeah. Which we'll get into later, man.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure that a lot of the shit we would write on there, a lot of it made it into Maxim magazine and made it into some other quote, word for word,
Yeah.
so there was some real.
It was pretty funny.
Yeah, there was some real
stealing your
zingers in there.
shit.
All right, cool. Well, let's maybe start at the beginning, because you and we've known each other for over 20 years now. Been through a lot together, so many stories, but I don't think I've ever asked you about growing up or your childhood or family and all that stuff. So I'm excited to dive into this just personally, and I think it'd be cool to share this as well.
Yeah, man. So obviously, I was born in San Antonio, Texas. Dude, my mom and dad were only married for a short time. My dad took off when I was 3, and so after that, it was just my mom and I. She was my best friend. I'm lucky. A lot of the lessons I got in kind of loyalty and just friendship and stuff. I actually, from my mom and my dad. My dad was never really the role model dad. He was married 9 times.
9?
Yeah.
That's gotta be some kind of record, dude.
Yeah.
That's your record.
I have brothers and sisters I've never met.
Holy shit.
So but anyways, he kind of left when I was young. Wasn't a bad guy, he wasn't necessarily a great dad. I mean, he turned out to be a really good friend. And I mean, he was someone you could go to with anything, and like nothing shocked him, and the guy had enough kind of bizarre life experience to be like a really useful resource, you know. But I mean, not
Except for
like
marriage advice.
yeah, except for everything except for marriage advice, right? But what's interesting though is that like my dad, like my most happy childhood memories and like my memories with my dad were usually like on the farm or at the ranch with rifles. And so really that's where that seed got planted, like really early on. Like, you know, that like guns, I just associated guns with like positivity, guns with self-reliance. If you finished your chores and you were 5, you know, you'd give me a handful of 22 ammo and go sit on the tank dam and shoot
22
turtles.
rifle seeds.
Yeah. I mean, that was my, I mean, like that was like my reward for like finishing whatever chores a 5-year-old has around a farm, right? And I think back now because I have a 6-year-old son. There's just no fucking way I would turn him loose in the woods.
There you go, son.
Yeah, listen, you should come back around sun up. You know, like
Come back with the rabbit.
Bring back supper, son.
Yeah, but that is kind of how my childhood was with at least with my dad. He was always, you know, hunting, shooting. That was kind of like all we did together, right? My mom, super hard working lady. I mean, like we were fucking dirt poor, but you would never know it. Like you don't know how poor you are because everything that you need is provided. And looking back, having kids now, being a parent, like the struggles of being a parent, that's kind of, I guess, the job, right? Your kids don't know how sometimes close it is to like there being some kind of problem that you're standing in the way of. And my mom, she did an amazing job of never letting me know kind of how tough things were, right? And then after she ended up starting probably around the time I was like in 8th grade, she ended up starting a company that actually became very successful. And she started, you know, single mom, no college education. You know, she never remarried after my dad, and she ended up starting a company that became like really successful and had the company evolve with tech. Who knows what it could have been, right? Eventually the company ended up closing, but you know, that was like my first real view of entrepreneurial, you know, action, was seeing like somebody that had nothing and create a lot of something.
That's crazy. I didn't know that whole story, but that's almost the exact same story I have. Like almost exactly.
I'm not entirely surprised.
Yeah,
right? Yeah. And so, anyways, but growing up with my mom, she was, you know, my mom was the kind of mom that, like, you know, if you're going to go out and do something crazy, I'd almost rather, you know, you and the guys come do it here at the house, right? So, I mean, you know, there was this really close kind of this unfiltered relationship there, which I don't know if it was bad or good. You know, with my kids, I would hope that they would come to me and like, hey, Dad, I'm bombed. I need a ride home. Yeah. You know, like, you know, I would rather that than, you know, some of the alternatives, right? So, anyways, man, you know, kind of went through high school, dude. I never took school seriously. I hated school. You know, I did. I mean, I had the aptitude and the intelligence to like probably have done really, really well, but I just hated the structure of it. And I was kind of socially awkward up until about my junior year of high school, and then like by my senior year, I was the homecoming king. You know? And so I developed some type of social aptitude in there. After high school, man, I became a damn nomad. I mean, that's kind of where my story starts, is kind of in my late teens, early 20s, where I had no idea what I wanted to be. I believed that I could be anything. I mean, there was a time back then where my life's dream was to go be a Navy SEAL. You know, that meant that my friends were team guys.
Well, what you're doing now is way cooler, bro.
well, I mean, but like, you know, like that was something that interested me. I thought that was like, you know, an adventurous, kind of crazy, tough, you know, there was a lot of interesting things around that. But I thought I could have been anything. And because of that, I never settled on one thing. So I just did nothing. And I kind of lived a life of, from that point on, probably from like 18, 19, I just kind of went wherever a good time was, man. I never had the concept of time to where like I didn't think 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years in the future. I mean, I lived my life like 30 minutes at a time. And I mean, until this day, it's why I'm bad with money. And it's why, you know, until this day, it's why like the company, go out there, Mike, and go do your thing and stay away from the money. Anyways, man, I mean, I think because of my issues in school, I developed like an inherent problem with authority. And I till this day, I still have a problem with authority, except now when I talk about having a problem with authority, I'm talking about Bank of America or Facebook, or financial institutions
the principle.
The Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court. Which, by the way, we're going to the Supreme Court, dude.
No shit.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. So
wow.
Yeah. So I still have a problem with authority. I've just channeled it, I think, in more productive ways. But from I mean, like at I was 18 whenever I made my first skydive in Vegas, like over the Hoover Dam. And out of the group of buddies I went with, I was the only guy that was like literally crying the entire way up. I mean, I was just petrified, like, what am I doing here, whatever. And out of the whole group that went, I was the only one that somehow got addicted to it. After I was like landed, I'm like, okay, this is all I'm gonna do for the next few years. Like, and that's kind of like, we can go into a lot of that stuff, but I mean, that was kind of how my life was. I would throw myself into some type of passion where I'd become obsessively interested in it for some period of time.
Tunnel vision on
one thing, dude, right? And then it almost becomes like your identity, and then you'd move on to something else. And I got to live a lot of different lives, man. A lot of people ask me like, well, what'd you do before Sons of Liberty? You're like, well, the direct job I had before Sons of Liberty, I worked for the biggest bookie in Texas, I ran underground casinos, like that was so how'd you get into guns? I'm like, well, it's a long story, but I mean, from I would travel around shooting pool. I mean, I could comfortably go from like pay my way from city to city with a pool cue, and just kind of wander around with like a rig and a pool cue. And, awesome. and that was it. I mean, that kind of defines like the first from like 18 to probably almost 30.
No shit.
Dude, I'm just kind of, we met around, I guess I was 24 or something around the time we met.
How old are you now?
Dude, 45.
Yeah, I just turned 48, so we're only 3 years apart. Yeah.
So it was kind of like 24-ish, 25, I think, whenever you and I met, man. Yeah. So, I mean, you were around for a lot of this weird kind of, I remember like around that time period, I could have like a drawer with like $100,000 cash in it, or I remember owing you $250 for like a year.
I think it was like 5 years actually.
Well, hey, who's counting? But it was that kind of like volatile swings. But like I kind of thrived on the volatility of it, and the uncertainty of it. I used to almost feel bad for people that had high levels of predictability of where they were going to be next month. I was like, well, that sounds boring. Like, that sounds like the definition of death. Like, you go to the graveyard and I know where that guy's going to be next month. Right? So I just, and so I lived a life of just kind of chasing whatever interests me. And I was able to get by, never get ahead really, but I was able to get by. And it wasn't until I started building guns in my garage. Just to segue back to this real quick, the only consistent thing in my life, despite all of the passions and interests and hobbies and endeavors I went into, the stuff I obsessively pursued, the only thing that remained constant was like an obsession and an interest in guns. That's it. From like, I didn't have toy dinosaurs. I didn't have toy trucks. Like the only toys I had were toy guns. And that was the only thing that was consistent. Like I was consistently interested in all the way until I started building guns in my garage. And then one day I get a knock on the door and it's the ATF. As I had been building guns for like team guys and Marines and shit out here in San Diego. I was like shipping them out here, and the ATF knocks on the door, and I realized two things, like,
don't answer the door.
But the first thing I realized is that when the ATF asks you a question, they already know the answer. They're kind of waiting to see. And the second thing is like, really don't ever talk to the cops.
Yeah.
I mean, like, just, a cop will tell you don't talk to the cops.
Right.
Yeah. Plead the fifth.
yeah, the fizz. And I don't know if this is like an anomaly or what, but luckily for me, like the two people that approached me were surprisingly cooler than they had to be. I mean, they kind of had me dead to rights. I mean, I had shipped like 50 guns out of my garage in 1 month. This is not very great. And it was like, look, man, I guess that they had done their homework. And the guns I was shipping were like the team guys and Marines, dude. Like, I mean, it wasn't exactly to like, Al Qaeda or something, right? Like, you keep shipping these guns to a mosque,
What
bro.
did
What the fuck?
you say? What did you say? Was that wrong?
It's like, I thought you could, man. Well, I mean, nothing ever starts out like that, right? Nothing ever starts out like, well, I'm going to go into a criminal enterprise. Like that's not. It's kind of. It always kind of happens a little at a time. You kind of wake up like, oh fuck. So, but they're like, hey, dude, like, consider this your warning. It's like, you should really go get a license. Like,
that's very cool of them.
Yeah, get a license. And then, dude, like, that was, fuck, man, 11 years ago. 11 years later, we're in Sons of Liberty is now in 14 countries, all 50 states. We have 400 law enforcement agencies. We have, I think, probably the most prestigious military contract in the world. I mean, it's kind of been a wild ride since that knock on the door,
Yeah, no shit, man.
Damn.
Do you want to talk a little bit about that contract? Because I know you were, I didn't know all the details, but when I was visiting you, was that last year? Next time let's go, something like that. Man, you were like working. I don't think people realize like the work that involved in like landing something like that.
Yeah.
You were fielding calls at like 11 o'clock at night for like an hour on the phone, like for free. Like it's like you were putting in the fucking hours for that thing.
Dude, first of all, man, that contract that we won, without getting too specific, that contract that we won was kind of like my life's dream since tinkering around in my garage. I mean, like that is the pinnacle of validation of, in this space, at least in this space.
Yeah, totally.
Because there is no testing regimen anywhere on the planet that is quite that demanding. And you're talking about entities, dude, that can have whatever they want. This is not a price sensitive thing. It's 100% performance based.
Yeah.
And it has to meet some insane requirements. And you're trying to fix real problems that have been observed and like documented and discussed for the last 20 years of combat. You're having to fix real problems that people
by
have
thousands
encountered.
of fucking people. Hundreds of thousands, probably.
By
thousands.
By a lot of people who take this work very deadly seriously, right? And then not only are you fixing all those problems, but you're also having to preemptively make something that is for where things are going in the future, right? Because I mean, right now we're in a renaissance period for small arms. The lethality of guns. What guns are going to look like in the next few years is going to be quite different. I would put this period of firearms technology up there with like the invention of rifling or, the cartridge.
Oh, shit.
Wow. Yeah, dude. What's happening right now is a legitimate leap in materials, in just overall in ammunition performance, things like that. I mean, it's a pretty interesting time to be in the game, and it's a really interesting time to be at the kind of the head of the game. Like, we're pretty far out front. There's maybe only a very few handful of companies that are even messing with some of this stuff, and we're certainly one of them. And what's crazy is that out of all the guys that we're competing against, we're the fucking peons, man. I mean, it is a David and Goliath story, dude. Like, you're going against the biggest companies in your space that they're behemoths.
Oh.
And I mean, I'm only a few years out of the garage, man.
Yeah. It's funny that the story about David and Goliath on its surface is like, oh, huge advantage, no advantage, and underdog. But when you look at the quantitative like analysis of like how you're going to attack this problem, there's actually a lot of advantages that David had, being smaller, more maneuverable, more agile.
Yeah.
And honestly, the hubris of somebody who's so big that they think, they leave themselves open to a lot of things because they think that they're untouchable. Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. So there's a lot of levers that a David actually has.
Well, and the bureaucracy that you have to go through for material development or whatever, because you have to get blessed off on 10 fucking people before anything can change. Whereas you can turn around and you can change it overnight.
That's exactly. But yeah, everything y'all just said, the analog to the actual David and Goliath story, and then what you're saying too. Yeah, being small and nimble makes a huge difference, and having the ability to rapidly fail. You know, like to rapidly, if like people see the end result of a contract, they don't see like the piles and piles and piles of shit you destroyed. You know, steels you couldn't heat treat properly. You know, like things that. You anyways, dude. So I had to get a crash course in a lot of different fields, like, you know, metallurgy and you know, a lot of other things to kind of pull this off. But ultimately, you listen to the end user, like you listen to the end user, like the requests aren't arbitrary. Do your absolute best to meet the needs of or exceed the needs of the end user. My default answer for everything was yes. If they would have said, "Hey man, can you make the fucking thing levitate?" I would have said, "I'm gonna try." And I would have bankrupted the company trying to figure it out, you know. And at the time, to be honest, at the time there wasn't a ton of support within my own organization to pursue this, and I kind of just drew this as my kind of line in the sand, and I ultimately bet my own part of the company on the outcome, and so like it was a zero.
Yeah.
It was a zero fail scenario for me.
Like your hill to die on, you know?
Yeah, that's it. The shit, we burned the fucking ships. I did.
Yeah.
And, you know, it worked out. And, you know, I mean, there were people that bet against me too.
Oh, yeah. You know? Yeah, I bet. So how much of this, because I know people see the contract and they see that from the outside, but they don't see the work involved too. How much of this do you think is personality driven, where it's you and the relationships, and how much of it is like a technical expertise of just the mechanics of knowing the spring rates to drive the fucking BCG home?
It's a little bit of both. I mean, I would imagine that in certain places, it does not hurt to like the person you're working with, right? Or maybe not even personally like the person that you're working with, but maybe that person's easy to work with, or maybe they've displayed a work ethic and an agility to like legitimately try to solve real problems, to be useful.
Do they care about the contracts at that level, or is it just kind of like purely numbers driven and that's it?
In what sense?
Like when you're talking to them, do they give a shit if they like you or not, or are they just like, hey, just get the numbers, get the job done?
I mean, like I said, dude, whether or not they personally like you, it does not hurt for someone to like for dudes to be able to talk and kind of be, you know, where it's not. Dude, I think got to be really careful how I say this. Considering that all of us were friends and like roommates and stuff for so long, and like, you know, like all my closest friends and stuff were in the special operations community, I think understanding like that fucking humor and that culture a little bit, dude, like is a lot different than if you were to go park like a 70-year-old engineer in that room.
Yeah.
Okay, and start, you know, just going down the numbers.
Fucking micrometers and shit.
Yeah.
Fucking bifocals.
So I mean, it does not hurt to not be, you know, like immediately out of the gate disliked. That does not hurt. But like whenever you're sending stuff to Crane or Army Research Lab, you're sending it to laboratories, man. Like, you know, it's like that stuff. You'll never meet those people.
Yeah, they don't care about your jokes.
They don't give a fuck about that. Dude. Like there's, you know, so I mean that is performance driven, right? And then on top of that, even if they like you a lot, they could fucking love you. They want to invite you to every kegger they throw, right? Yeah. If the gun doesn't do what it's supposed to do, man, well, we like you. You can come to the kegger, man, but we ain't buying your fucking gun.
Yeah.
Thanks for the doorstop, dickhead.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they liked a lot of people that were in the down select. I'm sure that a lot of people have good relationships that were in the down select, man. I mean, but at the end of the day, it really does come down to the performance of the weapon, and does it do everything you said it's going to do? Like, are you full of shit? Yeah. You know, and then the work ethic of taking that feedback and incorporating it and actually like taking them seriously. I don't know jack fuck about doing that job, man. I mean, I can tell you mechanically how a gun works. I could tell you what substrate material is inherently corrosion resistant. I could tell you what handles, you know, super high pressure very, very well, but like I've never fast roped out of a helicopter to where, like, you know, the aggressive. What? Yeah, I jumped out of plenty of planes, but I mean, to where like aggressive fencing around controls why it might matter, or I've never had to. beat a man to death, like,
With a toaster, like taco.
like taco, right?
Like a taco.
So I mean, so like whenever there's a feature on the gun, I might not necessarily, I can't understand like intuitively like the use case for it, but I do know that like if it was asked for, it's not arbitrary, and so just being able to actually, deliver on that helps too. So it's a combination of a lot of things, man. I think being liked is probably pretty small, down on the list, man. It doesn't hurt, but maybe it helps you communicate your points better because you're not talking to it. You're not talking at it like, like a fucking nerd. You're being able to break the concepts down like, okay. And then again, does the gun fucking work? Can you deliver? And how bad do you want it? That's what I think. That's what it really comes down to. Is how bad do you want it?
Are you able to discuss any of the like the timeline or like the wickets you have to fucking perform by, and like obviously we want to discuss, if you can, the parameters of this fucking badass rifle.
Yeah, the requirements.
Are people going to be able to buy a similar type rifle? I mean, obviously not in California, but
I mean, dude, I haven't lost my roots too much. Check that duffel bag back there. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I mean, like right now, I mean, like the Mark One. The Mark One, a variant of it is available, right now. And matter of fact, it's become our most, our most successful rifle ever made. It is a legitimate leap. I mean, we've always been known for hard use, reliable rifles. That's how we got here. That's how we even got.
I remember that video, you guys like throwing one over a fucking 6x and then dragging it behind a pickup truck. And
yeah, we've always been known for building very reliable rifles, but like the Mark One is a leap from that, because not only does it have to be reliable, it has to be shootable, it has to be carryable, and these things all actually mean something, dude. Like whenever if people saw how many iterations of the geometry of a lower receiver that we went through to make sure there was like no hot spots when you're holding that gun at high port or low port or something for any kind of time, and the weight of it, you could, with certain clients, you could turn in a 2-pound rifle and they would tell you, man, that's great, good work. Can you make it lighter? and as long as you're prepared for like that, like can you do it better? And it's, that's the idea though, right? The idea is to push the envelope as far as you absolutely can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, yeah.
So when you submit a specific, say, rifle, the Mark One, do they give you the fucking far right and left lateral, like we want a 10-inch upper that's direct impingement or gas piston, or we want A, B, C, and D, or you just go, hey, this is our fucking Cadillac of guns?
Or do they just say, I want this type of result?
Yeah, exactly.
It depends on which program you're working on. There are some programs that are extremely rigid to where, like, if you were to come in a millimeter over the overall length of the requirements, 1 millimeter over, dude, and it goes in the trash can. It does not matter that it does levitate or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
There are some programs that are super rigid, and like you have to abide by all that. And then there are some programs that I think are really cool, and I think the way certain places do things is really smart. Mm-hmm. Whereas there's a threshold and objective, right? There's an idea of kind of what they want the thing to be. But if you were to come to them and say, hey man, I can give you like 15% more performance if I can just do this thing here. If I can adjust this thing here, man, the performance leap far outweighs whatever the other thing is. I'll tell you what, instead of making me fit it in your bag, go buy a new bag. Yeah. Right? Because this thing, can blah, blah, blah. So it just depends, man. Like the stuff that I have found most rewarding is whenever you do have a little bit of creativity to try to achieve maximal performance.
Yeah.
On the Mark One of the requirements there, dude, was to be compatible with legacy systems. So, we had to have some kind of backwards compatibility there. That was kind of higher on the hierarchy. But if you would have had something that was proprietary that was not necessarily backwards compatible, and the performance gain was so significant that it outweighed the logistical issue of it, then like you could have presented that.
Okay.
That makes sense.
So by
Thinking outside
legacy
the box
systems,
and
you
getting
mean
box.
like a fucking L-can or something that's been purchased from fucking shit that guys are already using. That's
saying,
what
like,
you mean by legacy system, right?
Well, or like if like where some of these guns might go, there is no support. There's no armorer or something, right?
Okay.
Like so if God forbid an extractor broke or something like that, like could you find one laying on on one of the many dead people?
Right. Yeah. You pick up a fucking bolt carrier out of another fucking rifle and throw it in there, and it's gonna fucking
right. Because some of the next gen programs that we're working on that are not so dependent on backwards compatibility, if you do alter bolt geometry a little bit, you can get like an enormous leap in bolt life and things like that,
bullet
and then,
performance and
if you look at where ammunition's going, dude, like I mean, this is open source. I mean, like there's companies like Black Arc, and then I know Federal's released like a cartridge called 7 Backcountry and stuff, and you can see where case technology is going, and kinds of pressures that would probably baffle, it would shock people. So. If on certain programs, if you're not held to a backwards compatibility requirement, dude, then you can get a little bit creative on the geometry, and now all of a sudden you're talking about an entirely different fucking thing.
Yeah.
Were some of those evolutions connected to that introduction of the guy at the cigar lounge a couple of years ago? That introduced when we all met for SHOT Show at Cigars. And you were talking with Frankie's buddy.
Oh, so I followed up with those guys, and they're doing some interesting stuff, man. But no, I end up getting one of my buddies a job there. One of my buddies is like an ELR, like those they shoot 2 mile, 3 mile, ELR stuff, and he's doing like some proofing. He's like doing some validation for some of the like 375 or whatever 416, whatever these hyper calibers are.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but no, we never really end up. It's interesting. I did try to pursue talking to them, and I think some of the people I'm working with have tried talking to them, but I don't know if anything ever manifested from that. But still, they're fucking hell of a night.
Hell of a night, dude.
Hell of a night.
Yeah. It's funny how many of these connections just come from hanging out, man.
Dude,
It's all SHOT Show is now.
Yeah.
Well, at least that's how it should be done, because on the floor, fuck all happens.
Well, shit, you can't see all. I mean, dude, I've literally only been to one SHOT Show, and I walked in there, and I'm just like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude, I couldn't see all this shit if I was here for fucking 3 weeks.
Yeah.
It's huge. I think it's probably, is it the biggest show in Vegas of the year?
it's got to be close. But I think World of Cement is pretty big or something. Like,
Oh, that's right. That's right before
and
it.
then SEMA, right? SEMA's pretty big. But I mean, no, SHOT Show is definitely up there with like the biggest. And dude, I mean, SHOT Show, we go because if you don't show up, they're gonna assume you're out of business or something like that.
Yeah, you
man.
guys kind of have to.
So you have to go, man. But there's a point in your evolution as a company to where you have a booth, you have your wares, you have really talented guys, our sales guys and our ambassadors and whatnot down there working. But then for myself and Nate, and Sean, some of the guys, the Scott on like special programs, you're up in the suite. And if you've done it right, man, like every hour of every day is completely booked, man.
Yeah.
And we're at the point now to where it's sometimes you need a translator.
Oh yeah.
Or I mean, I'm saying that like not everyone in the room is. I mean, there's you get on a global radar if you pull off a few things.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think this one will be released before SHOT Show. So for people that don't know, SHOT Show is, what does it even stand for?
Shooters, hunters, outdoorsmen, tradesmen.
Or tactical.
Yeah.
Tactical? I thought it was shooting, hunting, outdoors, and tactical.
Oh fuck.
Okay.
I mean,
It's the biggest rifle tactical shooting convention in the world. It's fucking massive. It takes up the entire what's that place called?
The Venetian, right?
Yeah.
So the entirety of the Venetian, and now they're taking up Caesars.
Yeah, now they moved over.
It's spilled out of there.
Yeah. They can't even house it all. It's fucking ridiculous.
It's like 500,000 square feet or something like that, or maybe more than that.
And tens and tens of thousands of exhibitors to where like when people ask me, like a lot of the agencies I work with, a lot of dudes that are, like, hey man, they call me for SHOT Show advice. I'm like, go there with like a go there with your own itinerary. Go there with a plan of everything that you intentionally want to see. Like if there's an optic that you want to check out, or there's a training company or whatever, a sling, I don't care what it is. Write all of that stuff down and do nothing. Do nothing until you have gone to every single one of the things.
Oh my God.
Because if not, if you just go there like and walk around and hope to see stuff, man, you won't see 10% of it, dude. You won't remember shit. You'll have got nothing done. You'll wake up very drunk. Especially
if you know people down
That's
there
pretty much
too.
what I did. I basically showed up at a circle bar every day. I would fucking get challenged to do push-ups by Ray Care. And fucking, hung out, had a good time, hung out with fucking Post Malone at fucking Spearmint Ryan. Oh, let's give him a call real quick.
Posty, man. Yeah, see, like
fucking, but yeah, the one day I was like, okay, I'm only here 3 fucking days. I have to fucking go look at some of this shit.
Yeah.
I tried to track down different vendors, and dude, before you know, it's like, oh, we're in booth 4739, and you're like walking around like with a fucking map. I'm just like, all right, fuck this.
I still can't figure out.
I'm going back to the circle bar.
Yeah.
I love it for. I mean, I love it because I get FaceTime. There are people that we spend millions of dollars with a year that you don't see. But once a year, and you're like, hey, dude, and it's like a good vendor of yours, and we're all friends. It's just that we don't ever really talk outside of business, and so to sit around and hang out and like get some FaceTime with people that you're doing a lot of business with, or it's nice and it's important. People prefer to work with their friends, man. You know, and so 100%. There is like a huge aspect of business is to not be a prick, not make it so transactional. I know all my people. I know their wives' names, their kids' names. I know their struggles, or their interests, and I don't do that like strategically. I also work with people that I also want to work with people that I actually like. Yeah. And like going back to Mark 1, like the development of that stuff, the ability to rapidly fail. I relied on a lot of my industry partners to help me with things I did not have the infrastructure or things to do. I did not, and so it was nice to find people who were also like, if you hand me a Rubik's Cube, man, I can't go to sleep until I fucking solve it. and if I fuck it up 100 times in a row, I'll try. I'm still there 101, right? To do some of this stuff, to pull off something that's never really been done before, or to take something to another level, you need people who are willing to keep trying after expensive failure. Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, like, as much credit as I would love to take for the success of Mark 1, there were a lot of people that spent a lot of late nights and crazy stuff to like try some ideas and stuff to get it worked out. I mean, this was cool. But if you did not have the relationships, you were like, hey, man,
tell you to get fucked.
Yeah. Hey, man, it's X amount per hour of engineering. The guys that I had helped me with this, dude, like, not saying they were working for free, but they were all. There's also not a dollar figure that makes somebody like skip Christmas to fucking work through the night, bro. You know what I mean? Like, so it was cool, and but yeah, I mean, SHOT Show, it's productive, man. If you have a plan, if you don't, then the downside to it, or the worst case scenario, it's a fucking reunion for everybody, man. I mean, it's the only time I see Beto every year is at SHOT,
exactly.
Or,
it's pretty fun, man. I look forward to that, but also it can get out of hand real quick, dude. Like there was a couple of years there, I'm like, I fly in the morning, I fly out in the evening. Like that's it. Because otherwise, like as soon as you get to know a few people, you walk around and you can't get to where you want to go because like talking to so-and-so, pulled over here, talking to so-and-so. It's like, fuck, man.
It's super easy to get sidetracked.
Yeah, I run into 8 people trying to go to one place at a time, and then I'm fucking an hour and a half late.
There's a lot of side quests going on.
Oh, it's all side quests.
That's why you got to take mushrooms.
I can think of nothing worse than eating shrooms at SHOT Show.
My second year at SHOT Show, man, I was coming back from like the cry party or something. It was one of the things you kind of have to do, especially if you're new to the thing, right? I fell down the escalators. Oh shit! I mean, fell. Like, it was like imagine like a comedy movie. And like, I mean, like the next morning, and it looked like I had been assaulted. Like I just went to the rest of SHOT Show, man. I had black eyes. Like, I wish this story was cooler, man. You know, like, I wish I had been assaulted. Like what happened, bro? I'm like, I fucking fell down the escalator.
Yeah, shit. Oh my god. Can we? Do you want to tell that story about the night that we got the cigar cutter, and you told me about the winnings?
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah.
So this is a funny fucking story. Did I tell you guys the story about how this cutter came about?
No.
So this is from 8 Lounge in Vegas. So I'm always riding Mike's coattails when I go out to SHOT Show because I always forget to get my own shit. I'm like,
Yeah.
Mike, can I get a pass? And so I'm out there hanging out, and I'm gonna fuck the story up. But basically, I was like, hey, what are you doing? And he sent me this picture of him with like, what was that, $300,000 in cash?
Yeah.
And he's just hungover, and got a cigarette, and he's just like, this pile of cash. I'm like, what the fuck? He's like, sorry, that's why I couldn't make it out. I'm like, bro, okay, that's fucking wild. So he shows up, I think it was that night and the next night, to cigars at 8 Lounge, and with Frankie and these other guys, and your wife, and I think Disney was there too. But anyway, we're talking about it, and turns out he had won. Can I say the number?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he'd won $1 million on was it craps or blackjack or what was it?
It was well, it was a couple of things, dude. I mean, like the big windfall was on it was called like Mississippi Stud. You know, Mississippi.
Is that poker?
It's not poker where you're playing against other players. Dude, the kind of gambling that I used to enjoy. I don't gamble anymore, by the way, dude. Like I don't. So I want to make this very clear. I'm a reformed person, and I'm on the straight and narrow. But back then, I was a real fucking degenerate, dude. So yeah, I mean, so what I would do is I would go in there, and you take a certain amount of money that you're prepared to lose, dude.
Yeah.
Okay. And if you play
all of it,
well, yeah, well, that was my problem, dude. That's the problem with like having like a kind of a really fucked up dopamine switch, you know. Like, so I mean, anyways, so I would go in there and I would have them raise the table minimum all the way to the table max, so nobody else could sit down with you because like no one else is this stupid, right? and like that earlier that day before I sat down at that table, my wife and I were playing like Ultimate Texas Hold'em, and I was up like maybe 250,000 at the time. And this was the night that we were supposed to have our team dinner. Like, so like all the guys from Suns are there, and they keep calling my phone, but I mean, I don't hear it, right? And the host, they're when you're playing for that kind of jack, when you're playing for where you can be on $1 million swing one way or the other, like as soon as you step foot on the property, they're aware that you're there. Like matter of fact, like you can come in there in a fucking sombrero and a disguise, dude, and before you know it, like there's someone like, you know, approaching your wife like, Miss Mihalski, can we get your bag? You know, like they treat you very well. Everything there that you see is meant to extract money from you. Okay, that's like, let's just be clear. And so that night, and Jade hates gambling, dude. So the amount of money that we're playing for is, I couldn't enjoy it unless it was an amount of money that was scary, right? That's the only way I get my fix, you know. Right? And so I mean, I was up like, you know, like about 250. 250.
And she's sitting there just going,
oh, she's sitting there on her hand shaking, but it's like at the Venetian.
Are you done yet?
Well, at the Venetian, there's like private lounges and bars that are not available to the public. Like you have to have a certain card to access these things. But once you can access it, there's walls of like Louis the 13th that you can like pour your own drinks.
No way.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, yeah. I mean, like,
You're of course mixing it with Coca-Cola.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly.
More Louis Trace and 7-Up, please.
Yeah. So I mean, so like, you know, she's going back to like the private lounge and she's, you know, getting a glass of wine. She's coming back and like she's just shaking. Anyways, we were up a lot of money. The host they don't want you to get up, man. Like, you're up enough money to where if you got up and left, like, this is going to show up like on their
They're out a lot.
Well, this is going to show up like on their quarterly, or not quarterly, but at least like their daily or weekly fucking off-put.
Terry Benedict's going to be sitting there going, motherfucker.
Well, I mean, I used to work for bookies. I mean, when, like, you're reading a line and there's like, whoa, what the fuck? So like my host, I don't know how he got my guy's number, one of our dudes on our team. He calls him. He's like, "Hey, look, man, Mike's not going to make it to dinner." He's like, I sent a limo for y'all. We set y'all up someplace really nice. Y'all go have fun. Mike's not going to make it. Would you just stop calling him? And so we just kept playing. And they went on to dinner, and like, I'm already like locked in. I mean, I'm in my full on dopamine fix now. There's no going. Well, dude, I understand like the mathematics of gambling and how terrible the proposal really is, and I understand like why like nobody who understands math would ever actually gamble. There is something that is really hard to calculate though, and that's called streaks. Okay, that's called streaks. Sometimes you get on them, sometimes you can't get off a bad one. Right? This night we were on one, so we get it from there. We go play Ultimate Texas Hold'em. The minimum, or I raised the minimum to the table max. The minimum bet is $2,000. But if you like your whole cards, you can bet up to 10x that. So now I'm betting $20,000 a hand. Okay,
that's it.
Oh wait, like so.
Dude.
When I say I like volatile games, if you get 4 of a kind, it pays 40 to 1. So you're betting 20 grand, and you're sitting on like pocket 8s. At that point, you can't lose. Anything over a 6, that worst you break even. So you got 20,000 up on the table.
Are you playing multiple hands, or are you playing one?
Yeah, I'm just playing one big hand, right? Okay. So anyways, end up hitting a very, very big hand that is a very high multiple tour. They don't have enough chips to even pay. like there's some a security
new chips.
I know, like a security team comes and they have like this. They're carrying this thing. And they have to set it down. It's like this whole process, and then they pay you in chips. I mean, you're talking about they have $100,000 chips. You're going to need a few of those. So,
you put 2 chips in your pocket.
Put more than that, dude. So, anyways,
can I get some 5s? It's like one $100,000 chip.
Cocktail waitress is coming by. I was like, I do not want to drink that fucking bad.
So it's pretty fucked up. You get like those weird fucking square looking rectangle chips and shit.
Well, those chips are just significant, dude. So, anyways, this goes on. Jade knows me enough to know that at this point we've been together long enough to know like you are gonna fucking lose it all if you don't get up and leave right now. And we got up in the middle of SHOT Show, dude. That middle of that night, drove straight to the airport after we turn your chips in. And we flew home, and like
that was like $1 million that you won, and then flew home with that, right?
Oh yeah, dude, a mystery ranch backpack, and I'm watching it go through TSA, go through the little fucking thing. And what I thought was hilarious is I'm sitting, we're on this like a Southwest or Southwest or Frontier or whatever. It's like
he's next to the bathroom with the fucking mystery ranch.
Like direct flights, to Vegas like every hour on the hour kind of thing, right? And I'm sitting there, and this is between my legs. And like, there's like some, these tourists.
You didn't check it?
No. Yeah, right. Yeah. Hey, would you mind? You look like an honest guy.
Yeah, no shit.
But you're sitting there the whole time, and you're flying home, and you're thinking like, if like with this guy, would he strangle me if he knew? That's funny. So we went home, threw it in my gun safe. We flew back out there.
Didn't you guys meet up with your team that was already on the plane on the way out, though?
No, not on that one, dude. Not on that one. But I will tell you, when I say that everything there is meant to extract money from me, this is a true story. Might be even more interesting, dude.
Well, let me wrap this up too, because so I knew I was fucking up the story somehow, but when I tell people the story, I got this picture of you with this like 300 grand. That he won the next day.
Yeah, right? That was the next day.
So
wait, you flew home with $1 million, put it in your gun safe, and then got back on a fucking plane and flew back to Vegas?
Yeah. We flew. It was middle of SHOT Show. I had meetings.
Yeah.
I had wide way, man.
Just to hide it. Keep it away from him.
I went to get it out of Vegas because like I would have fucked and put it back because I have many times before.
Oh, I totally get it, but
the funny
Put it
part
in a
is,
bank and get like a cashier's check and like give it to your wife or something.
No, this is like a weekend, dude. Like so.
I'm not trying to pay taxes on that.
Yeah, well, I mean, no, but I had my bank account, my personal bank account was already pre-flagged because any deposits over $10,000 they get flagged and reported, and unless you have accounts that are already kind of preemptively flagged as being just normal kind of high activity accounts. This is not to say that I make a lot of money, or this is not to say that I really don't. It's just that when you're on those kinds of swings, trust me, the bank notices.
Your middle name isn't Bilzerian?
but
No,
the funny,
I met him once.
the funny part of the story was Jade's reaction. So we'd been at SHOT Show, but I didn't see him until the next day. And he sends me this picture. I didn't know about the $1 million. He sends this picture of him with like $300 grand. And I have to show you guys the photo. It's fucking hilarious. And he's just all fucking like smoky eyed with the cigarette. And I'm like, what the fuck? He's like, I'll tell you a story. We get to the cigar lounge. So we get to the cigar lounge, and Jay's
You smoke
there.
cigars?
So we get there, and Jade's there, and she's telling the story. She's all excited about it. And Mike's like old hat. He's all like, yeah, won $1 million. And then Jade's like, yeah, won $1 million. We had to take it back. And then all this shit. And Mike goes aside. He's like, what I didn't want to tell her is like, this isn't the first time it happened to me. I just usually lose it all.
which is unfortunately true. Dude, I was there one night, and I would fly up there by myself. I mean, just after work or just out of boredom or whatever, I would just fly up there. And there was one night, I mean,
it's like happy hour. Like, you guys want to go to the bar? Like, nah, I'm going to fly to Vegas.
Yeah,
what the fuck?
But unfortunately, like that's how casual it kind of gets. We're like, man, like hanging out. This is boring. I'd be in Vegas in fucking 2.5 hours, man. And remember, your flights, everything's comp, dude. So when you're playing pretty heavy, dude, like your comps are insane. I mean, I was in penthouses.
You know what's funny? I ran into a guy who does like a Vegas, what's it called, the VIP host or whatever?
Right.
I ran into him at 8 Lounge last SHOT Show, Frankie and I, because he's walking by with a little trident on his chest. I'm like, it's weird. So I was like, hey, man, like, what team you're on, what class are you, this and that. Turns out he's not a team guy. He's just a VIP host.
Oh, I found this pen.
I was like, I know a lot of team guys, though. I'm like, all right. So then he sits down with us, and like, it's just me and Frankie, and he sits down with us for like an hour and a half, and we're like, we didn't invite him in the car. Anyway, it was super awkward, but he did end up showing us the comp card. And it kind of blew my mind because, like, knowing that we've talked about your comps and then he showed me the comp card, and it's like 12 levels of different shit. It starts, so it's basically the amount of money that they think they can, that you're going to spend per trip. Can I get one of those too? Sorry.
Did you do one or two?
Late on the draw there.
Did you do one or two?
I do one because they're 9s.
Oh, okay.
Mine's a big one.
Oh shit! I want to put one in my foreskin.
I do too because I'm a nicotine addict.
So he showed me the comp card, and there's like 12 levels. It starts at $50,000, like per visit. It starts there.
That's what you have to spend, or that's what you have.
That's what they can.
Kind of
they can. That doesn't even get you a room. That gets you like a drink, and they think like you're going to spend roughly $50K that thing. And then talking with what he normally gets, that's at the top end of the shit.
Yeah.
Of the card. I was like, that's pretty interesting.
We're like, oh, if I'm lucky, they'll comp me a room. They're like, nah, bitch, you're gonna get some ramen. Get the fuck out of here, stupid.
As you sit next to some Chinese emperor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh man, I lost $200. Maybe they'll comp me something.
He was
like,
super nice guy, but I was like, yeah, it was weird.
It goes beyond even what they're willing to comp, right? So there was a time I was there, I flew up there, and this is back when I was still drinking. I don't drink anymore, but back then I drank quite a bit. And I mean, I was like old form, you know.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I was in the spirit world.
Prime Mike.
And I went over to I was playing. I was up quite a bit. Again, I was up like a couple $100,000. Walk over to Cut, that restaurant, that steakhouse there, dude. And like they comped me like a $5,000 bottle of wine, and I'm drinking it out of the bottle. And I walk back to the table, and I'm playing, and I'm in very bad shape. dude, I fucking throw up, dude. All over the table, all over the chips,
dude.
the dealers, like the,
Red wine.
Oh, just it was so
like
bad.
Dracula.
And I'm like, oh man. And then this waitress came by and started cleaning everything up, cleaning me up, apologized for the inconvenience, put a coaster under my wine bottle, and they kept fucking dealing, dude.
Probably because you were up. If you were down, they would have kicked you the fuck
if I
out.
was down, they would have found me in an alley, dude. I was up, like, a lot. Yeah. And they're like, oh.
Fucking skill saw both your fucking hands off.
Let me get that for you, you know? And they're like, wow, man. And I was like, okay. So, anyways, long story short, dude, I don't gamble or drink anymore, but, you know.
Or any less.
But I don't regret some of those experiences.
Those are
though,
wild,
man.
man.
I'm glad I got to see it, you know.
Oh. So I cut you off. You were gonna tell the story about the 300 grand the next day that you got the picture for. You said that was better than the million.
No, I was going to tell a story about, vomiting on the dealer, which, I mean, but no, we went back and we kind of just kept hitting, man. But a large amount of that money I did put back. Like there was one year, dude, where I think I had to claim like $4 million in winnings.
Holy shit!
But I still had a losing year.
No shit.
Yeah,
Jesus
crazy.
Christ.
But by the way, this is I want to be very clear. This has nothing to do with my personal income. Like people who can tell that story usually have an insanely high personal income. I don't. Okay, like this is just what happens whenever you in the casino just keep handing the money back and forth to each other.
Baby. Got a hot streak.
So, but you know what's crazy, man? Like not to get serious or anything, but this was an expensive lesson that I learned. And I should have learned back in the bookie days and stuff, but it's true, and this is why I don't gamble anymore. Nothing that I ever acquired with gambling money was I ever able to keep. Like watches, cars, whatever I would have bought with gambling money.
I found the picture.
Yeah. Nothing I ever bought with gambling money was I ever able to hold on to, man. Like it all ended up gone somehow, stolen. Fucking sold it, whatever. Like there's some kind of weird thing. I don't know if it's the universe, and you call it God, but
yeah,
like anything that's kind of like either easily gotten or ill-gotten or whatever, it doesn't last. It's not real. And so like after that, I realized like, dude, you fly home with $1 million in a fucking backpack more than once, okay, and then you have nothing to show for it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's wild.
It eventually teaches you that it does not matter how much you win, dude. It's not going to matter. It's not real. Like this is some kind of like glitch in the matrix, dude. And like the only thing that's real is if you, whatever you put like effort into in some type of honest, if it belongs to you. That's
really interesting. Yeah.
But I'm not saying this is true of all gamblers, man. I'm like I don't consider guys like Phil Hellmuth and like Phil Ivey or some like some of these like famous poker guys. I don't consider them gamblers. I mean those guys are tacticians.
Professionals.
They're chess players with poker chips.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean like so that might not apply to them because that is their profession. But I mean like I don't know.
It's a skill game,
I don't know anybody that rides off into the sunset, dude. Like, or like retired. So, yeah, man.
Matt Damon and Rounders.
Matt Damon. So what did you end up doing with that mill? Like, I would have like paid off my house and fucking bought a Rolex.
I bought a couple Rolexes, dude. Don't have them anymore.
But you bought these things. Yeah.
So there you go. See, like that is the only evidence of that money.
So he bought us. It was me, him, and Frankie, and we bought 3 of these. They're like $300 each.
Are they really?
Yeah, because it folds out.
It's fucking nice. It has every single cut on it.
Yeah, and then it folds out into like a little cigar stand too. Like it's pretty dope. Oh. Every time I break this out, I always reminded of that.
That's I still have mine too, man. That really was a fun good night, man.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was a good SHOT Show trip.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, was that? I think that was a trip too where Taylor Kavanaugh had just come out from
prison or
no, from French Foreign Legion.
Oh, the FFL.
And then he met up with Dirty as well. So we had like me, T-Cav, Dirty, Frankie. It was a
fucking band back together.
It was a good showing, man. It was a really good showing. Yeah,
That's so wild.
I think that's
man.
what I'm gonna try to do this year too. Just get like a 2-hour session together and just go to 8 Lounge and just hang out and have cigars, man. It's so fun. That's my
Am I
favorite
invited?
thing. Of course, bro. If you can make it.
Yeah, I can make it.
I'll definitely like peel off from whatever I'm doing to go do that. It would be rad.
Well, you've definitely got the busiest schedule there, so let me know what day time works for you. Work
I was
around
gonna
it.
hit it one night, man. That'd be super fun. It'd be cool to see everybody. So
Yeah, maybe we can get Beto out there too.
He'll be there. I guarantee
yeah,
he's
he'll be
always there.
there.
Him and Gallagher just run amok.
Yeah.
him and Ryan Bates too, right?
Oh, yeah,
Ryan
lives out there.
Dude.
Dude, we gotta get.
Dude, my wife got fucking wet and fucking meeting Ryan's wife for the first time. She's like, "Oh my god, it's her, it's her," and I'm like, "Who?" And again, because she has like their swimsuit line.
Yeah.
Oh,
and stuff
Salty
like-
Honey.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Nikki's been obsessed with it forever, and she's like fangirled. And I'm like, "Shut the fuck up!" So I walk
Dude.
over there. I'm like, "Hey, Ryan." I'm like, "My wife really wants to meet your wife," and she's like, "Oh, she does."
What's the context for this?
We get some. Can we get some pictures of you got a scissoring or something?
Let me get that dirty bikini bottom.
Yeah. You know, Ryan's actually a really good entrepreneur too.
Yeah, dude. He's
Yeah, he
killing it.
built and sold 2 bars in Boise, I think it was.
This is Spokane.
Spokane, yeah.
Spokane, that's right. I was watching.
Yeah,
that.
he crushed out there, man.
Yeah.
But didn't he study under Wynn or something? Not study, but like
He was doing. I think he was doing
was part
protection.
of. Yeah, he
for
was definitely
Wynn for
on
a
the
while.
detail. Yeah.
Learned a lot from him.
yeah.
Yeah,
There's a bunch of dudes doing that for a while, and then that shit just fell off.
I've heard he's not the most fun guy to work
No, dude. Yeah.
Steve Wynn.
Yeah. There's so many guys that are like, man, I wouldn't fucking piss on that guy if he was on fire.
Oh, wow, that
Which
bad.
is, yeah.
That's
which is
what
crazy.
Vegas does, dude. Jade you.
Dude, it's fucking weird too, because as somebody who's done protection for, I don't know, I haven't done protection for a shit ton of people, but I've done shit for quite a few. I mean, even the goddamn president of Iraq, and even that dude's fucking hell of a lot more thankful than some of the fucking private dudes
shit.
I've done shit for. And I'm
Wow.
like, dude,
Dude, Kevin
fucking-
Spacey fucking tried to rape me one time at an HBO after party, and that was before he got busted with all
tried
of
to
his.
stick his finger in you.
Dude, he literally asked me. He told me he would buy me any car that I want if I went home with him that night. And I was there working for Miley
Like,
at the
check out
time.
this new fucking Ferrari I got.
Totally unrelated.
Shout out to
totally
Ryan's
know,
with
but-
his Lambo.
They're like, no, I just got a Prius. You're like, what the fuck?
I bought it for a moped.
You got your little toy lamp.
Yeah,
like
he
that.
gets me that. I'm like crying. Gotta wipe the tears from my eyes just with my toy.
You're like, what? It's just skin. But no, it's pretty fucked up, man. There's a handful of guys that are. I mean, there's obviously a shit ton of dudes that are great people, and they're very thankful for the people that are around them that
Elon was great.
that protect them and shit. But then there's other dudes that they fucking pay you. And then, I mean, they're literally just like, well, they could give a shit less. You're like, dude,
Yeah.
you're literally either belittling or fucking just treating these people around you that are literally putting their, in a lot of ways, putting their fucking life on the line.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And, I mean, dude, that could fucking make or break some of the decisions you make. If you're a fucking prick that day, I'd be like, huh, so sorry about your luck, buddy.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
that check's going to clear.
yeah, I've
I, mean,
never.
I wouldn't hate, you know.
I've never understood. I mean, I feel uncomfortable. Like if I'm in a group of people and somebody is rude to like the waitress, I feel uncomfortable.
That tells you a lot, man.
Oh, it is.
And
Yeah.
I'm like,
People say money changes you. I don't think that's true. I think money reveals you. It amplifies who you already are. If you're
like-
a great
it's like-
person, you
it's
can
like
do more
booze.
great shit. If you're a piece of shit, you don't have to pretend to care. And
Yeah.
you're just revealed as a piece of shit.
Exactly.
I feel like there's a dollar amount that somebody has as a net worth where it does jade you a bit. Like,
I think that's a
because you stop valuing shit, right? Like, I mean, everyone, like, let's just say, like, your first Rolex you buy, like, that's everything to you. But your fifth one, you don't really give a fuck
Well,
about.
I think there's levels to it too. When I first sold my first company for what I thought was the first amount of money, which is basically like your first hand. Dude, and I bought the first Lambo. There was a good like 6 months there where I was an insufferable fucking douchebag. I thought it was so fucking cool. And then I met people who had real money. I'm like, fuck, man, I'm such a poor loser. It's real humbling real fast, dude.
that's been my gift and my curse, dude. Is that I'm hyper aware of my place in the world, and so when someone asks me about like, man, like, hey man, how did, your business has grown and you've done this and this, like, I still feel really silly telling my story because I know that people like Elon Musk exist, and like, and so like I never feel too good about anything. But I'm also aware of like, okay, well, statistically speaking, in order for a business to achieve, X amount of, earnings, you're still talking about fractions of 1%, right? So, I mean, you're aware of like how you've done compared to the other 10 million or however many businesses are in existence. And then you're also hyper aware of like how far away you are from like people whose advice you should really take,
Yeah.
And so like I luckily it gives you a little bit of confidence that you can go and do some stuff, and then it keeps you really fucking humble because, man, in the grand scheme of things,
Dude, I think it's been a while since I looked at the stats, but I think it's something very minuscule, like under about, I think it's 1% of businesses are doing over $1 million a year, and that's 1 million. You know what I mean? So 10 million is a whole different level, and then 50 million, 100 million, and billion. Like it's infinitesimally fucking small, dude.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah, it is, and so you look at that compared to like that. It gives you kind of a, okay, well, how at least, am I on par, with whatever. But, again, I always feel silly when someone asks me like, well, what's the trick to this? I'm like, I have no fucking idea. It's like, I spent like the first 8 years of it, like kind of blacked out. Somehow it worked itself out, dude.
Yeah. I think that's the key thing though. Like if you just keep going and you try not to make the same mistake twice, eventually like you're going to not run out of mistakes, but your mistakes will get different and you'll make less of them.
They're less painful.
Yeah, and then you eventually grow. It's fucking painful, dude. It's hard as fuck. It's the hardest thing I've ever done for sure. And I'm fucking like nowhere.
Yeah, dude, I mean, I was lucky in the sense that when Sons of Liberty started, dude, I literally was at the lowest point of my life. I had like the girl I was dating, like we were together for like 8 years or something like that. And I came home one day and like my key didn't turn, and like I think I could see someone, like not mine, some other dude's head, like, on the couch, like watching TV. I was like, oh shit, motherfucker. And remember, this wasn't just my house, like this was my workshop, I was like, so, I mean, I don't blame her. I wouldn't have dated me. But I mean, I was at this really low point, and I flew out to San Diego. I came and saw Glenn. Glenn's like, look, dude, you're not good at anything. He's like, let's just be honest. Like, you're kind of not good at anything. He's like, you're okay at guns, You should probably go start a gun company. And like, we sat there, and once I sobered up, he's like, call it Sons of Liberty. I'm like, okay,
That's how the name came up.
Yeah, that's actually in Glenn's living room, dude. Like, like we kept feeding me coffee, like sober up, asshole. Like,
so Glenn's the guy that he grew up with, who was my roommate at the time.
Yeah.
So I mean,
crazy.
Dude, that is fucking crazy.
But so where I'm going with that though is that I did not have anything. I had no choice. Like the ships were burnt, not like out of a conscious choice. It's just I didn't even have any ships. So there was.
Is that a canoe?
Yeah, it's really easy. Like to pour what it really comes out to, like sometimes 18, 20-hour days.
Yeah.
Into it at the time, we had no money. Like I sold my vehicle, I paid off a couple of buddies I owed some cash to, and then whatever's left over, we started buying like a few parts, like to assemble guns, right? And it's really easy to put a lot of time into that. Half the time you're on there, like you're in forums and stuff, like talking to people, telling them why they suck, and whatever.
It's my favorite thing.
But where I think most people fail is that they at least have the context of what a paying job feels like. And so when you're in that grind and there's no income coming in, and like you don't know how the fuck you're going to eat, you don't know how you're going to do anything, it's really easy to say, you know what, fuck this, man, I can go get $80,000 job tomorrow, and my bills are paid, I'm comfortable, I get a vacation once in a while, man, like it's cool like that. Like I did not have that context to compare it to, so I did not know, like, oh, there's another route. I never really had an actual job, so I was like, this is just it. And so And then all of a sudden you get a little bit of momentum, you get a small taste. I remember like a small taste of accomplishment, like where you walked into the office and like on the printer was like the very first time an order came through somewhere in the night, you know, where we didn't know the person. It was someone just randomly clicked on the website and bought a gun, you know, and like, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know. What do we do? What do we do?
We got to make guns?
You got to make guns. So, but again, to your point, not giving up, like just not stopping. And it's so easy to quit because the grind gets so bad, and there's so many times, and like the trajectory does not look like that, man. The trajectory looks like shit, dude.
It's a fucking heartbeat.
And and we came so close to like going out of business so many times. Where I mean, it really came down to like heroic, miraculous shit that we didn't. I mean, even the way that I found our investor is this. Again, like I
ATF.
No one's here. Who goes there? even the way again, and I know this is going all over the place, but part of the reason why I went from like being kind of a devout atheist to like being kind of a devout Christian, you know, this transformation in my life, it had a lot to do with events like this one, where there is no fucking way you could have planned it. There is no textbook or like blueprint or plan to say, hey man, this is how things are going to go. It would be so astronomically improbable for things to work out that way, right? Mm-hmm. Where you start to actually feel like there is a design. And if there is a design, then there's a designer.
That's exactly how I came to believe in God. Exactly.
It's like, dude, I went to a wedding that I didn't want to go to in Hawaii.
Yours
I couldn't wait. So at the time, my fiance, she invited me to one of her friends' weddings. At the time, I did not like any of her friends. We had nothing in common at all. And she drugged me to this wedding out there, and I, once again, got blacked out drunk. You know, like this should not be a new theme at this point. You know? And I think I ruined the wedding. A matter of fact, I'm pretty sure I did. Like I made such an horribly an embarrassing ass of myself, and it was really bad. And like the next day, like, you know, Jade's like, I don't think you should go downstairs. You know,
you're the plus one to stand up, give a speech.
Yeah,
Everyone's like, who the fuck is this guy?
Like, I have your attention.
Fucking grabbing the cake.
It was, I don't know what I did, but it was horrible to almost everyone except one guy who happened to run a hedge fund.
No shit.
And like, he's like, you know, I want to introduce you to one of my clients. And that was how we found our investor, dude.
Wow.
Are you making an ass of yourself?
Yeah, like 3 weeks later, we were funded.
Holy shit.
And Kyle, my ex-business partner at the time, had like this big deck and all this kind of stuff, whatever he learned in his MBA. And he had gone and like presented this to like, I don't know how many people that were like, you know, politely like, go fuck yourself, dude. And then somehow, you know, I wake up and they're like, oh man, you're not invited back. You know? And then one guy was like, I see something in you. All right, you know, here's $2 million. I'm like, it's like, yeah. Okay, how do you plan that?
When you woke up, did your butthole hurt?
No. Surprisingly,
Kevin Spacey standing over you,
breathing heavy.
But I mean, how do you plan that?
Yeah.
Right, but I mean, like, you know, had it not been for that, though, that was one of those moments in like our company history to where we were like we were going to fold. Yeah. You know, we could not self-fund. And then the worst thing that can happen to you whenever you're a small company with no fucking money is that you outgrow your means to sustain growth.
Yeah.
That's how we almost died. Yeah.
I mean, like, you think these are great problems. Like, boom, you landed a hell of a good contractor. You landed some kind of neat thing. Well, I can't float that thing for the 60, 90, or whatever the fuck days it is. And it's like you're having to, like, you know, juggle the stuff. And that's just not a way to... So... we would have folded had I not gone on that trip, and well, I don't know. I was not there, but you know, like
Spirit Mike was there.
Yeah,
like whatever Spirit Mike
working
did,
magic, dude.
Yeah,
Wizard Mike. Yeah,
yeah. Whatever happened there, dude, it kind of worked itself out, man. And then you know that kept us. Obviously, that gave us the accelerant to grow. And
dude, it's so funny. I think there's because obviously we work with a lot of different brands, and over the years, been a lot of different startups, whether that's apparel startups or startups in general that want apparel. So we ended up like seeing their business models and everything. And a lot of them are very, very focused, very driven, but they're missing that point of like, I don't want to call it not giving a fuck, but they're too focused on the numbers. They're too focused on the math, and they miss the magic of it, right? So remember when Mike and I were starting Forged, well, two things on this. Number one, you said that our first order that comes in, that's a huge thing in any business. I remember when Mike and I first saw somebody walking on the street wearing a Ford shirt that we didn't know.
Yeah.
I was like, fuck, man. That's how you know it's real.
Yeah.
Somebody who actually liked it and bought it based on its own merits, not on you. And then two, is us just going out and having a good time and partying and hanging out and meeting people. We met so many good connections for the company based on just having quality conversations, just having a good time with people. I think if people are going to start something, anything, you got to have shit dialed. You got to have the network and you got to have the infrastructure. The business has to function and work, but you got to leave room for the magic to work too. You got to be out there and meeting people and let the universe.
All about your network.
Yeah, let the universe make these connections for you.
And when you're not a fucking asshole, then it really goes a long way.
Well, sometimes you're an asshole, and that helps.
Yeah, like Mike.
I mean, dude, I
Probably wasn't an asshole to that guy.
yeah, well, I mean, or maybe I was, but like, this guy seems to have an eye. He's like, I can monetize this asshole.
Well, he probably said something was really funny. He's like, I found this funny too. Some off-color joke. He's like, that's my guy.
Like I said, I joke a lot about the drinking thing, but I don't know if I could have done some of the things I did without drinking, because like even before Sons Liberty, one of the things that made the launch of Sons Liberty kind of like as interesting and smooth as it did was because I had drank with like all the right guys for 20 years. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, so like there was already like real relationships, like real stories, like real kind of connections that they just somehow happened to be in the right place at the same time where I was intersecting with them again.
Yeah.
And so like that helped a couple things, man. There was don't get me wrong, there's a point of diminishing return. There's a point where like, all right, dude, so I accept like the fact that I should never drink again. I never will. I my life is better for it. But that being said, I don't know if some of these things would have happened without like a night of partying with the right guy,
like
or
rolling the dice.
It goes a long way, man.
Yeah.
One of those serendipitous things just happened to me the other day is there's a veteran nonprofit called Vet Inc. that gives tattoos to
I've heard of this,
And I was playing a charity golf tournament for the C4 Foundation, and they were just at this, had this little tent set up, sponsored this hole. And I just had a conversation with them, and there was like Vet Inc. I'm like, I don't even know what this is. And honestly, I was just kind of burned out on nonprofits at that time. And so I just threw in my business card and said, hey, I do media. Fast forward 6 months, they threw me a fat chunk of change in order to film this documentary that I'm doing. I just wrapped up. And as a byproduct of that, I brought on a really good friend of mine, Tim Spear, as one of the veterans that I was filming and documenting. Well, just so happens that the person I was working with, the executive director over at Vet Inc., got booted, and Vet Inc. asked me if I knew of anybody that wanted this executive director role for their position. And what's good is they're not funded by donors. There's a couple different umbrella companies out there, and it's kind of like their philanthropic outreach for it. And Tim, hopefully he doesn't kill me for saying this, but he was on the verge of moving out of the state and, filing bankruptcy. He hadn't paid rent on his house in a couple months.
He's been through a lot.
Single father of 3. He was in the brig with Eddie Gallagher, all kinds of bullshit. His ex-wife was, hasn't paid anything. And so Tim was literally packing up the house, getting ready to get evicted. And then I was like, yeah, I know Tim needs a job. And so they brought him on, which completely changed the course of his life and kept his kids, in the house, kept them in the house. Now they actually have a fucking Christmas, that they can have. And Tim, hugged me and started crying.
And he's the right man. He's the right man. He's the right man for the job too. Like having that guy at the helm.
And then
he's
been great for the brand.
And then during the last filming of the last part for this documentary, I brought in another good friend of mine, Joe Churchill, who's also a single father. Sobered up and now going through a shit ton of legal battles, and he is also on the verge of filing bankruptcy. And he was having a conversation with the CEO over at Vet Inc. And, during the interview process, the CEO sat in on it and kind of heard Joe's struggles and said, what's your court debt, your attorney fees? And that night, he fucking direct deposited $50,000 to pay off all of his attorney fees and keep him from filing bankruptcy.
See, how do you plan that?
That's what I mean.
like,
that was
like,
one of those
yeah.
fucking moments where I'm like, because I'm an atheist, but now I'm like, maybe I'm not.
Dude, so I mean,
Yeah.
when you look back, like if someone were to look at the trajectory like this, like how do you plan that? What compelled that man to do that?
Yeah.
Right.
What put them? What made their paths intersect, dude? And then what? Where does that go? What is going to be? Like, it's impossible for us to know this answer, but I bet you there's some type of outcome of this that, in hindsight will make perfect fucking
Totally.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, like, in the moment, you don't know. And so I have no doubt that there's a design, and I
Yeah.
have no doubt that there's a
Yeah.
design order.
You can only connect the dots in the rearview mirror, man.
Yeah.
The front view, there's so many different things that could work, and you don't have the power to make the call on a lot of things. All you can do is just stick to your vision, keep going, do the best you can at every opportunity, and be open to the things that come your way. And, maybe say yes sometimes and get yourself out of your comfort zone and fucking move forward, dude.
That's also, I think, one of my biggest deficits is I say yes all the time. And it
That's
doesn't
not
matter
a-
what the fuck it is.
That's not. I don't think that's a deficit.
No,
the inverse of that is paralysis, dude.
That was something I learned from Catherine and Harry Humphreys. They're just like, always say yes.
Yeah.
Like, dude, if the project comes along, or once you've said yes and you're down the road, and it's like, fuck, man, I'm juggling 3 fucking projects. They're like, we can fucking make it work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I know enough fucking dudes. I'm like, hey, sorry, I'm on this. I got to send in fucking Mikey Mo, or I got to send in fucking Yost Jansen, or I got to send in fucking, Keith Willard, or I got, it's like,
Trickles
make it
down.
fucking work. That's
Yeah.
a good problem to have.
Yeah,
You know?
that's a lot better problem to have is have shit going on and trying to figure it out than to not have anything going on.
Yeah.
I can see that. Like my life is the example of this, dude. Is that once you the hardest thing in the world to do, I think, is like at least for me, is to commit, because once I commit,
You're in
it becomes all of a sudden no fail.
Yeah.
The deliberation before you actually commit, that's where it's happening, right? But the moment you commit to do it, then at that point, I will figure it out.
Burn the canoes.
Yeah, it will, but like this program that we worked on, like this SOCOM thing, whatever.
Paddle boards.
I will tell you, I'm glad, like, it reaffirmed and reignited like some of the confidence I had. Like there were things where I did not know how in the fuck I was going to do certain things, but I knew that I could figure it out, or I would find the right person to help, or I could, But that's I don't know if I wonder if that is like a deficiency that a lot of people don't have. Is like, well, I don't know the answer today, but I'll figure it out. I'm going to go ahead and commit or accept this tasking that has like potentially ginormous rewards. I don't know how the fuck I'm going to do it, dude, but I know that I'm going to either die trying, or I'm going to figure it out.
Surround yourself with the fucking right people and make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, just figure it out, man. Like I don't see that. I think it's an uncommon trait, dude. I see it amongst my friends. I see it amongst like entrepreneurs. I see it amongst people that like don't ever bet against the guy who overestimates himself, right? Mm-hmm. Don't ever bet against that guy, because like that's the kind of guy that does something insane or remarkable, or like, wow, okay, I didn't see that coming. Like,
Yeah. Well, I think I'm going to say something, but let me preface this with you're the exception to this. Most of the people I know who are the most successful aren't really that smart. And most people I know that are extremely smart aren't that successful. And the reason is that smart people think about shit. And when you think about shit, you overanalyze it, and then you're like, you think about the risk, and then you fucking end up doing nothing.
yes.
The people who are the most successful, they just do shit. They just do shit. Like, well, fuck it. I don't know. I'm going to figure it out. And they fucking do it. And then they fail. And they redo it. And they do it again and again and again. And they don't fucking worry about the failure. And I think where smart people fuck up is they think that they have to have it all figured out.
Yeah.
But the reality is, if you look at any successful person who's built anything of significance, they're all fucking winging it.
Yeah.
You get to the point where you have competence and you're really good at it. But in the beginning, you're not good at it. and you have to be comfortable not being good at it. You have to be comfortable with a certain amount of failure and that risk. And that's the risk that I think most people aren't willing to take, is they're comfortable in that position, and comfort is the fucking destroyer of dreams, dude.
There's also a perfection process. There's a quote, I'm going to fuck it all up, but this is to your point. It's that a foolish doer will always outperform a smart thinker.
Yeah.
A foolish doer, someone that just fucking, okay. Like, you know, when you take your 3-year-old bowling and the ball bouncing off the bumpers all the way to the pins, well, that's what life kind of looks like, you know, or business or anything else, you know? I mean, ding, ding, ding. And I mean, and so, yeah, I just sometimes, like, what is it, 0 to 1, you know, like from the idea phase to like the actual like first attempt at it, like that's 0 to 1. That's where I would imagine 90-something% of ideas die.
Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, the ideas are worthless. I've had so many ideas that, I mean, they could have worked, but I just didn't do the fucking work to make it work.
The very first attempt or execution or whatever. Yeah.
Well, there's something to be said with people that go like, "Oh fuck, man, I'm really waiting for the right time," or "I'm really fucking waiting for." It's like, you know,
there's no such
first
thing.
get fucking married, dude.
Yeah.
Fucking wife, like, oh man, we want to have kids, but like, it's like, well,
well, having kids is a great example of that.
Sometimes you just gotta fucking raw dog that shit.
Yeah. Well, dude, I was
sorry,
super
baby.
I was super
It's
worried
go
about
time.
having kids when I was younger. I didn't want kids. I was like, dude, I'm not ready. I got to focus on all the shit. I don't want to fuck up my opportunities in life and all that. And but looking back now, you know, my daughter's 20 at the Naval Academy now. I'm like, fuck, man. I wish I had more faith in myself to just figure it the fuck out, and had more kids at the time, because it would have worked out. It would have worked out. It might have been a little bit harder.
Yeah.
And I might have had to not have as many opportunities as I had. But I also think it would have, the right opportunities still would have been there, and it would have given me more opportunities and more experience and more different things. But yeah, I think that's, I don't want to call it a regret, but looking back, that's definitely something I was wrong about. That I didn't think I would be able to handle it, or I was against it. Yeah. Now I'm like, it would have been fucking fine. I should have had more kids. We're still working on it, but just not having with strippers.
Yeah.
Probably got a bunch of like little fucking half breeds running around Thailand somewhere.
Not me. You guys want to take a quick break?
Yeah, sure. Clap off.
All right, so we're
clap
back from the break. I do have a funny story that we can dive into that I've told so many people about, and I think sometimes you tell a story and motherfuckers are like, "There's no way that fucking happened. It's just too fucking weird and crazy, right?" But
is that tranny story?
is this?
No,
I got one. After last night.
Unfortunately,
Does this ring a bell?
Oh my god, dude, that was freaky, dude.
Yeah, The Secret Language of Birthdays is his book. There's a whole fucking story. We brought this book into a fucking strip club. I mean,
oh,
so
Jesus.
those of you guys that are listening and can't see that, this is like a fucking foot by.
It's like a Yellow Pages.
Yeah, it's huge. It's thick like a fucking Bible. It's massive. It weighs like 2 pounds. So we took this thing into a strip club, which wouldn't be the fucking normal.
It wasn't the weirdest place to find us, but it was a weird place to find us with that book. You know?
Yeah,
just a bunch of these like just dudes, like kind of grizzly motherfuckers sitting around at a strip club with like The Secret Language of Birthdays book.
Do they think you're like Jehovah's Witnesses or something? Like
Either that, or they thought they were gonna end up in the trunk of one of our cars.
Which one do we want to sacrifice tonight?
There's a couple. I guess we can tag team the story, because there's actually a couple layers to it.
Oh yeah.
So Adam Slank, I think, was the one who brought that, right?
Yeah. Real quick, this Adam Slank, for the people that, which is me, almost everybody that does not know him, you have to have a certain level of intelligence to realize when you're talking to somebody with a different level of intelligence. You at least have to have a minimum level of intelligence to be able to realize that like the person you're talking to has way more compute power than you. And it's obvious, right? Okay, like that's a guy within 30 seconds that you realize that you are the dumb one in the room.
I feel so stupid talking to you all the time, dude.
I'm talking, like if like that guy is DARPA, level something,
Savant.
Savant,
Jesus.
It was crazy smart. So he brought this book. So we were having, I think it was Wes Whitlock from Rogan American Apparel. He was turning 40.
Yeah.
And so we went to his birthday party in Austin, and it was a bunch of people, and then his wife and her friends left. So it was basically just you, me, Adam, and Wes, and I think like one or two other people sitting around.
Was Rich Walters there that night or something?
Where are you guys at?
I don't think he
We're in
was
Austin.
there.
Red Rose?
We went to Red Rose later.
Yeah.
We were just having
Mike's face is lit up.
there's another story that ties into that later.
Yeah.
But we're just having dinner, and all of a sudden, I don't know where the fuck Adam was hiding this book.
No.
But all of a sudden, it's just us hanging around dinner, and everybody's already left, and we're just shooting the shit. And he's like, I got something for you guys. And he whips out this fucking Bible of a book, and we're all like, the secret language of birthdays. What is this fucking gay hippie shit, you know? And it's like, no, hold on. And so he made us go around, and correct me if I'm wrong on this story, but he made the person, you would read the story for the person to your right.
Yes.
And all of us are like, bro, come on, what's going to do? I'm a Capricorn or some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, but after a couple words, like I read it a little bit to you guys before, which is also on Patreon.
Fucking weird.
It was, and you're like, holy shit, that's pretty fucking true.
It's frighteningly accurate.
Yeah.
Like it's uncomfortably accurate because like it's not telling you like, you know, what you want to hear. Or it's not saying things that are necessarily flattering about you. It's saying things that are really honest about you. And it's uncomfortably accurate.
It's not 100%, but it's not 50-50 either. It's like reliably about 85% accurate.
It's not vague shit either. It's like
pretty
pretty
specific.
spot on.
Yeah.
So we're like, fucking whatever, dude. And then after it goes around the table, we're fucking believers, bro. We're like, we're like, holy shit, this
Like playing with Ouija board.
Yeah, totally.
I'm like,
so we're like, you know who needs to see this? The strippers.
Hey, honey, what's your birthday?
Pretty much.
So here's the crazy thing.
Is it spearmint? Oh, no, this is awesome.
The Yellow Rose. So we go there, and we're bringing this fucking Bible of a book through. We go in, we sit down, and they give us this table, and the waitress comes over, and we look like a bunch of fucking dorks bringing this fucking massive book, like we're going to give them Bible study or something.
Yeah, I bet you they drink water all night.
I'll take 6 milks, please.
Warm.
So we go in there, and this waitress comes up, and she's wearing a tank top and like booty shorts. No tattoos except one. She's got this kind of like stained glass tattoo on her right shoulder, and
it's a cock with wings.
And so Adam's like, hey, what's your birthday? And she's like, oh, it's whatever date it was. And he opens it up to her birthday, and some of these have like
illustrations.
Yeah, illustrations or certain pictures on it.
Oh, no way.
And he opens it up, and he's like, the picture that is on the book is her exact tattoo. Like, not just looks similar, like the exact tattoo.
And by the way, just to be clear, this tattoo had nothing to do with the Zodiac. It had nothing to do with like the text in the book. It was just a random illustration that happened to be there to probably take up margin space in the book, dude.
Yeah, it was just weird.
Like, it wasn't like, oh well, yeah, of course she got that tattoo. She's a fucking Cancer and she
right.
No,
Yeah,
that was not it, dude.
Yeah. So, and she's looking and she sees her tattoo on the page that he opens it up to, and she's like, what the fuck? And Adam's like, he's looking at us like, told you, motherfucker.
He's like, demon out!
Susan, we've come for your soul.
So we're gonna free lab dance at us, right? And, so she's like, what the fuck? And Adam's like, hey, where did you what made you get the tattoo? Like, what's the meaning behind it? And she's like, I just went to the tattoo shop and looked at all their stuff, scrolling through the clip art, and she's like, that one spoke to me. That's what I got. I was like, holy shit, dude. Now, there's something to be said.
Told you
like,
that bitch was crazy.
And this is like what 600. This is 600 and this is 750 page book, dude. Like, and there's anyway. Talk about like random coincidences and things happening for reasons.
Yeah, I'll tell you, man. Like, I don't, want to don't dive too. I don't want to get, but that was. See, this is one of those things, man, where when you tell this story, it kind of loses some of its profundity, man, because like you kind of almost had to be there.
Yeah.
But I mean, from from a table full of skeptics, like hardcore materialist skeptics, right? And then, by the way, the guy reading the book to you probably has an IQ of 200, right? Let's just not lose sight of that. Like, this isn't like a bunch of dorks,
this is some hippie drum circle, dude.
Yeah, Adam would sew and make and jump his own experimental parachutes. Right, so I mean, like, I'm just for context,
Yeah.
So you have all of these.
His IQ is what? Wait a minute. I can understand if somebody else is jumping his shit.
But he's still alive, so
He's pretty confident.
I mean, he had a reserve.
He didn't sew that one. But a table full of skeptics, the book's being read to you by some fucking freakish savant level genius. And by the end of this, everybody in there is like truly blown away, more than convinced. And then just to top it all off, Bambi, just like the ice on the, to the point where I was like, did Adam hire this bitch?
Totally.
Is this that's something a genius would do? He's like, let's just randomly go to a strip club. I happen to know a place.
Totally.
Yeah, you're like,
He drove
story.
Yeah. Anyways, I would have
Like,
totally.
oh wow, look at this picture. Looks just like a tattoo. Ancient Chinese secret, huh?
This is how cults start.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, no
Oh
shit.
my god. All right, I got a list of stories, so I'm checking them off as we go through them. Oh my god, yeah, that was fucking hilarious. And then didn't we get in a big conversation about the moon landing? And then he was a client of ours for a while. He wanted to pay us in gold dust at a certain point.
Yeah,
which I thought was kind of
Not moon dust.
no, apparently it's not real.
Yeah.
Like the same guy that has the book also does not 1,000,000% will never accept the fact that we landed on the moon. And I'm not gonna lie, he's pretty compelling.
He's got a good argument.
I was
for
just
it.
listening to Rogan talk about it on that alchemy podcast, and I'm like,
There's
it
definitely
is
some
fucking weird,
questionable
man.
stuff about it. So except that, what's the guy from not the guy who created Oculus Rift and then sold it to
Lucky Palmer.
Yes,
Palmer Lucky.
Palmer Lucky.
So I saw him
Andrew.
on a podcast recently. He believes it, but he's got also a great case for it. He's like, you can shoot. So when they went up there, apparently, and I didn't know this, they apparently set up some lasers to reflect. So you can shine a laser, and I don't know, I'm just regurgitating what he was saying.
Yeah.
Apparently, you can look for yourself, shine a laser at the moon, and it'll shine back because they set up those reflective lasers back there. And then also the Indian spacecraft that went by took pictures of it.
Yeah. To me, one of the most compelling arguments.
You mean Native Americans?
No, man, gods, bro. Like, no.
They launched an arrow up there.
Slurpees. No, like, one of the most compelling arguments for the fact that we did go to the moon is I don't know why the Soviets would have let us lie about it.
Oh, 100%.
Like, considering this was like a massive race between like the two world powers and like,
Sputnik.
they would have. This clearly established our dominance in as far as being the global superpower and everything else. And mind you, were talking about a race about also ICBMs and other things that go into space, and space-based weapons. So I think they would have really loved to have like fuck you, like held up Stanley Kubrick's head, like we tortured him, I still believe we landed on the moon. Now, do I believe like the footage from the moon is all authentic? Probably not. I mean, probably not. Is it kind of strange that they've lost the footage?
There's a lot of question marks around it.
They misplaced the moon rocks. Like, it's like anything else, man. Like if you lived through COVID and you still believe,
still have faith in the government, you're like, you are a fucking moron.
or the media, then dude, I cannot help you. I'll tell you what's fucking weird. Just a quick segue off.
Yes.
So my wife, this is
she's not weird.
I can't believe I'm going to say this on the podcast, dude. But when her and I first met, she was she was on like the far left side of, not far left. She was certainly to the left side of the spectrum then, politically and just everything else. And I was just kind of, I'm an interesting choice, you know, like for her, but dude, so she went. I watched this transition happen. She went from being on the far, like the left side of the spectrum. So she get into COVID, and like she was one of the people like posting the posts where, you know, like, don't wear a mask for yourself. Wear a mask because, you know, you be a good person, and you know, blah, blah, blah. And then she got COVID, got sick, like really sick for like 2 weeks, recovered from COVID, and then something happened. She went from being to the left to like being to the right of Alex Jones, you know, and like, you know, well. This is what happened with a lot of people, man. And it's not, she's just the closest example I have to because we live together. But I mean, this was not like a subtle transition, dude. This was like a fucking 180. And what's interesting is that because the lies and bullshit were so overt, and because the information they were giving you was so wrong, and like the things that they were telling you not to believe the things you see with your own eyes, like they were telling you not to believe the things you hear with your own ears.
Yeah.
People's response to that was so extreme. Like did you know the flat Earth movement is growing rapidly, and I'm gotta tell you, my wife is one of them.
No way.
I'm not kidding, dude. Listen, so what I've seen happen.
I'm all for good conspiracy theory, but that
vodka's a little strong even for me, dude. You know, so
all you need is a balloon and a GoPro.
but what I'm going though, like the bigger picture, I guess, like the more is. People's response to that stuff now has been to reject everything.
Yeah.
Or I mean, like, dude, like, you know, you watch the Charlie Kirk assassination, and like, I know people in my own life, people I could call on the phone right now that believe he's still alive somewhere, like on an island.
Yeah, some crazy
you know,
stuff.
or that, you know, like to where
his microphone blew up. I'm like, come on.
That's what I mean, though, right? Or so,
That's me.
Like now, like society's, and this is not a left or right problem. It's just like this might have been the end goal. Maybe this was the end goal, right? To have people so fucking confused that like that there is no more reality. Like reality is you know, everything's up for debate. You reject everything, or the other side, the idiots that accept everything. You know, like. But there is no agreed upon like set of facts or reality. So we're like, you know, so it doesn't matter what happens. Anyway, sorry, I'm going to go down that rabbit hole. We talked about the moon landing, and I'm like, my own wife is questioning now, like the fucking shape of the Earth because at
She's
this
been
point,
on a plane before, right?
Well, yeah. Well, I'm saying,
does she have an aisle seat on the way over here?
But at this point, she just rejects everything. Like, it's all a fucking lie. And like,
I think that's a good baseline, though. You reject everything until you can prove it. I think that's fair. That's a knowing the government.
Yeah,
that's
don't
a good
assume
baseline.
shit.
Yeah, but to that fucking point, it's kind of fucking retarded when you see people that are, I mean, going along the anti-2A, like anti-gun, people that believe that, like, okay, let's just get rid of all the guns and all our fucking problems go away. We're like, well, how the fuck did that work out for drugs?
It's not how humans work, dude.
You know, like how, you know, like, oh, we'll just make drugs illegal. We'll just make guns illegal. We'll just get rid of all this shit. These are the same people, because most people who are anti-gun are predominantly left. But then you're like, so you're saying you don't want any citizens to have guns, but the only people that should have guns is the fucking government. These are the same people that are protesting ICE and all these other motherfuckers that are going around rounding up fucking illegals with guns and fucking shit. And I'm like, dude, what? How does this make any fucking sense to you?
It doesn't.
And people go, well, no, I mean, they would never round up their own citizens. You're like,
well,
I was hoping for like this moment of solidarity when COVID started, and it was you were one of the very first people I remember saying, "Hey, this is bullshit." Like, I mean, like it hadn't even left Italy yet, and you're like, "No, this is bullshit, dude." Like, I mean,
because I looked at the everybody's quoting the stats, but I looked at the data that they were basing the stats off of. And I'm like, it's a very easy calculation. This is not like hard math. It's this
Which
plus this
stats?
divided by this.
COVID stats?
Yeah, about the original COVID stats. Yeah. And I looked at the actual data. I'm like, dude, this is roughly 2 to 4 times as deadly as, you know, the flu, depending on your age. But it's like they're like, oh, it's 2 to 4 times. 2 to 4 times almost zero is still almost fucking zero, dude.
yeah.
Well, so you were one of the first people I vocally remember, like, you know, like calling bullshit on this thing, right? Even I was like, kind of like, man, I don't know, we'll see. But I remember after a couple of weeks in, it was obvious that, okay, this is bullshit. And what I was hoping for was that there would be some kind of interest in solidarity, because all of us in the gun industry, were very at home and familiar with how they manipulate data and statistics. Okay. And so like when the gym owner and the tattoo parlor owner and like the fucking, every other industry now that was now suffering the negative consequences of manipulated stats and twisted data, I was hoping that this was going to be like, you know what? Fuck you, man. And to some degree, I guess it was. I mean, mainstream media lost all credibility at this point. Like, no one really takes it seriously. A lot of government institutions, are no longer taken as an authority on things. But I remember that very clearly and thinking like, okay, well, this is where it breaks. And I guess to some degree it did.
It took way longer than I expected. I thought people would draw the line when like they're sending out people to arrest people in the fucking, they're surfing by themselves.
That was me, dude. I was running from the cops fucking mean in OB surfing.
That's crazy to me,
dude. That's some fucked up shit.
And I thought people would be like, okay, this is
by
ridiculous.
Themselves being arrested for just being outside.
And then they say 6 fucking feet, but then you get on an airplane and you're nut to butt with the fucking bat eater.
Yeah, but
you're allowed to pull your mask down to eat, or like the hole in it for the tuba.
Dude, that shit. Oh my fucking god, dude.
Yeah.
There was some truly disturbing.
It's a straight up comedy skit.
I still see people fucking walk around with masks and shit on, or drive around their own fucking car by themselves.
I yell at them now.
Fuck?
I'm like, dumbass.
I was bring bullying back, dude.
I was in Albuquerque, dude. I think it was Albuquerque, where they have that tram. You can ride that tram up to like top of that mountain, dude. Right? And we went up there, and we're on top of a fucking mountain. On top of a mountain. The elevation is over 10,000 feet. And to the one side of the mountain is like the entire state of New Mexico. You can see it all.
Yeah.
And on the other side of the mountain.
Like Sandia Mountains.
Yeah, yeah. And the other side of the mountain is a pine forest. and Jade and I were walking down this trail, and here comes this chick running, jogging, exercising. That's healthy life choices. She was running by us, and she's wearing a mask. And remember, open air for as far as the eye can see, and then a pine forest. And I'm like,
it's crazy, dude.
I was like, dude, your brain is truly fucking broken.
I love seeing people wear masks now. I'm like, because it's basically a sign. It's like, I'm completely stupid. Yeah. I'm an NPC and believe anything that I'm told. I'm like, perfect.
I was in midair whenever they announced. I was on a plane when they announced like, hey, the masking mandate is now over. Like there was like this celebration, like the air crew and like most of the majority of the plane. Like everybody like celebrates, and then you turn around and you look, and there were some people that were just like. And I was like, it reminded me of like that movie where the guy would put on the glasses, and then he could see who was an alien. Or what was that movie with fucking Roddy Piper? What was it?
Yeah.
That's what it felt like, I
can't remember the name of the movie, but yeah, that shit was funny as fuck.
Yeah, but like that's what it felt like. You got like this weird insight into people's thoughts, because like you're the only guy that's not taking his mask off. Like
my favorite thing ever is I had to fly to Nashville from Toronto. I was up there visiting my wife's family. And I get a call from a buddy, and he's like, hey, I need you to come down here and link up with me. He was running Jordan Peterson's detail.
Oh, wow.
And so I had to I was hanging out with Jordan up and down Broadway and like listening to music, and he was signing on with the Daily Wire at the time. But we were flying back, and my buddy had told Jordan that, I'm a cinematographer, but I had no fucking camera. And Jordan cannot fucking stand Canada, and he's from Canada. And so I filmed this entire thing. And we almost got kicked off the flight because of the mask mandate. And I put the phone over there, like right where, like your tray is. And I'm just sitting there, and we have our mask on. And he's like, why are we wearing this stupid fucking shit? And like, dude, just going off. I have it all in video, and just like, I actually stitch it all together and put it on my YouTube. But I like walk into his hotel room, and he's like putting on his boots, and he's like, well, here we go back to fucking communist Canada, because these nimwits think that 20 years ago some fucking retard was going to blow up the plane with his shoes. I'm like, I love
He's
this
so
guy.
Fucking hilarious.
Yeah,
dude, and he swears more than we do. Like,
oh yeah, no, I've heard this.
And he was also he's one of those guys that you're talking about with your friend that you realize you're the dumbest person in the room. And normally I'm, mid to upper level as far as, I guess, overall intelligence or self-awareness. But when I would have conversations with him, I actually just told myself, like, don't talk. I can't keep up with this. Or I'm having dinner with him, he's asking me questions, and I'm I'm like, do I use smart words and sound smart, or is that going to come off as dumb because he knows I'm not that smart?
That word doesn't mean what you think it means.
It's like verbal jujitsu.
Yeah.
Third degree black belt.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, I'm just going to shut up.
It's like tying you up with your own fucking words.
That's
like,
how
God damn it.
Rogan's got a fucking bit like that he does when he's like talking to Elon. He's like, should I say something? He's like, I bet he doesn't have any fucking friends that are fucking retards. I'll just stay quiet.
Oh shit, dude.
He's like, probably doesn't know anybody else is this dumb.
Actually, I'll take that Jordan Peterson video with the mask and I'll throw it up on our Patreon.
Oh yeah,
that'd be awesome.
That'd be funny.
Yeah, I'll throw it up there.
But yeah, dude, it is truly fucking crazy. And I mean, I was one of the first. I wouldn't say the first. I was one of the proponents when they first decided. What did they say? 2 weeks to
Flatten the
curve, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I meant 2 years.
Dude. So I remember I was with, I can't remember, Art Espinoza. Fucking
R.I.P.
Yeah, rest in peace. That fucking dickhead, man. Fucking great fucking dude. But there's a bunch of us. We're at fucking Longhorn Bar and Grill, which is now the Duke in Mission Valley. We're there drinking and shit, and they're like, hey, it was like the very end of February. And they're like, hey, fucking, we're starting, whatever, March 1st or whatever the fucking they came out and said this, 2 weeks to flatten the curve. And I just remember I posted something on Facebook. There's just like, hey, instead of all the fucking bitching and moaning, let's take these fucking 2 weeks. And of course, I'm sitting there going, take these 2 weeks, go to the gym, better yourself, not knowing, nope, gyms are closed.
Canceled.
You're
Yeah.
take these 2 weeks to fucking, set a goal, like be, do this, be a better person, fucking, whatever, and then meanwhile, like fucking 2 weeks later, I'm like,
The
you
liquor
fucking
store's still open.
motherfuckers. Like,
Wide open.
Yeah.
Thank God, liquor store's open, dude. All right.
Oh, dude, that fucking pandemic fucking created so many fucking alcoholics, dude.
Texas changed their laws about like delivering booze,
Oh,
dude.
dude.
Like,
Shit
yeah,
for
you
that.
can that's how my second kid happened, bro. Like, we like, no, I love you, baby. If you ever watch this, like mommy and daddy
Yeah.
were drinking some margaritas, like 'cause at 8 a.m. because you could, like.
I just remember every week because I'd get together with the fucking neighbors, dude, and we're fucking we'd be sitting out there by the fucking truck, fucking getting after it, dude. Trying to social distance.
Did anyone call you out?
No. But you can see the looks, though. People drive by, and they're just like,
Are those the Oak Ridge boys at it
dude.
again?
But I just remember I'm dumping my fucking trash can into my, like, fucking the recyclable into the fucking blue bin on the curb. And like my neighbor across the street, he's like putting his stuff out there. Dude, it's like you literally would have just dumped this entire cart. And it's like, smash, just bottle after bottle after bottle after bottle, just smash. And he just looks over there and he's just like,
We should be
Jesus
friends.
Christ.
I bet the homeless came all the way up from recycling. They're just like dumpster diving
They're
everyone's
like,
fucking
"Fuck
cans and
yeah."
bottles.
Dude,
Get those bottles.
I'd be lying if I said I did not kind of enjoy it.
I loved it.
That's great,
There
man.
was something great about
Driving during COVID was fucking amazing.
Oh,
my
dude, yeah.
God.
I had that AMG. I had that, that Mercedes at the time, man. And like, I had it all souped up by, Rentec, dude. Like, and I mean, there was no one on the fucking road. And if you did pass a cop, the last thing he wanted to do is stick his head in your fucking window.
No shit.
We just, like the company stayed open because we were the defense industrial base, like we had we were essential, and so, I mean, I remember just flying down the fucking highway and I'm not gonna lie, I traveled all through COVID and it looked like I Am Legend.
Yeah.
Like, I remember walking through
Especially
the airport.
LA.
Yeah, dude, it was like eerily empty. There was no one. I'm like,
It was great.
dude,
I flew through Chicago O'Hare during COVID, and I was like,
Yeah.
are there any airplanes here? Like, where is everybody? It was
everything's
fucking
chained
nuts.
up. There's no restaurants, no stores, nothing like that. It was just empty, dude. I'm like, wow.
We stayed open too. We found a way to finagle staying open. That's why we don't have any fucking signs on our shit, dude.
Yeah.
Because if we close, that means like dozens of other businesses are fucked too.
Yeah.
But we can't close.
Dude, I'll tell you, there was some cool stuff. I'll tell you that some of the cool stuff I remember during COVID, like off the topic, but I remember having to be up in Seattle, like in King County during that time. And, they had like those Vax card mandates. Like you could not sit at a restaurant unless you have that. And then, like Matt Myers, the owner of B Myers, he makes all the lasers for the guns. Like, yeah. So him and I were going to go try to have dinner one night, and neither one of us were fucking vaxxed, dude. And so we couldn't get anywhere. We found an entire underground network of like bars and restaurants in the Seattle area, mind you, that were like fucking. It felt like prohibition, man. Like like secret knock, you know, like that's the password. Yeah, you know, like fuck Obama, you know. Like, but there was that. I think is what it was, a glimpse of what society would look like under some other type of totalitarian scenario if you ever saw it again. But there are, even in the weirdest of places like Seattle, which, by the way, for people that hate cops so much as like the people of Seattle, they sure do love enforcing rules, man, because they were like enthusiastic about like, where's your mask? You know, like fucking, you know, where's your vax card?
Call the cops.
Yeah. It's like, dude, you know, it's like, but there was this entire underground network I thought was kind of cool, to where if it happened again, that network would thrive. There's still people that are like, nah, fuck this shit.
That is a good thing about COVID is I think a lot of people, because they never drew the line there. It never happened, but I do think a lot of people now realize, at least I hope a lot of people now realize they kind of got had. And like your wife, they're more open to it, and they're like, no, I'm not getting fucking taken again. Yeah. You know,
I think a lot of people feel suckered.
Exactly.
Because you get manipulated by the fucking media, and you get manipulated by your government. And next thing you know, you're fucking, like, you're having opinions and feelings about, I mean, you're on a fucking soccer field watching your kids fucking play soccer, and like the mom next to you's not wearing a fucking mask, and all of a sudden you feel the need to get up her ass about it. Mm-hmm. You know?
And they probably feel bad about it later.
And then you look back on that shit and you go, yeah.
She was a smart one.
Yeah. You're like, what the fuck, man? Like, you're like, man, I was totally fucking just hornswoggled.
Yeah, and then you've probably pissed because you were made to look like an idiot and a fool in front of your friends.
Well, it goes to show you all the fucking shit that would come out, man, if there was like the Red Dawn type scenario, and you have all these motherfuckers that are just like fucking, yep, this guy right here.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, they got guns over here. And you'd be like, God damn, dude.
Put them on the train.
Thanks, motherfucker.
Yeah, totally.
But I can totally see how that happened. You know, you ever wondered, like, you know, who dimed out like the chick in the attic? Man, I know now.
Yeah.
I live next door to the bitch. You know, like, I know.
Anne Frank, she's over there.
Yeah, totally. That's exactly
she's in that
what
drop
it is.
ceiling.
But I mean, I saw it with my own eyes, and it's interesting, man. Like, so. But nobody has ever once come up. I remember I posted one time. I posted I had gotten COVID. I was in Vegas. I went to a private hospital and I wanted the monoclonal antibodies, and I had to remind the fucking clown doctor that was there that I'm not because they weren't going to give me the monoclonal antibodies, which were very effective.
Yeah,
and I was pretty sick. I was like, hey, fuck it, this is a private hospital. This is a concierge hospital. I was like, I'm not a patient.
Yeah.
Fuck, I'm a client. Here's my credit card, and I want to purchase, you know, these monoclonal antibodies. And then Jade flew up with ivermectins. At this point, she's already full flat Earth, bro. And like, she was like already like paying our maid, like, who goes to Mexico regularly, like, to bring us back, like,
put this fucking horse paste in your mouth.
Yeah, she was bringing back like suitcases full of ivermectin. Like, Jade was like on the corner giving it out. Like, she's like, like, awesome, so she flew up immediately with ivermectin, and I had a guy bringing IVs in my room and in my suite. You know, and I'm sitting there like getting IVs and ivermectin, and like, I was instantly better.
Yeah, imagine that.
Yeah, 24 hours later, I was like perfectly fine.
To get the Rogan cocktail.
In a D straight to the neck. You know? But anyways, dude, I just I posted that story about I got sick. This is what happened to me. This is what I did, and I felt better. And that was, you've seen all the controversial shit I've posted over 20 years of friendship, right? Oh, yeah. That post was the one that got me unfriended the most.
No shit.
Yeah, and these are people that I've known like since high school and stuff.
Yeah.
Right? But because I'm sitting there promoting ivermectin and IV therapy, and like not that IV therapy would cure you, but it makes you feel less shitty. You know, it kind of takes your uncomfortability down a little bit, dude. And I started to wonder. I'm like, did they wish I died? You know, like, because what, you know.
Yeah, how fucked is that?
Yeah, but I mean, that was the post that actually, but no one ever came back and apologized. And I've seen these people since, right? Not. But no one ever said, you know what, man, I was wrong, dude. You know, it turns out they're Some of that stuff looks like it might have had some merit, or if nothing else, didn't hurt anything. No one ever once came and said, dude,
well, human nature, they're not going to do that. I just hope that even if they're not going to apologize, that they recognize that, and maybe the next time something comes around, they'll be a little more open-minded to it. And I do think that a lot of people kind of open their eyes up to the possibility.
I think the government knows that they can't get away with that shit anymore. I think the only next thing is just aliens.
Dude, there's still motherfuckers that are stupid and gullible. Dude, they're still giving fucking booster shots to people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, your 8th booster. You're like, what
That's
the fuck,
one.
dude? Like, really?
I know, man. It's crazy to me how similar people and relatively smart people too can sometimes just get taken for a ride on it.
Yeah, this wasn't an IQ issue, man. It really was like a personality issue, or kind of an outlook. Or are you the kind of person that changes your own tire? Or are you the kind of person that calls AAA?
Yeah.
It's the same thing with gun owners. The people that choose to carry a gun, they're the people that change their own tire.
Or the person that sits outside their car and just looks at it and like kicks it. And then like stands around, and then like 4 hours later realizes that they have AAA and like, oh fuck, I have roadside assistance. Dude,
I've noticed that it most of the people that really went along with it are people that were educated in like regular institutions, like people who have classical traditional education, because they place a lot of value on this stuff. Like a really good friend of mine, former Marine, entrepreneur guy, one of my best friends. He's an awesome guy, but he's pretty far left, man. And I've always wondered, like, dude, what the fuck? And he's a smart guy. I'm like, how the fuck do you have this background and you're an intelligent person, but you think this way? And then I came to the realization that it's because most of his education, even his business, is very certification oriented.
Yeah.
So he places a lot of value on certification. So it's like, oh, well, these people have the certification, whether that's the news of the government, its entity, organization, whatever. So I believe them, because that's kind of
vetted.
That's his whole that's his whole life is that, and that's why he still to this day thinks that stuff. Because he's smart enough to think for himself, and he does sometimes, but it doesn't override that just inherent need for some kind of certifying body for an opinion.
Well, dude, it was one of the weirdest fucking things, because it was 2021, I believe, like the summer 2021. I was working on a show in Virginia, a Walking Dead spinoff. But Jack Ryan had started kicking off again, like season 3 of Jack Ryan, and I had to fly to Budapest. And so the fucking first time I'd flown overseas since during all the COVID shit, which is a complete fucking nut roll. Like, some of the fucking stewardesses are just like, more wine? And you're like, didn't matter if you had a fucking mask on. She's like, oh, you're drinking. Okay. Leave your mask off. You got a fucking cocktail in your hand. Whereas other ones would want you to be like, all that shit was very like subjective. They're like, it's up to the sky marshals, the fucking stewardesses to kind of enforce those fucking rules. And I mean, you kind of have like your well-being or your livelihood in their hands. Cause I mean, if they fucking throw one fucking stink up, you're fucked. You're literally like, make a fucking stink. You're going to be on the no-fly list, motherfucker.
Oh, yeah.
But I just found it so fucking interesting. I flew in to Budapest, and dude, I had to have like a stack of fucking papers and shit like this. COVID shot like within 48 hours, or not shot, COVID test within 48 hours. And like, dude, they were like going through all your shit with a fucking fine-tooth comb. I was there for like 4 days, flew back to Virginia, was working on the show, and then the show kind of wrapped, and then I was flying back to fucking Hungary, literally like fucking less than 2 weeks later, like 10 days later. And by then they had lifted, like the EU had lifted all their fucking shit. So it was like the first time I flew in, it was like the end of June. And then the next time I flew in, it was like the beginning of July. Dude, I flew in, I got all this fucking paperwork and shit, like thinking it's going to be this huge fucking nut roll again, dude. They open the door and they're just like, come on out. And like nobody had fucking mask on. Yeah. And like the difference fucking 10 days can make.
Yeah.
And like, dude, the fucking airport was just swarmed with fucking people, whereas before it was like, it looked like a fucking hospital ward. Like people were like, goose stepping, like, you go here. Nope, don't step past that fucking line. But as soon as the EU lifted all their shit, whereas, and of course, SAG still, we had to wear fucking masks on set, even though in Hungary they lifted all their shit. So you had all the local workers that were just like, I ain't fucking wearing shit. But all like the American fucking schmucks, we're like wearing our shit, and you had the fucking COVID people coming around like, oh, could you put your mask on, please? And you're like,
dude,
we're fucking outside.
Hollywood was the worst about it.
Oh, dude, it was fucking terrible. And I remember hearing producers and shit be like, we should just mandate everybody gets the fucking vaccine. If you don't want to do it, you're fucking blackballed off the fucking shit. And you're just like, and I'm sitting there going,
so, where's that dude now? I don't think I've ever, with the exception of maybe like a Bill Maher, or something like that. I don't know if I've heard anybody like kind of high profile or they had a microphone, ever walk some of that stuff back.
Yeah.
I mean, dude,
or they talk about how collectively, it was probably that might have been like the wrong call.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, you individually.
Yeah.
Like I remember what you.
I mean,
said.
dude, Schwarzenegger was like, screw your freedom.
Oh, that broke my heart.
People were
man.
like,
I know.
dude,
I was 40 something. And I finally took out my commando poster. I was like, no, Matrix.
Yeah.
The oath broke.
Yeah, I
man.
mean, that would have been something cool to, at least have people walk that shit back and go, yeah, you know what, we were pretty fucked up during this time, and we listened to the government, we listened to the media, we listened to the motherfuckers that we trusted the most to have our best interest, and they fucked us, And the other thing, too, that's kind of fucked up is how they fast-tracked these vaccines, like Pfizer and all this other shit, to the point where, hopefully, I don't have, like, a fucking red dot on my fucking chest. But dude, they basically held all the debate. You can't hold any of these fucking companies culpable for any of this shit. So if you have myocarditis and have a fucking heart attack, and it comes back on Pfizer or
sorry, buddy,
they're like, nah. So sorry about your luck. Like, nope, it wasn't a result of our shit. And they're like, wait a minute. All these fucking things went up like 500 fucking % after the jab.
One of the most interesting articles I read, and then I wish I could find it. But I clearly remember reading it. This is not a figment of my imagination. I remember it.
You don't read.
Yeah. I read this article, and then I could never find it again. But it was super compelling. And what it was actuaries from life insurance companies. And it was like, these are mathematical dorks. These are autistic mathematical dorks. Right. It's just, they're actuaries, dude. Like, that's about as exciting as two turtles fucking, if you had a calculator, and it was the data on like deaths under 50 and the anomalous spike of that, that not COVID related, but it was just how many people were dropping dead of heart attacks. And like, if you're a life insurance company and you're an actuary can probably predict like somewhere around the month that you're going to die.
Yeah,
50 years from now, when you factor in all of these other crazy variables. And so whenever you see some kind of like really a data point that's way off of the way off the standard deviation. Yeah. And I thought that was probably some of the most compelling data out there. But like that thing came up, and then it was quickly taken down. And, and I've searched for it for years, and I can't find it again.
Yeah. But I mean, even how fucked up was the cause of death shit? Like, you literally get fucking blasted by a fucking car and like dead as a motherfucker, and they test you for COVID, and like, died from COVID.
Yep.
Like, what?
That happened to a good buddy of mine. His dad dropped dead on Thanksgiving, and like of a heart attack, and this is even before the vaccines were out, and they literally just chalked it up as
cause of death, COVID.
And that's also because cause of deaths and COVIDs and hospitals and everything, they were being paid, I think it was like $30,000 per patient that died of COVID.
Yeah, I had to go to the hospital during COVID because
heart attack.
No.
Have you seen what kind of things people get stuck in their ass? Have you ever seen that?
Yes. I'm friends with good 3 nurses.
This wasn't that.
Oh, yeah.
Where do you think we got the Darth Invader from?
But dude, I was at the hospital because I punched some dude and had fucking teeth fragments embedded
Seeing
in my
a fucking
knuckle.
pattern here.
And then
I know.
Then it got infected, so I had to like go to the hospital with infection. So I was there for a couple days, and it was fucking like ghost town, dude. There was nobody in the hospital.
Yeah.
The entire floor was like, I think me and like 2 other people. It was fucking. There was nobody there. That's why they're all doing dances, bro. There's nobody in the fucking hospital.
Yeah, dude, that's truly disturbing and it truly kind of fucked time in our country. And I mean, I'd like to say I hope people fucking learn from that shit. Yeah, I mean, I lucked out. I was luckily going through fucking film school when that shit happened. It actually worked out to my advantage. But
Yeah. I was in college. I was getting drunk. I was surfing, running from the cops, skateboarding around OB with a blunt and then a margarita. Just like no fucks given, dude.
I will say the fucking when they greenlit all the the takeout fucking alcohol because we had invested in that distillery up in Long Beach.
Yeah,
and dude, they're like, oh shit, this is how we're gonna make all our money back. You know,
Y'all getting paid today.
yeah. But it was like. But I don't know, man. It's just, you look back on that shit and you go, God damn, how the fuck me included, how the fuck were any of us that fucking gullible? Because, I mean, we're like March, dude. I'm like, fuck, man, I got to go to the hardware store. I'm like, sanitize the fuck out of my hands, you know, like go inside, like fucking touch something, like pay for it, like go outside, sanitize my hands.
Well, yeah, but because before the data came out, you just didn't know. I mean, you see all these people dropping dead in China, which we now know is bullshit. But I mean, you just didn't know.
Yeah.
And then the data came out, and you're like, okay, something's not adding up. But you still don't really know until it actually it plays its course. And you're like, wait, this fucking it wasn't ever a thing.
Yeah.
And then you look at the flu deaths over the years.
They went away.
And it's gone.
Yeah.
No one died of the flu during
Nobody
COVID.
had
They're
the
the
flu.
exact same.
Yeah.
Like, fuck, man.
Yeah.
That was the only number I needed
Take
to
one
see.
more of those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the fucked up shit, man. Like, I mean, I feel bad for some of the elderly that had to die alone and shit like that.
Oh,
That's
dude,
just
that's the worst.
unforgivable,
You know,
man.
Yeah.
But then at the
It's
same
unforgivable,
time,
dude.
you look back on that shit and you're like,
And then also all the service members that got booted and blackballed. And then now it's like, hey, you can come back with back pay.
yeah.
I'm like, I'm going to do that and then fucking get right the fuck out. Then I'm going to
Yeah.
smoke a blunt.
How many family businesses closed down forever, though, man? You know, how
Forever.
many
Dude,
institutions?
we lost our fucking business because of that shit.
Yeah,
you know?
I think my son has, well, not now, but we had to send him to speech therapy because I mean, at the time that he's learning how to fucking talk was during this period, dude. And there's a mask over your fucking face, and a lot of learning to talk is watching the person's mouth move. You know, I mean, he's good to go now. I'll tell you this,
He
man.
just drops F-bombs constantly.
Yeah. Like, really another. Fuck. But
You're like, good job, son.
all right.
Yeah.
He's back. But there were a lot of unintended consequences, man, and you still don't. And there's really no long-term data on what. There's no 10-year data set. There's no way you don't really know how bad it really is yet. So
Well, the education system too. I mean, how many fucking retards do we have now that never did school and their parents aren't sitting here hovering over their computer?
I'll tell you another thing that died, man.
Yeah.
Like another thing that truly died, and it's never going back to normal, is just like customer service in general. I wouldn't say customer service was super stellar before COVID, right? But I mean, across the board, man. I mean, I don't care if you're going to go buy a pair of pants or if you're going to do a dry cleaner, if you're going to whatever, like something broke there where like nobody gives a fuck. I'm convinced, man, that if you were to open the Yellow Pages to any random page and throw a dart, you could make a lot of money doing whatever that dart landed on if you just didn't treat people like shit.
Yeah.
If all you did was just greet people at the door, and like actually like kind of when a company, small or large, so it's true for the air. I remember when the airlines used to overcompensate you, like if they oversold a flight or
We're
they fucked
so
something up.
sorry that your thing was late. We'll give you a complimentary ticket or
Here's
now
a
it's just all
complimentary
like
ticket.
$15
eat a
voucher.
dick,
yeah.
bag it.
Here's a fucking $7 voucher to Cinnabon, dude. Like, what? I missed my fucking wedding.
Here's 2 vouchers.
Yeah. I guess you'll be eating 2.
You can get 2 cinnamon rolls, sir.
But I'm saying small and large companies, when they would fuck something up, they would go out of your way because like customer retention was a thing. Like that is all gone now. Like customer service across every industry is shit, and it really broke during COVID. And it was during COVID whenever you'd go to, I don't know, like Hudson News in the airport, and you would get a bottle of water and you would scan it yourself and then pay and then ask for a fucking tip.
I know, right?
Like, when did that shit start? We're like, hey, it's going to ask you a few questions. I'm like, well,
You like spin the iPad around. You're like 30%.
Yeah, it's gonna ask you some questions. I'm like, well, I'm gonna answer them. No, I'm a pretty generous tipper for things that are traditionally worthy of a tip, like like the server, the bartender, your barber. Like those are all tip, kind of things. But all of a sudden, there were a lot of professions that entered into the tip world. I'm like, what? I
went to the liquor store the other day and bought a bottle of Emerald Spear there, and fucking the guy turns over the iPad and asks for a tip. I'm like, for fucking what?
You didn't pour it in my mouth.
Yeah, and I hit other, and he's like, and the second
you hit
other,
in the back.
You're on that iPad just 2 seconds longer than the other person that just hits 20 and fucking like walks away with it. And I'm like, other, and he's like, oh, this fucking guy.
Yeah.
Anyways,
that shit blows my fucking mind.
Yeah.
And, I mean, even with like Starbucks.
Well, I think part of that is cross sectionality with the younger generation, just having like. I hate to generalize it because there are some younger people that are like really fucking stellar dudes that get it, but a lot of them there's this massive entitlement they want everything for fucking nothing. They don't want to do the work,
but can't look you in the eyes either.
Yeah, when they want a tip and they get pissed when they don't get it. I'm like, dude, this is not how humans interact. This is not how humans fucking work.
Isn't it? First of all, when did it become commonplace? Like you're saying. If you go to a place and order food, like you're not being waited on. You're not. Like I totally understand the fucking food service, the people who are in the industry, like fucking Morton's or something. They're like eating a fucking good fucking steak and coming up and hey, you want more wine or they're waiting on you and they're providing a service versus the person that's
ringing you up, dude.
Yeah, it's literally like or
Chipotle or something.
Yeah, you want fries with that? It's like.
Yeah, but I do think it's a great opportunity
for
like if you were
bagging my meal correctly.
Yeah. But if you're a younger guy or girl, but the opportunity is there. If you're a younger person now and you understand this, you can fucking steamroll people. You know what I mean? Like you just go above and beyond just a little bit, just a fucking tiny bit.
Yeah.
And you can just create an experience and get everybody to you.
Well, but now, and I know quite a few bartenders because San Diego pretty much runs off of, the bartending industry and the restaurant industry is now they do this fucking communist split pot thing. So now the guy that's fucking dragging ass and hungover and doing all your tables is making, now you have to split your tips with them even though you fucking like put out and you're putting in 110.
Yeah.
And like, so now that's decentivizing people to be good, which is your point.
Dependent though?
Yeah.
See, I mean, I would get like breaking off like the bussers. Like something, right? Like they're like some kind of like set cut or something. The cook, some kind of set cut.
The sushi chef.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're splitting it with like Matilda, like the bitch that like my ice has been melted for her. So now I don't get
the hostess wouldn't give me the fucking nice table near the TV. Like fuck you, bitch.
I never thought I'd say that. This is how I know I'm getting old, but I really do feel out of touch with the younger generation. And have you looked at the numbers, dude? Because have you looked at the amount of young people who do not drink and do not fuck?
It's crazy.
Well, and not to mention all the ads that are getting out for Hims. And all the blue pills, the blue chews for, lasting longer. And it's all of that stuff as well.
Dude, okay, fine. You're over 45 or you're over whatever. Okay, like, whatever the case. But I'm saying, like, they're advertising this to, like the aggregate testosterone level of the country has plummeted, dude. Right? So that's interesting. But I'm saying I've read some of the research data, and like I'm not saying this is a bad thing, but I think drinking is down 54%.
It is. I work for a liquor company, and I've seen those numbers and those metrics, and now all the NAs and everything coming up.
I'm just curious, like, what the fuck are they doing?
All right.
Right?
Boys, we got to make up for it.
Hey, listen, I helped with that curve for many years.
You're like, I'm good at it.
But so like to drink, and I'm not like,
The plank holder.
I'm not saying that people should go drink, dude. That's not what I'm getting at. But I'm saying it's interesting.
Well,
it's interesting data, right? And then also like the number of like young people who do not have sex, which like, dude, I'm sorry, man.
Is that by choice though? Or is that because they're losers?
I think it's because people have supplemented their reality with like some kind of digital reality, dude. And so
Like porn?
like either porn or they're just fucking around on like games or
Oculus.
Yeah.
Yeah, but dude,
I
like,
bought that for porn.
I mean like at our age, right? Because like at 18, fucking 20, there was like drink, fight, fuck, dude. That was
Yeah.
really, that was like you were gonna end the night one of three ways, dude. Maybe sometimes all three.
That's why I have it. That's why I have it tattooed on me.
Yeah, drink, fight, fuck. Like there was like what else is there? But I think it's because people aren't social. What's so weird, dude? Like, think about some of the social norms that are going away. Right? There was 2 days. There was 2 days in a man's life that you show the fuck up, dude. That's when he's married and like his funeral, dude. Like, I mean, like that's that's like the mark of like, yeah, I've known Bob 30 fucking years. I'm gonna be there. I was his groomsman and his pallbearer, dude. Like, you show up, right? That's not true anymore. Like, Bob died. Well, I'm gonna write something on his wall. Bob, you were great.
I'll send flowers.
No, not even that. Eat the digital flowers. Like, boop, boop.
Right.
Like, what the fuck, dude?
Exactly.
It's the same thing with like, buddies' weddings and stuff like, well, yeah, man, I posted on your wall. So
Yeah.
I wonder if like you backtrack that to like the segue that got us on here. Well, dude, like most of the drinking we did when we were younger was like in groups of, we'd all get together. We'd start off at, at the apartment on, not on Garnett. Barrel, dude.
Yep.
Barrel, dude, yeah. We'd start there. And
Bayard. Yeah, Bayard, yeah.
Bayard, yeah. We start there, start drinking, man, and go hit like, Silver Fox, dude? And,
I love that.
Oh, that's
Is it still there?
Bear.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Silver
It
Fox is
survived.
indestructible.
Yeah.
So is Typhoon Saloon still there?
The places, but now it's like it's some Mexican joint. I think Fred's or something like that.
Okay.
But after Steel Panther left, because there's Metal School. At the
Metal
time,
School, yeah.
which Wednesday night used to be the biggest
That
night
was the
in BB.
best thing in the world, dude.
Fucking amazing. Those guys got voted #1 cover band of all time.
Dude, as they should.
As they
Really?
should. They're incredible.
Yeah, as they should.
I think they have a spot in Vegas now.
Vegas, yeah.
They're
No
so
shit.
fucking good. Yeah.
That was the
That's fucking crazy.
Those nights were so fun, dude.
Oh, dude, they're the best, man. It was so fun. Like, and you could drink on the beach.
Yeah.
On the bay. Like, I kind of feel bad.
Moonshine Beach.
Oh, it's
that's
Moonshine
right.
Beach
That's
now?
what it is. Yeah, which is pretty fun. It's not the same vibe though. Like line dancing isn't the same.
I like
as
Moonshine
80s
Flats
metal,
better.
No, dude, that was awesome. Yeah, that was, but anyway, so like I don't think people get together like that. I don't think they're social like that. I don't think there's like there doesn't seem to be big friend circles, man.
Yeah.
People seem to be a lot more isolated and a little more disconnected.
There's
And then
two things. I think it's #1 that the new generation they don't have the same view of social interactions as we did, and two is because a lot of them grew up during COVID, so they didn't develop that at the time, and now they're kind of like set in their ways, and this whole chunk of people growing up, it's like I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do, because humans want the same things for centuries. Like we want connection, we want community, we want these things.
Maslow's needs.
yeah, well,
so,
sure,
that's what we need. Yeah, and so I think, and I don't know, but I would imagine a lot of these guys are probably going to have some kind of deficit or some kind of I don't want to say problem, but I think it's going to manifest itself in some different way, and I don't know what the answer is. I mean, I enjoy drinking. I think it's a great time. I think it's a great bonding experience within reason, of course.
What?
But I look at it as like a tool because I know myself and I know that when I'm not drinking, to be honest, I'm not that fucking interesting. I'm not that cool. I'm not that funny. I have a couple of drinks. I should probably have a drink actually, but yeah, I'm better at being the person I want to be.
A little loosen up.
Like three drinks.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm a better version of myself. Not six. Six. Maybe not that good.
If I'm good with 3, I must be great with 6 or 9.
If I could stay at 3, I think I could have. conquered the world. Problem is, I sail right past 3, dude. You know, I'm like,
3's the appetizer in the hotel room.
Yeah,
Dude.
but dude, we had this conversation too about like team guys as well, about the newer generation of team guys.
Yeah.
And like being at that VHP thing down at the SEAL Foundation, the Warrior Fitness thing that they do. And there was a handful of team guys that were coming. They were getting out, and they send them to that, and they have this weekly, like, it's not a round table because it's a long table, but they have a weekly session where all the dudes are sitting there talking, and a bunch of the guys are like, dude, we go on trips. I mean, my first experience, my first platoon, my OIC was a fucking stud, dude. And he set the fucking pace. He was like, hey, when we're on a fucking trip, first night we're in fucking town, everybody goes out. Everybody, if you don't drink, you're gonna fucking hang out. If you want to get one soda and
Breaking
then
bread.
fucking leave.
Yeah, totally.
But that's how it happened. So, dude, every time we went out, fucking boom. First night in town, everybody's out.
Who doesn't want to do that with your boys?
Well, dude, now, so these cats are saying, like, man, like, you're really chastised for mandatory fun. It's like, oh, well, you know, and I think it's kind of the same shit as, like,
But what do they do instead? Like sit at home and sharpen their knife or something?
oh, he's
do
like,
push-ups in the
dudes
dark?
are like fucking eating well and fucking working out and fucking do, you know, not to say that's not a good thing to
Can do that
but
as well, yeah.
guys are literally like planning their meals, and I'm not saying that's not a good thing, but he was just saying it's highly chastised now by not only the higher ups in the command going, well, maybe you guys shouldn't be going to fucking bars and fucking
Man,
drinking.
some of the best times of my life have been drinking with my friends.
Well, dude, not to say like the camaraderie built. I mean, I'm going out the fucking door to get my fucking jihad on, and fucking goddamn right, I want to build some fucking camaraderie with the fucking guys I'm going down range with. Because
It's a good test too. I think because alcohol is a great truth serum.
yeah,
And I think it really reveals a lot of who you are, you know? I mean, within reason. But if somebody's like barely holding, they're really a shitbag.
keeping their shit
but
together.
but they're fucking like not, they're holding it in. Get a couple drinks in them. Man, that shitbag's going to come out.
Yeah.
You'll fucking see the real thing. Like I'm generally a happy drunk. When I'm drinking, I'm like super nice and everything. But also, this has got me in trouble before where I'm like, I'm super nice. But because I'm so nice, I take offense when people are assholes, and then I'm get myself in some fucking heated situations.
Yeah. You're like, hey, you didn't say fucking thank you, motherfucker.
Dude, totally. I know. I've learned to be.
I just pulled this guy's fucking bar stool out for him, and he didn't even say thank you. What a son of a bitch. You're gonna die, clown.
Oh shit. You guys want to take a? I gotta pee. You guys want to take a break?
Yeah.
Of the energies? Yeah, I can't tell the difference. I just put them all down.
Yeah, they all taste pretty good. I haven't noticed a difference in the way they taste. I gotta tell Mitch to not send stuff for a while because we've got like 9 bottles of the greens and shit.
Oh,
and
no, I use that shit all the time.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, please take some.
All right, I'm almost out. I love that stuff.
We got a lot.
It's like how I proved to my wife after the podcast when I put it like my Nutrafol hair collagen
Look at
powder
me,
in
I'm
there.
healthy.
Yeah, with the green stuff, and I'm just like sitting there, and she's like, "Oh, he's on a good kick." Meanwhile, I'm like burping up tequila.
You got a little crumbs on your beard there. Looking good. Looking good. All right, so we're back in. So we were talking on the break a little bit about the rest of the stories that we want to get through. There's so many. I think a funny one would be those of you guys have been following the podcast for a while. I fucked the story up when I was trying to tell it, but it's basically the one where Mike got Texas law changed because he was at a hotel with no pants and a fully automatic weapon. I forgot it was suppressed too until I saw the picture.
You're Porky Pig in it with the gun.
Omni? This is the Omni?
Downtown, downtown Omni, nice place, man.
Are you allowed back?
Yes, apparently.
Well, so Texas law actually got changed because he got wrongly arrested and they took the gun. They got it back a year later. But yeah, you tell, because I told my side of it, but I don't fully know your side because I didn't see you until like a year later.
Dude, yeah. So I always, the joke is like, if you ever partied so hard, you got a state law rewritten.
I saw this post on Instagram the other day, and I saw your comment. I'm like, oh fuck, I can't wait to hear about this.
Like the answer's yeah, I did. I didn't set out to be a hero. it just worked out that way. Dude, we went up to Austin to go. We were gonna film something, I think, with Wes Whitlock or something. So we brought some rifles and you guys were still working together at the time. And like we were just coming up. I mean, like I said, any exposure would have been great for us. So I brought. I brought like the suppressed Mark 18 up there, and we were going to do some shooting. And Ryan and I got a room. We split a room at the Omni Hotel, man. A nice place. And we all go out that night. I mean, was it the same night as this, dude?
I don't. Maybe it was because we didn't go to the Yellow Rose that often.
No, dude.
It must have been that night.
So, well, we go to the strip club, man, and. I don't know if it was the same night or not, man, but I do know, we were feeling pretty good.
It was a great night.
And
good time.
there was this girl I knew up there in Austin. So I ducked out before you because I invited this girl to come meet me at the hotel. And you stayed because you're fishing. So I get up to the room. And she hadn't gotten there yet, and I don't know why I took my pants off. I mean, like I know why I would have eventually, but I mean, I don't know why I had it already. And I guess I was like, I don't know if I was changing. Anyways, point is like there's a suppressed select fire Mark 18 like laying on the bed, and I'm like, I'm gonna get this out of here because dude, I don't know what kind of illicit shit you're. New friends might bring home, or and the girl I was like, I'm gonna get this out of here, dude. And oddly, I mean, I was feeling pretty good, but I still had my wits enough to like say, hey, I should probably get the machine gun out of the room before the stripper shows up, So I grabbed this rifle, and there's no case or anything, right? I mean, like, but the bolt's locked to the rear. There's no mag in the gun. I mean, like the gun is clear. And I just get in the elevator, and I'm in my boxer shorts and like this, like I think I'm buttoned down. And I get into the elevator,
full Porky Pig, dude.
I mean, I'm holding the rifle like in by far like the least threatening manner. I'm holding it by the buttstock, like the rifle's like like the suppressor's like on the ground.
Like low ready, dude.
Well, yeah, no. I'm like,
was that high porking it?
And by the way,
high porking it.
Like I can imagine how, like if you're listening to this in New York or New Jersey or California or something like that, I can imagine how this just sounds fucking absurd. Like dude, in Texas, it is absolutely legal to bear arms. I mean, bear a long. And by the way, I wasn't even. It wasn't like I had this thing slung. I wasn't walking into a Chipotle with a fucking a PKM, dude, like, which you can, by the way. Let's just make that clear. Like you totally legally can.
Well, you can now, thanks to you.
So I mean, like I'm riding the elevator. And mind you, this is like 2:30 in the morning, right? So this is not rush hour. There's nobody there. It is a ghost town. There's no one in the lobby. There's no one anywhere. I'm gonna ride. I'm gonna go downstairs. I'm gonna throw this in the trunk of the car, lock it up, and then go back upstairs and wait for my guest. Bing, door
fluff it up a little bit.
yeah, exactly, right? Come on, you can do it. So, bing, door fucking opens, and like I walk out of the thing. The first human I bump into is an Austin Police Department cop, a uniformed cop. He's there, like off duty, but like he's working, like he's working security there, right?
Yeah.
And dude, I just like, hey, what's up? I walk right past him. I don't even think anything of it because like where I'm like, dude, my career is working with police officers, and I'm always standing around with the gun, like I'm there,
Usually with pants on, but
I usually have pants on, yeah, and usually like I'm an invited guest, like the department or something, right? Not this time. So I'm holding on, like, hey, what's up? Like I just keep walking as if like there's no issue because in my mind there's not. Dude, right. I have an unloaded like about 2 steps out of the elevator. Hey, like,
he's not talking to me.
Yeah, like, I wonder, like somebody's in trouble. I'm just keep walking, like.
Hey, you with no pants.
Yeah. I turn around, he's like, what?
Hey, you with the skid marks.
Shit. He's like, what the fuck are you doing? I was like, it's like, I don't. And this is why I hate the news, man. I hate because like this story came out in the news.
No way.
Yeah. What I told the officer was like, hey, man, we're having some friends over, and I didn't feel comfortable with this rifle up in the room. I'm gonna put it in the trunk.
Very reasonable.
Yeah. He's like, what? He's like, yeah. He's like, is that a suppressor? I'm like, yeah, dude. It's, it was.
Check it out.
Yeah, exactly. Like, hey, man, yeah, it's a suppressor. Like, I'm thinking he's asking because he's in. Dude, he's like, put that on the fucking ground.
That's a dope fucking rifle.
Yeah, no, he was not a fan. So put that on the ground. Dude, he handcuffs me, and then I'm confused. I'm like, I don't know why. And he's like, that's a silencer. I'm like, yes. He's like, are you a cop? I'm like, do I look like a cop? I mean, I have no pants on in the middle of the
Not only that, but at this point, you're like, motherfucker, you already fucking handcuffed me. Don't you think some of these questions you should have asked me before you put me in handcuffs? You fucking prick.
Yeah. This is America.
Yeah. Like, are you a cop? I'm like, well, clearly not, So, anyways,
I'm Hunter Biden.
I get booked into jail, man. I get booked into jail with.
Did he give you any reason or anything? He just like
no. He said that you can't own a suppressor unless you're a cop.
So he's obviously a fucking moron.
Well, he's clearly not right. So they confiscate the weapon. They put me in jail, and what they charged me with was possession of a prohibited weapon.
Even though you're the manufacturer.
Oh yeah, dude, in the grip of that rifle is like the tax stamps, and not just that, but my SOT and everything else, right? I'm like, I make these for a living. This is what I do, Like, matter of fact, I think the Austin Police Department now carries some of my guns, So I get booked in there, and I'm in jail.
Did they let you get your pants?
No,
you're in boxers.
No. I'm in Travis County Jail with like no pants on, and which like. I wasn't the only one, thank God. I was the only innocent one, I suppose. I don't know what that guy's problem is, but he looks crazy.
All the people sitting there licking their chops.
Yeah. So
another one in his underwear.
I get bonded out the next day, and I have to walk back from Travis County Jail to the Omni Hotel, no pants.
Uber just blows right by him.
I fucking walk there. I walk in like the door, and I walk up to the front desk, and they're like, "Sir, we're so sorry," and they hand me like my little duffel bag, and they're like, "That was it." I got my shit. I go home. 8 fucking months. So, by the way, on my drive home back to San Antonio, the detective from the Austin Police Department, who's like their, I guess, evidence guy, who's also like their weapons guy that I guess they called an expert in on this. He's like, dude, let me guess, you have a tax stamp? I'm like, yep. He's like, all right, I know exactly what I'm looking at. He was super cool. He's like, I'm going to walk this over right now. He's like, can you email me copies of like your tax stamps and your SAT, blah, blah, blah. Can you send me all that stuff? Instantly, like before the sun goes down.
It's in the fucking grip.
Yeah.
Guess what? You already have it.
Here you are. But I will email it to you, right? And I do, like, before the sun goes down of the next day, the serial numbers matching the tax stamps and everything else are like transmitted. He hand walks this over to the DA in Austin, like, hey, because in Texas at the time, it was called it's a defense to prosecution. Before my arrest, if a police officer saw you with like a machine gun or a silencer or something like that, they could arrest you, take your stuff, okay, charge you, and then as a defense to prosecution, you could present your documents and then prove your innocence.
Holy shit.
Okay?
So you're guilty until proven innocent.
You're in that case, exactly. That's guilty until you prove your innocence, right? Well, that's not how America works, buddy.
No.
The onus of guilt is on the state. So, anyways, before we get to how the state law got changed, 8 fucking months, dude, of having to go back and forth to Austin to court appearances because I had a friend inside the DA's office who would tell me, like, it was a female district attorney at the time. She had the entire office working on, like, what can we charge him with? There's got to be something we can charge him with. Like this does not feel like it should.
Like Navy JAG.
Yeah, like this does not feel like it should be legal. And what's interesting, like allegedly, I was intoxicated. Allegedly, all right. Well, there's a fucking law about being drunk with a concealed handgun. There's a law about being drunk with the handgun, but like Texas never thought to write something in there about being drunk with the machine gun. Not my fault. not my fault, you know? Like,
Hey, not only that, but did they make you blow, or did they even take blood or anything?
No, dude. There was like I said, allegedly, right?
Yeah.
Okay, 8 months of going back and forth, and they finally realized like there's legitimately nothing they can. First of all, you're allowed to carry a long rifle in Texas, dude. Like I'm licensed, I'm legally allowed to possess these weapons, and so finally, begrudgingly, they dropped the charges, and then I have to go to a hearing, like a property hearing, to retrieve my weapon. And the judge at the hearing is like befuddled. It's like, how is this possibly legal? Like like, why am I'm compelled by law to return your property, but I don't know why. And so,
Dude, what is wrong with these motherfuckers, dude?
Dude, this is Austin,
That's
Texas.
pretty
dude.
crazy that I mean, I
Like
can
you can-
understand this shit happen in San Diego.
Like you can own it, but you're not allowed to like have it. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
But that's just it. That they didn't even believe that I was allowed to own it. Okay, like so, fuck having it. Like bear it. You know, I didn't like own it. So fast forward, man. Like they ended up signing my stuff. Like you and I are together. We went back. We were in Austin together the day that we went to the property room to pick my fucking rifle.
It was like exactly a year to the day. I think.
Pretty much. Like the DJ on the Austin radio was
That's
like,
right.
"Hey, Mike, try to keep your pants on this time." You know,
That's
like,
right.
yeah.
Wes hooked it up with the radio announcer.
Yeah.
Nice.
So we go retrieve the rifle. It's like carved on. Like they had someone took a knife and like engraved their initials on it for like the evidence room and stuff. Which I still have the gun. I mean, like it's going in my own little personal shadow box one day.
Okay,
Right?
thanks, assholes. Thanks for fucking defacing my property.
Yeah. So I get the rifle back. But like most people would stop there. Most people are like, you know what? That's behind me now. Let's move on. I'm like, no, fuck that. So I went and I did a lot of work with lobbyists at the time. There was a guy named Todd Rathner. And this guy, he's a lobbyist. He travels the country and he does this. I'm like, dude, we need defense to prosecution reform in Texas. I was like this is bullshit. They shouldn't be able to arrest you and take your legally owned possession and take it from you, spend a night in jail, $20,000 in legal fees, and all this bullshit for like something that like, there's legitimately like black and white documentation that like this is all kosher. And
I mean, did you get any of those fucking bond or any of that bullshit back?
fuck no, dude. I got something way better though.
Just sued the fuck out of those cockbags.
I got something way better, man. My case is the case that Todd Rathner used to go before like the Texas lawmakers, and believe it or not, it passed unanimously.
No shit.
Yeah, so it's called the Texas Defense to Prosecution Reform, and since that, and Abbott signed it into law. I still have it. Okay, after that, you cannot be arrested for possessing a machine gun, a silencer, or whatever else, unless there is unless beyond a shadow of a doubt that it is fucking illegal. If not,
in a what do you call it?
Or in the commission of a crime or something like that, right?
Yeah.
But like if someone pulls you over and you have a suppressed SBR on the back of your seat right now, like they cannot. At the time, there was no recourse. At the time, it was perfectly legal to arrest you, and you would prove your innocence in court.
Even though there's no fucking probable cause for them to even search your fucking vehicle at that point.
Well, dude, I mean,
They would look back there and be like, "Is that a fucking?"
Oh yeah,
Yeah, motherfucker.
Well, if it was in plain sight,
Eat
right?
shit and
I guess
die.
in my case, with with no pants, that is a short barrel rifle, bro. But no, but so they
Yeah, but look how big the diameter is.
yeah, it's a heavy caliber,
Like a tuna can.
But yeah, so I mean, they passed this law. I got this bill passed, and that's where I was satisfied. It was not just so much to get the charges dropped. It wasn't to get my property back. It was that so it didn't happen again, because like Texas is lauded as this,
Freedom Inc.
Freedom Inc. Yeah, it's like the last holdout for freedom, right? But like Texas honestly does not have really the best gun laws, dude.
Oh,
That's
I thought you were
crazy.
going to say something about Pornhub.
But there are other states that have, I think, better gun laws than Texas, and like this is one of those things that should not have been. But anyways, passed unanimously. Even the Democrats signed it because it's so kind of
Common sense.
Yeah. And so yeah, man, like
Surprised you're the first person who's ever well, maybe you weren't the first person, but
yeah, I mean,
had to prove your innocence, and then
I think most people would have stopped there. I think most people, because when I said that it came out in the news, the next day in the Austin newspaper, the American State or Statesman or whatever the paper is, there's a man arrested in the Omni Hotel with fucking suppressed AR-15, and then they quote me in the thing. Well, I told the cops, like, hey, dude, we're having people come over. I don't feel comfortable with the rifle upstairs while these people are coming over. That's what I fucking said. In the newspaper, the cop said, he says, I'm not feeling I'm feeling kind of unsafe. I don't feel comfortable with, like, you know, having this rifle with me.
Like, it's not what I said.
Like as if I was like suicidal or homicidal or something like, yeah, you know, like, yeah, 1,000-yard stare, you know, like no, dude, that's not like.
Guy was looking at me with a weird look on his face with a boner.
yeah. I mean, oddly enough, it did not make the paper. Well, he had no pants. I think that would have been more interesting than the quote.
I'm surprised
you know,
they didn't write that in there.
I had to walk back all the way downtown Austin. But I guess, thank God I was Austin. And no one thought that was weird. They're like, it's just a fucking guy.
The jail's pretty close.
Well, I mean,
the jail's pretty close too to the Omni.
I mean, it's distance is relative, my man. When you have no pants on, it's a hike.
Yeah.
I had no shoes, you know. But again, Austin, like, no one blinked an eye.
Wait, did you have socks on or just barefoot?
I think I had one sock on.
Even better.
I had one sock on, dude.
So now you're just another tweaker.
Somebody's probably walking by or driving by, like, man, that guy had a night, bro.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I guess someone like throws me a dollar.
I can see you get back to the Omni. They're like handing you your shit. Like, we can only find one sock.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense.
Well, we hope you enjoyed your stay.
But dude, I mean, this probably happened hundreds of times before. It's just nobody is willing to put the work in to fight it.
So when I'm not running a gun company, or, you know, I do a lot of Second Amendment activism. I participate in everything from informing legislation to funding litigation. I mean, I'm very active in the Second Amendment fight. When I'm not doing all this, I also consult for law firms, because this thing is not super isolated. Like, this is not a knock on police. Dude, I work with police officers all over the country. Some of my this is not a knock on law enforcement. What it comes down to is that gun law is so convoluted.
Yeah,
and gun law is so. It is so unnecessarily complex that you can't really expect people to truly know all of it. It's like the fucking tax code or something, right? I mean, unless you specialize like in tax law, you don't know the tax code, right? So when you start looking at the configurations of a gun, you know, and like, you know, is that a pistol? Is that a rifle? Does it have a vertical foregrip? Well, then that's any other weapon. That's an NFA item. Okay, but it has a stock. Now it's a short barrel rifle, but it doesn't. But it's over 26 inches, and it has a vertical grip and a pistol brace. So then now that's called an other. You know, like, and you just you're talking
what
about,
county are you in?
And, exactly. But I'm saying, but just in like an AR-15 platform. Okay, unless you're walking around with the fucking measuring tape and is it over 26 inches, can it have this vertical? If the foregrip on the rifle is vertical, you know, and it has a pistol stock and it's less than 26 inches, or a pistol brace and it's less than 26 inches, that's a felony. If that fucking foregrip has an angle to it
it's
of
a
any
45,
or anything, then dude, you're right.
88.
88. Yeah, it has an 88-degree angle to it versus 90. It's not perpendicular. It's like,
that ain't vertical, bitch.
Yeah.
Wow.
Guess what, dude? You're right back to being a regular old law-abiding citizen.
That's crazy, dude.
So, you know, so you come into these situations where, like, you know, you look at how contact was made with like officers and citizens and stuff. And so I get it. You know, if you get pulled over for a fucking DUI or something, and this is in your back seat, okay, and like that's usually when I get called. It's not because of, you know, like there's cops hanging out at the shooting range like looking to see who's. That's not how it happens. What happens is, like, on top of this poor bastard's DUI charge, now he's also charged with like the illegal possession of a short barrel rifle or something.
Yeah. And,
you know, unless you specialize in that stuff, it's pretty nuanced. And so to be able to go in there and be like, no, that's not the right.
Yeah.
So yeah, anyways, that's how Texas Defensive Prosecution Reform happened. Dude.
well, dude, thank you for taking the fight to them on that, man.
Yeah.
That needs to happen more often.
Because hardly anybody will.
Yeah.
No, yeah, they've like.
Or they don't have the means.
I'm the guy that gets. I've spoken at many state capitals. I've helped inform many pieces of legislation. If there's a tweet from like a high profile politician that sounds competent on the Second Amendment, there's a decent chance I might have helped with that.
No shit.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So, I mean, I'm involved in this, like, because I ideologically believe in it. And so then when it happened to me, I'm like, like,
Put your money where your mouth is.
yeah, okay, well, here we go. And we got it done, man.
Yeah.
Who are there other legislators in Texas besides Crenshaw that are team guys?
Luttrell.
Yeah.
Luttrell. Yeah.
Oregon.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, Luttrell is, dude. And, dude, Dan Crenshaw's had me on his podcast, man. He's called to ask me questions specifically about, like, whenever the pistol brace thing was happening. I know Dan gets he's a
Polarizing figure.
He's a polarizing figure, and he gets quite the lightning rod. I'm not going to get into any of that stuff, but I was on his podcast, and then the very next day he was on the floor, arguing the pistol brace fiasco, which would have been a disaster, right? You're talking about overnight criminalizing millions of Americans.
Yeah.
For something they legally purchased in good faith, bought, owned, whatever. Luckily, that thing's been walked back. But I mean, these are the kinds of stuff that. And by the way, I look at my case. What happened to me? If that pistol brace thing would have stood, like, unless you actively follow along with gun legislation, like, unless this is something that you actively pay attention to, as like part of your culture or something. Mm-hmm. I'm not talking about the guy that passively bought a gun one day, threw it in a safe 3 years ago, just bought it on a whim. If he did not know that this thing was this rule change would have been happening, well, the next time he got pulled over, he would have been
a felon.
A felon.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about some municipal fine. I'm not talking about a parking ticket. I'm talking
lose
10 years
all your rights. Yeah.
10 years in prison.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Man.
So this isn't like a little deal.
I don't think people realize, like, the if they haven't dealt with the legal system before, they generally think like, oh, it's do the right thing, trust the system. Man, the system, especially like having gone through California court system, especially family court, bro, they do not give a fuck. They are not out. They're not your fucking friends, dude.
And I mean, we were talking about some of this shit yesterday on the show about, the whole defund the police type shit, in terms of, like, no, don't defund them. Like, give them more fucking money so you can actually train them. And I think some of this has validity, but, like, with cops looking at something and go, like, for example, going, you can't own that. It's like, fucking calm down, buddy. Like, obviously I can, or, I mean, not to say you wouldn't have it illegally, but I mean, there are certain extenuating circumstances for fucking everything, And I mean, there's obviously cops that are very well versed in the law, and then there are fucking cops that are high up in the fucking hierarchy that have either slipped through, don't know the law, haven't been trained. I mean, I'm not trying to belittle cops or badmouth cops. I fucking
No, of course not.
support, most of the law enforcement and everything. But it goes along with the same thing with, you can always be trained more. You can always get better training. You can always learn more. And like, perfect example, I've seen a lot of fucking reels where you have these First Amendment auditors that are coming in and fucking and they're fucking winning, dude. They're fucking pinging these dudes, and they're honestly, and I don't know if this is the right platform to go in and just blatantly fuck with police or blatantly fuck with postal employee. I mean, a lot of it is going on to post office property and filming. And I get it. It's public property. You have the right to film, blah 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 ad nauseum. And but I would expect a law enforcement officer to go in and not just react negatively because they received a call. You can go in and you can educate the person who called. Like, for example, you're in a fucking library and you have an iPhone, you're just filming around, and the librarian comes up and says, you can't be fucking filming in here. Like, well, obviously I can. It's a public building. And not only that, but look around you. There's fucking 300 cameras all over the fucking place.
Yeah.
And you got a homeless dude watching his ass in the fucking thing.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it depends on the personality.
Without a library card.
Yeah. So, yeah. So I'm just saying, along the same lines, me included, everybody could obviously learn more about the law, see what's legal, what's not legal. At the same time, I applaud law enforcement individual for actually taking a fucking thankless job and doing it, but also
I have zero
because,
desire.
dude, I would fucking lose my goddamn marbles. Just,
Dude,
I
like,
mean,
during like the whole George Floyd riots and all of that kind of stuff, dude, watching that, I mean, what you saw was the greatest display of restraint ever.
Yeah.
For people that you call tyrants and for people that you call, you know, whatever, dude, I watched, you know, 110-pound white upper class college chicks screaming in the face, dude, of like, you know, these cops and spitting on them and shit like that, and then just taking it like, you know, if in a real tyrannical society, dude, they would have found that chick's fucking
exactly, dude.
you know, brains on a curb, you know. So, or you know, whenever I'm up in Seattle, like the police station they burned out is still burned out. You know, Chaz,
Really?
where they took that. I've been to Chaz. It is not like some.
Is that block that's cordoned off with like the Jersey barriers and shit?
Yeah, well, dude, I mean, if you look at it on the news, it looks like they
still
took
like that?
Well, I haven't been there in the last 2 years, but it was the last time I was there. But that area of Chaz, so this is hilarious, dude. From the news, it looked like they occupied like some vacant city park. Dude, it's not. It's a highly populated, dense populated area where people could not get out of their fucking homes. And these people cordoned it off. And like the first thing they did was obviously kick out the police because they're the sovereign state of Chaz. And the next thing that they did was some dude started passing out guns because the first thing the first thing they did was stand up a fucking police force.
Oh my god!
You know, which is hilarious.
And they don't see the irony in that.
No,
I know, right?
But you're watching people throw like, you know, and by the way, there's a manual, there's a field manual for how these protests happen. I mean, this isn't like intuition. People would roll in with like backpacks full of like, you know, cans of frozen peas and stuff like that. It's not a weapon. You get searched, just a can of peas, right? Mm-hmm. But whenever you have a phalanx of dudes with umbrellas standing up front so they can't see where like this fucking projectile's being hurtled from, and like, you know, and you're pegging all these cops and dudes, you saw the greatest display of restraint ever because honestly, all you would have had to do is allow them to disperse that, and it would have taken about 30 fucking seconds, dude. Yeah. You know, and so, dude, I think cops have an incredibly difficult job. I think it sucks that, you know, they're called for everything. My 8-year-old won't do his chores. You know, from everything.
911.
Or just, I mean, you know, people have this idea of, I think, what policing is, and they can always think about like the time they got a speeding ticket or their time they whatever. But like, who wants to go deal with the guy covered in human shit running down the highway who's like whacked out on his brain? I don't want to go fucking deal with that problem, dude.
Yeah.
You know, or you know,
professionally, like you got to deal in a professional manner too. Like,
yeah, dude, or
that's
like
tough, dude.
Or you know, a family vehicle rollover and dead. I don't want to go deal with that. I mean, it's a tough job, man. I feel very privileged and honored to work with all the police department. What's really neat, man, is that a lot of the armorers classes I teach, if I'm going to be in a region for only a very short amount of time, I'll condense them. And I've had dozens and dozens and dozens of police departments open their armories to allow civilians to come take the classes as I'm teaching.
No
the
shit.
divisions.
That's cool.
And yeah, and there's cops and citizens working on guns side by side. And it's kind of, to me, I think it's really neat.
No, that's cool.
Yeah,
So
it needs more of that.
yeah, but with that, I will tell you a story that I thought was funny. So it goes to what you're saying though, as far as like, so I was I think as a society we've created our own problems, and the solution, or even pointing out the problem, requires nuance. I was at a Walgreens picking up a prescription one time, and I was there waiting to pay. This guy comes in and like grabs all of the like wine and shit he can carry, and then just walks out. And I asked the cashier, I'm like, would you like me to go drag that motherfucker back in here for you? And she's like, no, he does that all the time.
What?
Yeah. So I pay for my prescription. I get in my car, 2 blocks down the road. I get pulled over. I'm in my Turbo S, I'm in my Porsche, right?
Yeah.
And I get pulled over because my fucking window tint is too dark. And I mean, it's like a $300 ticket. You know, and I remember just like sitting there and like feeling dejected, like driving home. Like I just watched a dude shoplift. Like
Should just stole some wine instead.
yeah. I just watched a dude shoplift. He just stole all this shit. Like that's not a victimless crime. Like the reason we have to pay extra for things is because of like loss prevention shit. You know, like, and he's a regular at doing this. And then I get a ticket, you know, for my window tint on the way home. I'm like, and the thought crossed my mind, like just don't pay it. Just don't pay it, you know. Then I realized I won't be able to get a hunting license. You know, I travel overseas all the time. You know,
because you're a productive member of society.
Right.
The rules apply to you.
The rules apply to people that they apply to, right, by choice, and then shitbags they don't. Then you have to zoom out and unpack that just a little bit further. Though, like why don't they stop the guy from taking the shit? Well, because of liability. Because, you know, if you tackle him and he sprains his fucking ankle, he's going to sue you, you know? Or if you tackle him and he stabs Susan, the cashier, she's going to sue you, right? So, like, I mean, you know, you cycle through the liability issues of it, and that's why it's probably just easier and cheaper to let them walk. And they didn't call the cops because they don't want the bad optics of a cop car in front of their store. And then you start, like, zooming all the way out, and you realize, like, these problems, like, it's easy to say, man, well, that cop is just a revenue generator. Like, well, no, I'm sure he would have loved to have tackled the shoplifter, but we've also created this litigious society. Like
that's a big problem.
You know, body cams exist because we're a litigious society. You know, officer discretion has been taken away because of body cams. There was a time where, like, I'll give you a ride home. But that doesn't happen anymore because now contact is made. Now, you know, you have to see this thing through. So, I mean, when you really unpack it all, it's like, dude, like, a lot of fucking things had to happen to create this really kind of shitty soup that we're in, dude. You know?
I think it comes down to culture, man, because we've lost a lot of the common sense because you used to be able to regulate your own shit. Like, people didn't call the cops for random shit. It was like, somebody's breaking my house. Cool. Call the cops. No big deal. But like, somebody's fucking playing the harmonica. Like, you know, I'm not going to call the cops.
Oh, you heard about that, eh?
Oh, yeah.
So I'm not going to call the cops. You know, there are these certain human interactions that should be dealt with. The cops don't need to be involved. It's like, it's man versus man. It's one conversation. It's whatever it is.
Yeah.
Civilian discrepancy.
Yeah, you know, and it's just it's frustrating that we've taken the meat out of what it means to have these human interactions where, you know, 100 years ago, or even, you know, in the 50s or something like that, you just have an interaction, somebody's being an asshole. Didn't Buzz Aldrin punch that dude in the fucking face?
That told me he didn't land on the moon.
I mean, there should be a certain amount. I remember PB back in the day. We used to go down there and, like, you knew
P. Diddy?
you knew going to PB.
Who's acquitted?
Like, if you mouthed off the wrong person, you were for sure getting punched in the face. And that was what I kind of liked about it. It's like that was the expectation. So everybody was prether normal and polite.
This goes back to the conversation about like young dudes don't seem to drink or fuck or fight, you know, like, but like, you also have, like, I think you and I and all of us here, like, we know how to, like, talk to people, even that you disagree with, and you can have a dispute and whatever, and it's still somewhat civil, or if it's not civil, you're completely prepared for where that uncivility is going to go. Like, like if it's worth escalating this conversation to, like, you know, fuck you, I'm perfectly prepared that it's at least possible that one of us is going to get punched in the face.
Yeah.
You know, like there's consequences to things.
Yeah.
If you live online behind, like, the anonymity and safety of, like, a screen, and you're just so
keyboard commandos,
and you're so used to being able to talk to people however the fuck you want, because, you know, you avoid social interactions. You if you do hang out with people, they probably have no fucking testosterone, you know, and so maybe you can get away with this.
Yeah.
Our time coming up, man, you couldn't. And the one thing I'm lucky about is, like, back then, no one really knew how to fight. I mean, you know, you might have had people that were willing to, but luckily not everybody was like, you know, now if you got into it, like, everybody's a fucking
especially San Diego.
Master,
a lot. That's why I don't fuck with anybody around. There's a lot of people that fight in San Diego. So I don't fuck with people around here, dude. Like, you never know who you're messing with.
I remember getting into bar fights in my 20s, dude, and it was just a couple of drunks throwing haymakers.
Swinging, dude.
Maybe you connect, dude. Maybe whatever. But at the end of the day, no, how, like, dude, now, like, I'm pretty sure you get choked out in 2 seconds and be fucking, you know,
fucking pretzel.
I'll look out for cauliflower ear and cowboy boots. Those are two guys. Like, even if you're fucking like a dick, I'm like,
why cowboy boots?
You ever been kicked
Because
in the
they ain't
face by
from here,
cowboy boots?
and they probably grew up with older brothers or fucking scrapping.
It's so hard to kick somebody with cowboy boots now.
They hurt worse.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I had to talk with some cops recently, and dude, they were great. Honestly, like it wasn't a good situation, but they were awesome. They're like honestly some of the best interactions I've had with police. In all my interactions, they were super cordial and nice, and they were very common sense about
They're
shit.
like, dude,
My
really?
DUI was a great fucking interaction with cops. Like, it was as nice as he could be for fucking handing me my ass.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm like,
I get it, dude.
Thanks for taking off the Rolex, dude. Thanks for not impounding my car and taking it across the street.
Yeah, there's I mean, I think a lot of it depends on just the personality of the police officer, and some of them are just. They're like being in the military, you know? Some guys are just fucking dicks. You give them a little bit of power, they're just fucking bigger dicks. But some of them are really cool.
All my police officer friends are the ones that are spending out of pocket to go to shooting classes. They
take their craft seriously.
in the BJJ gym, you know, getting their black belt or their purple belt.
In a gym in general.
Yeah, in the gym in general.
Yeah.
It's the COVID generation that now gets a badge because nobody wanted to be a cop and they're too fucking retarded to do anything else. And then they get in and now have this innate fear because they grew up with white privilege. So now the second that, you know, a black dude starts running his mouth to him, then they panic, and there's no escalation of force. There's no dialogue possible. It's just immediate fear and then a gun. And then fear matches fear. And it just escalates. It turns into a situation where now you have two individuals that are incapable of managing or de-escalating the situation.
Well,
You ever read Malcolm Gladwell?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, so, he's one of my favorite authors. He's actually a Second Amendment advocate.
Is he really?
Interesting.
You never would have guessed that. Yeah,
Never.
Malcolm Gladwell. He's damn sure not an opponent, but he wrote a book called Talking to Strangers, and like the opening chapter of the book is about a police and civilian interaction with a young girl. And one of the topics was about, you know, she asked for a cigarette, and she's like, well, if you would have understood that smokers ask for a cigarette when they're nervous, like that would have been,
That's
you know, a social cue that like this person's scared.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But dude, police agencies and just like anything else, it's a cross section of society, man.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you know, so I mean, I don't care what you could take a fucking group of brain surgeons or bus drivers or whatever profession it is, and you're going to have some people that have a really high aptitude for that profession and some people that don't, and then you have the bell curve in the middle, you know, and it's a cross section of people, and then you're trying to manage. It's still a government organization, so it's run with the efficiency and sense of any government
fucking circus.
Yeah, dude. So where, you know, merit is not always rewarded, effort's not always rewarded. Matter of fact, in many cases it's punished.
Yeah.
You know, it's tough. I try really hard. I try really hard not to make generalizations of it, because I've met some really incredible people. I've met some not so incredible people, but I can say that for any group of human beings, dude. It is what it is.
Well, and I've seen that happening here. I have a really good friend on the police department. He's on the SWAT team, former Marine, and this fucker has more domestic kills than I do overseas. And on the police department, and there were hostage rescue situations, literally. The PD has publicized this body cam footage on their YouTube channel and kind of give a breakdown in order to kind of validate and justify, you know, the killing.
Force,
yeah. And I've watched every single one of his videos because he sends them to me, and he's like, got into it last night. And because of being a military service member, he just thinks so far outside of the box. However, he's also a canine cop. And his dog has more bites than any other PD in the entire city for like a canine in their history. And he also has the most on-duty, you know, KIAs, if you want to say that, or, you know, lethal force.
Shooter involved,
lethal
police
force. And so now they are actually asking him to remove himself from the department in a very polite way because of the optics that are now on there, even though he was completely validated, never been sued, and
Yeah.
fully
kills.
justified and went by the book and everything's been analyzed by the DA, and now they want to retire his dog, which is he's still in prime form, and then now want him to go to a desk job because of the optics.
Too effective.
And it's like, you're too good at your job. And so now you're being asked to like go behind a desk, and like you're asking the one guy that has like 7 domestic kills of guys that were holding women hostage or shooting up a fucking grocery store.
Yeah,
and now he's being demoted
it.
because of it.
Yeah.
And it's like,
You should get a promotion.
I
Medal for
get that.
shit, dude.
Yeah.
God, that's so frustrating. A big part of it is just the lack of accountability and the lack of repercussions for this. Like the guy walking out with fucking armfuls of wine. Like, if there's no repercussions for anything, you're going to keep doing it. But as soon as you give a little bit of repercussions for it, guess what?
Yeah.
Like, you get what you incentivize.
You know, I'm not
Fucking
going to lie.
enable shit, man.
When the George Floyd protests were going on in San Diego and especially downtown, I watched like a news video and they blew out the window of a Rolex dealer, and like they were just in there grabbing like all these Rollies, and I'm like, that's tempting. That's tempting. I'm about to go full blackface and throw on a mask and fucking just go in there. If I could come out with like a Panda in Daytona and be like, all right, I'm good.
Dude, I remember talking to you about this. I remember I was parked when I called you, and I was asking you like, what do you think it would cost like to film a documentary? Do you remember this?
Yeah,
I called you that one time. I was at the verdict for the Rittenhouse here.
Trial Rittenhouse.
Yeah, I was there at the courthouse. I was with McCluskey. Remember that attorney that stood on his porch, his lawn, held back. So I became really good friends. His name is Mark McCluskey. Brilliant guy. He's a constitutional scholar. I mean, that guy is impressively knowledgeable on the Constitution. That's like his thing. His wife is an impressive attorney as well. I met them together, and they are like a true power couple. We actually did a road tour of Texas together whenever he was running for Senate. Yeah. So I was up there with him whenever the Rittenhouse verdict was read. And, obviously, not guilty as he should have been.
Right.
He might not have had the best judgment, but he certainly wasn't a murderer. Right. But the reason why I was interested in doing a documentary on that had nothing to do with the event itself, because I can think of no event in history that was more or that was better documented before, during, and after from, which was withheld from the defense, but there was FBI drones,
oh, really?
That filmed the whole thing.
Wow.
And this wasn't even found out in discovery. This was found out in trial.
No way.
Holy
shit. So this is why I want to do a documentary, not on the shooting, because I mean, trust me, every single angle of the before, after, during, whatever is more than chronicled, right?
Yeah.
It was more about the backstory of like the events. The reason why I tell this story now is you're talking about the looting and like the riots, and you see these group of people and they're breaking shit down, blah, blah, blah. The people that Kyle Rittenhouse shot in that incident, if you look at every one of their backgrounds, and if you looked at how they ended up being where they were to get shot, it puts a different entire context on riots in general. The first guy he shot, the pedophile, right? Convicted fucking pedophile for child rape. Okay. He had just been released from a mental institution earlier that day.
Holy shit.
That day, yeah.
Wow.
And
The skateboard guy?
No. This is the first guy. This was the bald guy that shoot me, man. It's like, okay, if you want to say it. Like,
as you wish.
So that guy had been released from a mental institution either the night before or that day, but it was in that level of proximity. Okay, 24 hours. And he went to his girlfriend was staying at a motel, and he went there to go try to like hook up with her, and she would not let them in because she had a protective order against him. And so
Weird.
Yeah. Hell of a nice guy. Well, he had no fucking place to be. The only reason he was at that protest, the only reason was because, number one, they let him out of the institution like around that time, and because his girlfriend wouldn't let him crash at the hotel because of the fucking protective order. Like, this wasn't an ideological guy. This wasn't a guy fighting, racial oppression or fighting the police. No, this was just a dude with nowhere else to be.
Chaos, let me partake. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, fast forward over to the skateboard guy. Okay, that fucking dude. he had been living in a tent with a girl that he had just met like within a week. There's 2 fucking junkies that had like just somehow decided to share a tent together because, you know, like, hey man, it's kind of windy out there and you have drugs. Right, but the way the media portrayed this though was that this was like a loving father, and this was like the girl. They had a child together, and she raised almost $300,000 in the GoFundMe because, like, you know, her life partner and like the father figure to her child was savagely taken from her. These are 2 fucking junkies that met a week before that shared a tent. Because of like, it's Wisconsin, it's windy, you know, like it's kind of right.
Not the best weather to be homeless.
Your blow blows away.
Her kid, she didn't even have custody of her kid. Who this fucking dude never met, you know, in that week of, you know, being chucked out. The biological father of the kid who had the custody, he started a GoFundMe. Okay, so like 2 out of 3 already are people that like they were not there to protest, like, you know, police use of force or, you know, white privilege, or they had no other place to be. And then the other guy, the third guy that got shot, survived, the arm blew up. That fucking dude, he was one of these like professional protesters that would get bussed around from city to city to be
hired
there.
by the DNC,
hired by somebody. You know, and like, by the way, right after that, he got hit by a car. Like,
dead.
The footage is great. You know, like
So,
tomahawk.
Shit.
yeah. So, but anyways, I bring this up because like you throw the Rolex store being busted into, dude. Half of those fucking people are there because, like, dude, they probably don't have cable.
Yeah.
And then the other half of them are probably paid.
Targets of opportunity.
Okay, but if anybody believes that any of this stuff is like, you know, some kind of organic, you know, groundswell of a movement,
Roots movement.
Yeah, no.
If you want to do a
It's just
documentary
not.
about this, dude, I am fucking fully in.
It's just a bunch of pieces of shit.
'Cause that's my bread
running
and
around
butter,
being
and I can
pieces
think of
shit.
nothing better than to like put effort into this. And I already know a guy that can even help fund it.
I'm telling you, I've gotten to look deep into a lot of these high-profile scenarios, not just what's on the news, not just the specific use of force, or like, you know, in Rittenhouse's case, what happened there, but when you start looking into like the backstories of the fucking participants, you realize that it's just a lot of kind of sad.
Yeah.
Like sad, just, I mean, like, you know, like fucked up circumstances, and I can totally see how they're the easiest people to manipulate into this thing.
Yeah.
Well, people love to not take accountability, so people like that never blame themselves for the circumstances. It's always somebody else's fault.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that's why they're the easiest people to manipulate, because as soon as you give them a crutch of like, hey,
You're a victim.
It's not you're a victim. It's not your fault. You're
That's
in
my
the
And
situation.
by the way, guess who's to blame for your problems? This guy. Let's go.
Exactly.
You know,
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
let's
That's-
march.
Fucking
Yeah, so you
Trump.
get 'em.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Well,
it's
dude,
totally
there is
true.
a lot of media manipulation. I mean, just look at some of the fucking shit with the whole ICE detentions and deportations and shit. And there's so many fucking protests. And then you have, of course, you have the fucking the right wingers on the other side that are going, hey, why do you think that, you know, obviously stirring the fucking pot. It's one side versus another now. It's like, hey, why do you think the U.S. doesn't have the ability to enforce its immigration law? And then you start another fucking conflict. And then you see the people that are out there fucking protesting have no fucking idea why they're even out there. Like, well,
They don't know.
it was something to do. We don't have cable.
Who's that young kid that goes around with kind of like the DJI mic? That
The Asian kid, or
no, he's like the white kid. Republican, and he was out there during like an Antifa march. I mean, he's out there for like relatively everything, and Secret Service or some sniper on the roof. Like this kid was almost going to get like jumped and murdered, and the snipers literally just put like a Viz laser on him. Matt
green dot on the
Myers
other guys, yeah.
sent me this video.
Oh wow.
And just put green lasers on all of them. He's like, "You fucking see this?" And then like the guys looked and they're like, "Oh, go, like run!" And then they all just scattered like fucking cockroaches.
That's fucking nuts, dude.
It's so
Yeah.
funny, dude. Like,
I mean, yeah.
yeah, all this could be solved if you just stopped prosecuting people who fight back.
Yeah,
That's
or
it.
yeah, or actually prosecute people who are legitimately like
either one.
Like dude, there's an argument to be made for victimless crimes. I mean, I remember I used to run underground casinos. If I'm sorry, man, but if the store can sell you a lottery ticket, you can take Cleveland for 7. But a lot of the people that walk on no bail, or that that cycle through the system with really zero consequences, man, like that. I'm surprised you have not seen a rise in like vigilantism.
Because we're hard paying or hard tax paying.
Because people have lives, dude.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's a problem. But I mean, look at the Ukrainian woman that was stabbed on the fucking subway by that guy that has
Jesus Christ,
eight
dude.
different fucking felonies. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, when are we done with this? And then the poor 2 National Guard soldiers that just got slain, by this
fucking shitbird.
Yeah.
I'm obviously a First Amendment absolutist. I'm a purist. That's not in doubt. Like, I'm not suggesting, and I never would ever want to make this clear, ever suggesting any type of
Censorship
or regulatory action against me. That is not what I'm saying here. But the media does bear some level of culpability
Absolutely.
for a lot of this, because going back to like while I was there at the verdict for the Rittenhouse thing, the city was batting down the hatches because they were expecting a fucking riot, right? But like as soon as the not guilty verdict came in, the media was silent, probably because they were staring down the barrel of potential litigation for libel and other things, right? Because they were calling him a white supremacist and they were calling him all this other kind of stuff. And so, but when the not guilty verdict came in, like Biden immediately released a statement saying like, well, this is unfortunate. We have to respect the opinion of the jury. The media went fucking silent. And guess what happened, dude? 30 minutes after, or maybe an hour after the verdict, dude, crickets, ghost town, nothing.
Yeah.
There was zero action there because like the media didn't stoke it, right?
It's because the NPCs weren't being told what to do.
Exactly. The media wasn't there to stoke it. There was probably no funding behind the riot. Like, they go ahead and take the pallet of bricks to the next town, but to your point too, I was staying at Trump Tower just maybe 2 months ago during the peak of the Chicago protests. I'm at fucking Trump Tower, dude. I'm staying there. I did not see a single protester, and I'm staying there.
Yeah.
Right. But what it was that like on a small group of people would gather for a very specific amount of time. I saw all the news trucks.
Yeah, all the media would be like, go get it. Go get that B-roll.
Yeah, I saw dozens of news vans lining the streets, right? But I never actually saw the protesters. And what it was that a small group of people would congregate with their fucking signs and shit. The media films it from such an angle to make it look larger than it is.
It's fucking popping off down here, guys.
Yeah. I think exactly. But being like geographically there in the moment, it wasn't really a thing.
Yeah.
But I could see how you're watching that from, bumfuck somewhere else, thinking like, man, I better get involved.
Wasn't Black Rifle Coffee come under heat because Kyle Rittenhour was wearing a BRCC shirt?
So he, first of all, dude, we had to hire an attorney. We had to hire an attorney whose entire specialty was responding to federal subpoenas. Okay, because during the January 6th incident, there were people, or at least one person, I don't know if there's multiple, but at least one person in the crowd, in the vicinity, with the Sons of Liberty shirt. And we were subpoenaed to turn over, like, documentation or to cooperate with, like, and we hired an attorney specifically to, respectful, like, we're not participating in anything.
Right, I sold the T-shirt.
I say, I would have no idea who bought that, dude.
Yeah.
It's like, would you go after Nike? Nope.
Well,
yeah, exactly.
Exactly, right? So, let's go on this, dude.
We were talking about BRCC and then your shirt.
Yeah, so, dude, Kyle Rittenhouse had a BRCC shirt along with, like, probably at least 1 million other humans, right? Mm-hmm. If you're a dude who like even has a passive interest in guns, and you know, I think Kyle Rittenhouse had like some, you know, ideation of potentially wanting to go to the military like one day, or law enforcement, like that. There's a good chance you own a fucking Black Rifle coffee shirt, dude.
Yeah.
They sell way more shirts than coffee.
Right.
Okay. And so they took a photo of him, or I guess he appeared in a photo or something with the BRCC shirt, and then they force Black Rifle to take a position on this, which is really the most gotcha kind of bullshit ever, dude. I hate that. I've been in scenarios where they're trying to get you on some kind of. At this point now, I do a lot of news interviews. They usually like in San Antonio, the local media knows to come to us if they're going to ask for an opinion on bump stocks. They're going to ask opinion about a mass shooting and whatever. Like they come to me. I'm just known.
You're the guy.
I'm their guy. If you ever look off to the side of that camera, I have my own film crew filming.
So that way, they in the event they want to manipulate, you now have the raw footage.
In the event that they edit
look how this is taken out of context.
Yeah, in the event that they edit it creatively, or
it's the same with Trump suing the BBC right now for all that shit.
Yeah. So every time I agree to do this, there's always a film crew in my own shop filming this in its entirety, prepared to like release. You know, if I had to like defend
It's good insurance.
kind of bullshit. But dude, I mean, like, you know, I know Black Rifle came under a ton of heat for being like anti-gun or whatever the fuck it was. I know they were.
It was Evan on a podcast or some shit.
Yeah, and I think what it was that they had kind of asked a gotcha question, and like right now in this moment, you have to take a position on this situation.
Yeah.
Now, very early on, to me, having watched it, my position was pretty clear. That was clearly an act of self-defense. But if you were not familiar with that, like why would you respond on behalf of like a multi-billion-dollar company unless you were truly familiar with the position? Now, I was comfortable doing it because I thought I had seen every angle, and it seemed to me pretty clear cut. But had I not seen that, I've been like, I don't know. I better go take a look.
Well, I think they came under fire mainly from their fan base because they purposely distanced themselves from it, and like they were against him wearing the shirt.
Well, now they have shareholders that they have to fucking answer to.
Yeah, I mean it's a difficult thing because I've you know, and it's a publicly held company now, so it's a very different animal.
This was before they went. I remember.
Really?
I think this was before they went public, but I think this was like right when they got picked up by like Walmart or something, right?
Yeah.
So this was like at a period of time which were like, and look, dude, this is again like my example when I got a ticket for my window tint, the guy is shoplifting. But why doesn't Walgreens tackle him? Why don't they call the police, right? You have to unpack things, and you have to zoom out a little bit, and the problems are usually pretty fucking nuanced. Liability claims, blah, 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 whatever. Dude, unfortunately, like, I try to say that I'm a principled guy, and I believe that I am. I'm lucky that I have not been put into the position, though, to where I would have to... I would like to think that I would die on my sword. I like to think that I would, right? I've never been in that position, but I don't hate people or I don't look down on anybody who has been put into this situation to where you might answer something to which you ideologically believe, and it costs 3,000 people their jobs.
Yeah.
You know, or a company that you built from scratch, you built from nothing into like this behemoth, and you're being asked a question for an event you had jack fuck to do with, that you're not even completely fucking familiar with, and you have to take a position right now. And, you know, if you answer this question wrong, you know, Walmart or whoever it is kicks you out of their store.
Yeah.
Everybody on the internet, without a pot to piss in, nothing to lose. They're not responsible for 3,000 fucking people getting salaries.
Yeah. Fair.
It's very easy to say exactly what you would do in that situation.
Right. Until you're a fucking CEO.
That's a good point.
Well, that's completely fair.
And I'm probably gonna get fucking, you know, shit on the face. But I mean, all I'll say is this: I know Matt Best pretty well. Like Matt and I are pretty good friends. I know JT pretty well. I'd say we're pretty good friends.
Both super cool guys.
I don't know Evan. I mean, I
know
really,
Evan.
I don't know Evan.
JT's giving me so much work.
Like I said, I know Matt. I know JT. I really don't know Evan. We've met a couple times. Yeah. But I will tell you this, dude. Like, if you had to ask me if they're anti-gun or not, I promise you, they're not anti-gun.
Right.
I can speak for JT and Matt. I know them. I don't know, but I don't think Evan's an anti-gun guy.
No,
You know?
he's not.
Yeah. I mean, it's fucking crazy.
I know Evan well, but I mean, it's to the point. I mean, literally just what you're saying. It's so easy to throw shade from behind a computer.
Yeah.
But until you're running an operation with shareholders, stakeholders, publicly traded fucking company, and a revenue stream that is purely dependent on this, like, stay back.
Yeah.
But don't get like just to go. I don't want to stay on this for too long, but I also vote with my wallet. Like there are certain stores and organizations I will not patronize.
Just like Zins.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I want our listeners to know, because we talked about this off the break. Zins, the nicotine pouch company, donated to Kamala Harris's campaign $5 million. Don't quote me on that number, but I know it's researchable, which is why I moved on.
Well, I think this is why Tucker came up with a.
What are those called?
I forget.
It's a dumb name.
I don't know.
Are they nines though? Pretty powerful stuff.
He's got like 2 6s, 9s, I think. But Tucker Carlson, actually, seeing him on Sean Ryan, like, kind of the man. Like, he just like, fuck, this gun's sick. And like the same guy that used to be on the news. Yeah. And now he's just out there like
with a bow tie.
Yeah, right. But dude, I mean, Kmart, whenever they had like a trans kids clothing section, dude, like
Target.
Okay, Target. That's Target. Target. Kmart. Target. Guess what?
You just dated yourself.
Yeah, I know, right? Target. They ain't get my fucking Disney. Like, I'm not watching Disney. Like, I mean, I think there's a difference, dude, between like maybe, like, I think there's a difference between perhaps not taking the position on something and then actively taking the position on things like that.
Well, I mean, Bud Light fucked around and found out.
Bud Light, dude. Yeah.
Exactly.
Like, now you have fucking Posty and fucking Shane Gillis as their rebrand, which, by the way, that rebrand is perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely perfect. And like, you went from a trainee on a can, and then you had to close down all these other micro brands that you had that you were
How many
making booze
billions did they fucking lose off of that shit?
I think there's a lot to be said for correcting course, where you realize, hey, we thought this was the right thing to do. We realized we fucked
were
up.
drunk. Sorry. I'm sorry. We were fucking drunk.
Yeah, and then
That's so true.
And then you take corrective action, and you come back, and you're like, hey, we're going back to our core.
Yeah.
Like I get it. I'm still. I mean, they're not losing any business on me because I don't want to drink fucking Bud Light anyway. But it's like I get what they're doing.
Craig.
And also to your point too, it's an entirely different decision when you don't. When there's no consequences to your actions, right? You can have an opinion on shit, but when you have, like being a business owner, you have, it's like having kids or a mortgage. Like, you have a lot of other things to think about, and it's not just you and your validity of what you believe in or whatever. You have to kind of walk the line, and a lot of people won't understand it, dude. Like, I have my personal opinion. I'm pro Rittenhouse 100%. I think that's fucking awesome. I think like good for him, bro, 100%. But I do understand how not everybody can have that side or take that position, or even if they do have a position, they can't be vocal about it. So I get it. Like, I disagree with it, but at the same time, I get why they did it. Do
you have any idea how many high-profile celebrities I sell guns to? Musicians, actors. Yeah,
Aaron Lewis.
Well, I mean, but Aaron's a good example of a guy just who no longer gives a fuck, right? Like, Aaron and I are good friends, and
Aaron's amazing. I've seen him live so many times.
Yeah,
and I'm just like,
his whole tour bus was it's not anymore, but his whole tour bus was our logo. It was a Sons of Liberty fucking logo. That's
not even Aaron Lewis, just SOL.
It was just Sons of Liberty, dude.
His driver Brian Nance is awesome.
Yeah,
so killer,
dude. So I mean, like, Aaron's one of those guys who at this point no longer gives a flying fuck. And I don't think he's under a label, but he's under a label that kind of accepts the fact that he doesn't give a fuck. And so he is the anomaly in the exception, dude. Right? I mean, he owns it, which is awesome. There are a lot of other famous musicians, athletes, actors, you name it, that are clients of mine, and I would love to see
to blast it.
I would love for them to post them, post them shooting my rifle, so like that. I mean, the visibility of that would be so cool. but they fucking can't, dude.
They can't.
Not if they want to. Not if they want to get another.
Not if they want
job.
another contract, another deal, another sponsorship,
or lose some, kind of, some super lucrative fucking type of endorsement or something.
Yeah.
And like, instead of sitting there and like, man, well, you're a pussy, dude. Like, it's more like, man, I almost.
Yeah,
you almost kind of
I get it.
Feel bad. I mean, I get it. Like, I'm not, they're my clients, they're my friends, they're people I just, they're in town, we go hang out.
Yeah.
But I understand, like, as badly as I would think it'd be rad for them to be holding a fucking Mark I, in a picture. I also, because they're my friend, don't want to see them lose their goddamn career, dude. And so, like, I'm not calling you a pussy. This is the world we've built. We've all collectively built
chess,
this piece
not
of
checkers.
shit.
Yeah.
Well, you have to play the game.
Unfortunately, not everybody's in a position where they can speak their mind. That's just the way.
No, well, I mean, I think Rogan is like the anomaly. Like, he's kind of the,
he's untouchable.
He's reached, they say like about escape velocity. Rogan has, right? I mean, perhaps Musk has. Perhaps Musk has where, that
now especially.
Well, so I mean, his shareholders voted to give him $1 trillion incentive package, right? Like, the people who are counting on him to make their portfolios bigger. They're the ones that voted. He didn't vote himself, that incentive package. They have that much confidence in this guy's ability to innovate. That
Pretty smart fucking guy.
I think it's going to work out. So, like, they did that.
And he's got a track record of fucking building fucking
He replaced NASA privately. Who the fuck can do that?
Yeah, exactly. If you think about how many people have launched things like, out of orbit, like, it's America, Russia, China, Elon, like that's kind of
it. He's on par with fucking countries.
Yeah, no, I mean, dude, I think Jordan Peterson.
Countries.
You brought up Jordan Peterson. That's a guy that stood in the fire, and and just said fuck it, and kind of Tucker Carlson.
Tucker Carlson's another one. Yeah.
So there are people, dude, who have for whatever reason said fuck it in whatever way, and then they were able to, like. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, but the fact that I can name them on one hand.
Yeah.
It's tough,
Yeah.
Dude, and I fucking love this conversation because it's such literally a black and white. And I think what I always kind of like imply in my life or enact is kind of like the OCOA process, most likely course of action, most probable course of action, most dangerous course of action. And like, that's kind of how I plan things, and especially working in marketing. I'm like, and I will tell every brand that I work for, stay out of politics.
Yep.
And stay out of religion. And just do what the fuck you do. And if Bud Light would have done that, they wouldn't have lost fucking $20 million. And your recourse of action, actually, they probably lost more than that. Your recourse of action now is just to pay Post Malone and fucking
Shane Gillis,
wearing fucking overalls and just shooting the shit and maintaining your brand, Kid Rock, and just kind of staying with what you know. Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and don't try to ebb and flow with whatever the popular opinion is.
1.4 billion in U.S. beer sales in 2023, and over 27 billion in overall value following the controversy surrounding its partnership.
27 billion?
Yeah. In overall value, not in.
I said 20 million.
So 1.4 billion in beer sales.
Yeah, that value is totally different.
27 billion in overall value.
So when that happened, I was working in Santee, which it's like far out east San Diego, and it's also known as Clanty.
Or Santucky.
And me and my buddy would always go to this bar every day for lunch, and I'd go in there and it's good old boys. It's blue collar guys that, are just working their ass off. And I asked the bartender, and I'm like, that Bud Light tap, how's it working? He's like, we actually had to call in the guy in order to change out all the tubes because it got mold in it because it's not circulating. Because it was a full boycott. Like, nobody would order it. And if you were to order it, somebody across the bar would be like, what the fuck? like, dude, they would call him out. Like, it was almost like not wearing a mask, wearing a mask during COVID. If you were drinking a Bud Light or you ordered like a Bud Light and Santee and somebody overheard you, like, you would be like shamed.
I just can't believe they thought that was a decent idea at the time. I mean, granted, they sent out those packages to thousands of influencers. It just happened to be one.
Well, they didn't think Dylan Mulvaney was going to go, hey, look what they made me. And everybody's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I could see how they could over. It was an oversight, but at the same time, it's like, bro, you like, come on.
It's a big oversight. I think that should be taught in every single marketing course.
Well, I'm sure it is now.
And well, not in our current colleges, but like
true.
it should be like literally a whole class on what not to do.
But Bud Light leaned into it though, because there was like some initial like pushback or whatever, and then I think and then I think Mulvaney made like a video crying about something, and then Bud Light like leaned into it. And if I'm not mistaken, like there was a marketing exec who was like a young female.
Oh yeah,
From Berkeley.
From behind it, right? And like talking about being a little bit out of touch with your base.
You hired a resume, not the best person for the job.
Yeah, and so and then also the other problem too with that, man. There's so many things to unpack here, but the other thing is the echo chambers that we all live in. My news feed looks entirely different than somebody that has a different worldview.
Yeah.
What's intentionally being fed to you, right? So not only are you physically in a echo chamber with like the yes people surrounding you in like your office or your friend circle that have no diversity of thought anymore. Now, when even social media, if you're trying to like scroll for a broader view, you and I are not watching the same movie.
You almost have to intentionally seek out alternative opinions.
Yeah, no, for sure.
You have to.
For sure. So like, I could totally see how like, man, everybody thinks this. Like, everybody you hang out with, like let me introduce
everybody
you
at Berkeley.
Have you ever been to Cletus Cali, Alabama? Like, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, a lot of lessons learned there. But that's kind of what I love about entrepreneurship is like, there's a lot of things I don't think I would have understood if I didn't be in business and getting my fucking face kicked in every other fucking year.
Yeah.
Like, you just don't understand it,
Well, the unfortunate part and the best part of being an entrepreneur now, and I can even caveat this into the podcast, is like, it's unfortunate how there's no new idea anymore, right? It's not like we're going to have a new tech boom. It's not like the internet is going to be recreated. Like right now it's AI, right? And even in my workload, I had to learn AI if I want to stay relevant and ahead of the times, because I'm not fucking getting any younger. And
by the way, it's inevitable, man. I mean, AI is like there's no putting that genie back in the bottle.
No, so lean into it. But I mean, now we just have to figure out, how to utilize it in order to make ourselves more successful. And now we can. I mean, I was even listening to Rogan on the way over here about it, and now we can downsize our companies. So now our overhead is a lot less, but we're still maximizing, profits or infrastructure.
Or your efficiency is crazy.
Yeah, you don't need a coder anymore. You don't need a web developer. You don't need a graphic designer. You don't need fucking anything. And my degree's in graphic design, so I'm like, what the fuck am I going to do? So trying to figure that out. Fuck, I completely forgot where it was. Oh, so like the lessons learned in the examples that we have, like now it's almost kind of, it falls on the entrepreneur directly, right? Because we were just talking about we only make the same mistake once, and
hopefully
now if you pay attention, every single mistake has ever been made. And so if you're going into a business or an entrepreneurship or developing a company, look at all of those companies that are competing in that spectrum and learn from all their mistakes, listen to all their podcasts, watch all their YouTube videos, and add that as the do not do list. And so now we have this roadmap of how to make things successful. And so that caveats into the podcast. I'm like, okay, what's Rogan doing? What's Sean Ryan doing? What is The Alchemist and like all these different podcasts that we want to try to exemplify ourselves off of. And I'm looking at it from like a production quality standpoint, a content standpoint, and a timeline, like all of that stuff. So if you fuck it up now, you're almost just an idiot or you're just stubborn. But
Or you don't
also
give a fuck.
Well, but it also kind of
whole,
negates the paving a new way, which I feel like we've kind of done. At least what I've been seeing in the comments is we're not Sean Ryan and we're not Joe Rogan, and there's nobody else out there like us. And leaning into that, but there's other metrics that we've taken from the Patreons and the scaling in order to try to maintain as a podcast.
Yeah, the show has been interesting because I thought, I mean, most of the veteran podcasts that I know of are really good. Like I listen to Sean Ryan, love Mike Drop. I listen to those because I genuinely enjoy them and I learn a lot from them. I would not be a good interviewer. Like, known you over 2 decades now. If you and I just sat down, it'd be fun, good entertaining, but it's totally different dynamic with more people. I'm not a good interviewer. I'm a decent conversationalist, Yeah. And but the crazy thing is, the feedback that we get about the podcast is that, the number one thing we hear, it's just like back when I was in the platoon hut. It's just like back when I was hanging out with the boys. If you think about what a veteran podcast you'd think it would be, you would think it would be this. But what's crazy to me is that hasn't, I'm sure it's been done before. I just haven't seen a big one. It just hasn't been on my radar yet. It hasn't been done yet. But that seems like it would be the most logical thing, is just hanging out with the boys, having some drinks, like a continuation of what you did before.
Yeah.
And talking about like how life is different now, how the lessons that we learned, how we fuck shit up, how we can make each other better and progress and be better fathers and better providers and entrepreneurs and everything. But that's kind of crazy to me that it is different, because it seems like such a logical extension of the past.
But I feel like that's what Drinking Bros started as, and no knock to Drinking Bros, and I've been on Drinking Bros.
They're great dudes.
But it's evolved, and now it's Ross Patterson and what's his name?
Dan Holloway.
Yeah, Dan Holloway.
I'm actually going on there. Dan's a very good friend.
Yeah, Dan's a great guy. I definitely get along with Dan. One of my only I guess gripes that I have is when I came out with my documentary. I've been living off of coke and Adderall and killing myself making this post Afghanistan fallout documentary, and I went from 205 pounds to 175, and I was crying myself to sleep every night, interviewing widows and all this stuff. And so me and Donnie O'Malley went on Drinking Bros, and fucking Ross is like, "Who the fuck's that anorexic faggot next to you?" And I'm like, "Who the fuck do you think you are, dude?" And I was so pissed, dude. And I knew it though.
Shtick, though.
And it's a fair dig, at the time, because I was 175 pounds and 6'1". But if only you knew the shit that I've just fucking gone through, and the hell and the tears and the life altering kind of consequences of making this documentary. I was just so bitter about it. However, Dan fucking kind of came through and he's like, "You don't know what the fuck he's done, because Ross isn't a veteran and Dan is." And I was like, "Fucking thanks, bro. Thanks for having my fucking back."
I've been on the show a couple times, and I always enjoy it, and I get a lot of good feedback from it. But that's kind of their formula, right? Ross is kind of the comic relief.
Yeah.
Dan's kind of weighing in with some kind of insight. But it's not really the podcast to go on for perhaps some of the long form content where if you want to really flesh out an idea in depth. Even this is, we could, if we wanted to go into a topic, dude, of some kind, and then just go all the way down that hole, we could. The format's there to do it, we've kind of just been having fun talking shit about all kinds of stuff, right? That thing is more, it's almost set up more the way a panel is on a news station, because it's kind of short segmented stuff, dude, and there's some comic relief in there, and there's some side, but it's not it's not the place to really. I know this because there's been a few times I've gone on there, where I went there to actually with the intention of making a point about something. It was something topical. It was probably gun related. It's probably whatever, and you couldn't get through like a sentence or two to actually express the point in its entirety without
Ross.
Well, just without but which is fine though. That's it doesn't have to be. the truly impressive thing about, like, you're saying about an interviewer, like, I could never do it. I have wanted to try to do a podcast, and you know what the fucking scary thing is you watch guys like Rogan and they make it look effortless.
Yeah.
They
That's how you know they're good, because it looks effortless.
well, but it's the same thing with comedy. Like, you watch a comedy special, and I know who you work with, so, like, I mean, you've gotten to see that act refined and polished and put
over years,
where every, like, the inflection in the voice, the timing, whatever. So when it gets to the special, it looks like it looks improv, man. But no, that's a highly polished and refined thing. Like, so, but to do it day in and day out and be able to actually, like, keep a conversation going with complete strangers from everywhere, like, they make it look so easy, like anybody could do that. Like,
very little homework or fucking notes and shit too.
Yeah,
maybe I'm sure he does homework on some of the stuff and reads books, but I mean, he rolls in there. He's not like flipping through pages and looking at his phone, going, "What about?" I mean, every now and then, hey Jamie, look up this. But I mean.
But that's some kind of, like, again, it looks like anybody could do it, but the truth is, go try it.
Yeah.
Go fucking try it once. So you get a random interesting person off the street and sit down. The camera's on.
Shit, look at some of our first podcasts. It ain't like we've perfected this shit. I mean, we're still learning our shit too, And I mean, some of the first shit we did, we were just like, Jesus Christ, like.
Yeah, we almost didn't even release the first couple episodes because we're like, bro, this is so fucking bad. But then we just, like we talked about before, like, we just learn from it and we keep going.
Get back on that horse.
Yeah, it is what it is. But I think now it's become, I mean, not that we're good at it by any means, but
we're better at it.
We're better. Yeah. We suck less. Thank God.
Yeah.
But really, just comes down to, like, we just do what we want to do. I just want to hang out with my friends and have some drinks and have a good conversation, have fun, man. Like, that's really all I want to do. And I don't really the politics and the really heavy stories. We do by default just kind of dive into that sometimes because life is fucking heavy and everybody goes through some shit. But that's really not the intent, man. Like, I want to have a good time. Like, we've had some requests from people to come on who've got, like, really, like, incredible stories. Like
Whistling Pig, the Marine sniper that got blown up during the Abbey Gate.
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. I don't know if I saw that one, but I mean, yeah, stories like that, and they're fantastic stories. But, like, to be honest, I feel like kind of a dick with it. But I'm like, I don't want to sit around and be sad for 3 fucking hours. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I want to sit with my friends and have fun and tell jokes and laugh. You know what I mean? Like, I would love to hear that podcast on, like, Sean Ryan or something like that.
Yeah, and that's what those platforms are for. And almost to your point too, I think that having, like, all those podcasts are the same, right? And prior to us starting this one, I've done dozens, and it was always the same shit. Tell me about your military history.
Yeah.
Tell me about being a sniper. Tell me about your childhood. Tell me about this, and this. And even my wife started listening to, or stopped listening to every single one that I was on because it was just the same fucking story every single time. And so,
especially the wives, they never want to hear the shit.
No, never. But you get these guys that are kind of just on rinse and repeat. But what I think that we do pretty well is, Mike makes guns. We all know that. We've scratched the surface on that, but that's what you can go to other podcasts to listen to is the development process and the manufacturing and all that stuff with guns. But now let's hear about fucking Porky Pigging it and fucking going to jail for for the night, and when those other kind of tales don't really come out.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I think this is the first podcast I've ever talked about that fucking Austin story, man, or this is there might be people that listen to this podcast that are maybe remotely familiar with me that have no idea I've ever gambled a day in my life, much less.
Yeah.
I've known you 20 years. I'm hearing new stories on this. I love it.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to do.
I mean, I like. To me, this was fun, man. You and I have been fucking really close friends for so long. I was like, dude, we're just gonna go there and just. Dude, you and I have also sat there and had 20-hour conversations. And more than once, dude. And almost every significant moment of my life, of my meaningful adulthood, dude, like you've been right there, dude. That's really, I'm not to get like a faggot. I'm going to start jacking off here with the belt around my neck or something. But you know, like
Easy, Bourdain.
Yeah.
Kevin's getting his belt out.
Yeah, man. I just want to say something real emotional and tighten it up. But no, I mean, but dude, I mean, Ryan had sworn off relationships forever. He was done. We talked about this for fucking. We had like this. Like, I had just gotten.
I was gonna go gay.
Yeah, pretty much. We sat there in this hotel, man, and I had just gotten like kicked out of my house. You know, my key didn't turn, and I'm like in this thing, and you were like, "Fuck this," and then, like literally like the next day, you met Disney.
Yeah,
and you're married.
No way.
It's weird shit like that.
We were in Austin, like that. This is just fucked, dude. It's like it's bullshit, you know. Blah blah. It was a little more complex than that. You know,
was that when Zach and I were cruising through, and we did our around the country trip?
Yeah, that's right, dude. And then literally the next day you met Disney, dude.
Yeah, it was. I think we got back from that trip. I think it was like 2 weeks later. I bumped into her at a bar.
Was it
super weird?
No, it wasn't 2 weeks. Dude, it was shorter than that.
It's pretty close.
But it was just stuff like that I remember, man. I mean, you know, all my fucked up relationship problems and just everything I've, you know, needed a friend or getting, you know, I've had hit pieces done on me. I've had, you know, and like I'm blessed that I have at least a couple of real friends that you could talk to about anything. There's no filter. It doesn't matter how embarrassing or fucked or I need advice and like, dude, I feel sorry for people that don't at least have one person that they can actually be themselves. There's no mask. There's
whose
no
car
filter.
we're taking?
Whose car we taking, dude, or whatever the fuck it is. And I've realized that I think that's why young men are truly suffering in the younger generations now, and they seem to be the unhappiest demographic of people to ever live. I don't think that kind of camaraderie or bond is there, or I don't know if I'm convinced that these assholes that get on top of a building and shoot people because they don't like what they say, you know, or whatever the fuck that is. That guy probably had no one to talk to.
Well, I think a big piece of it is you have to be willing to be vulnerable to have real relationships.
Yeah,
because you have to know that like, you're fucked up. Everybody else is fucked up.
That happened with you and I.
Sometimes in the same ways. Yeah, you have to be willing to be vulnerable and be like, hey, man, this is what I'm struggling with. Like, these are my problems. And once you open up, you realize that gives somebody else the okay to say, hey, man, I'm struggling with this too. Like, I'm having the same problem. And then you can be like, fuck, man, okay, let's solve this together. And there's so much freedom in that, dude.
It really
there's so
is.
much freedom in that.
It really. I'm very grateful, man. That I have some true lifelong friends that are unfiltered and real, and I hope everybody can has that or develops that or something. People be better off, man.
I think that's a big piece of what's missing is just these real conversations, man. So we're like 3:40, so we gotta wrap it up. But I want to hit one more of these stories.
Yeah,
it's
dude.
Funny, dude. We hit most of them, but the one that I thought was pretty, I don't want to call it crazy, but you remember that night we were walking in in Austin, and I don't know how the fuck we were the only, like Dirty Six, we were the only ones on the fucking street.
No.
I don't know what bar we were at that like. Somehow we must have closed down the bar because there was no other patrons, no bartenders.
Like East 6th.
Yeah, the middle of Dirty Six, dude. And like the street sweepers are coming up and there wasn't a fucking, for miles, not a single person. And you know, Dirty Six, it's fucking packed.
There wasn't even cars though, dude.
Nobody around.
There was nothing.
COVID days?
No. This was like in the heyday, man.
Yeah. You couldn't even hear cars. Like it was eerie as fuck. And we're walking back. Dude, I'm getting chills just thinking about it.
Is this like a weekend?
Yeah, I think it was a weekend. It was
they closed down 6th.
Well, no, that's what made it weird. Is it was a normal day, and we walked out, and there was nobody.
Like, did the rapture just happen?
That's exactly what it felt like. If it was like I Am Legend kind of thing, dude. There was nothing, no cars. There was no activity. There wasn't a fucking dog. There was nothing, man.
You couldn't even hear cars down other streets. There was nothing.
Yeah, and it was like I've never heard any city, much less Austin downtown, that silent. There was nobody. It's shit like that almost like. You know, like there was a glitch in the fucking simulation, bro. Or something, man. They didn't reload.
It's buffering.
that doesn't sound that crazy, but what happened next was really weird. So we're both walking back to the Omni.
Yeah.
And we're cruising up, and that's like 3 or 4 blocks from Dirty Six. We're cruising up, and we're both just like, fuck, man, this is not just that, but like there's a creepy,
There's a
weird,
like a weird vibe in the air,
eerie
dude.
feeling,
Yeah.
dude. And
Like checking X.
no, it's a very.
yeah.
It was almost like an ominous. Like it felt evil. Like it felt
Yeah.
like a very
Really?
negative
Oh yeah, I
presence.
can still remember this. Yeah, it still gives me the fucking creeps, dude.
Dude, yeah, we didn't say anything. I remember saying like, bro, do you feel that? He's like, dude, I didn't want to say anything, but like I feel the exact same thing. It was fucking so obvious and so weird. It wasn't the lack of sound or whatever. Like you could feel this like ominous energy coming up from the gutters on the streets. It was fucking weird. So we like walked back to the Omni. We literally like were like, oh, we shook it off before we we don't bring
man.
this back into the fucking hotel. It was weird, dude.
It's like, all right.
No, I'll never-
Mike's like, all right, let's take off my pants.
yeah.
Those things are dirty.
Yeah, I better get that Mark 18. Yeah. Oh, wait.
Such a caveat.
Nah, dude. But I'll never forget that fucking night, and I've never seen anything like it before since, dude.
Yeah, neither.
And it was real. And the only thing I'll go with that, dude, is kind of like one of the things I wanted to mention, because I mean, you and I were both pretty devout atheists.
Yeah.
I mean, I
this was
remember
before I even believed in any of that stuff.
any of that stuff, dude. Like at the time, I was a complete materialist. And materialist meaning if it can't be weighed and measured, it's not real, dude.
Data.
You know what I mean, yeah, it's, and you and I have both changed our minds on this stuff, right? I mean, I have gone completely 180. I'm where my faith is. I cling to it now, and I attribute a lot of the things I've been able to accomplish to that.
Yeah.
You know, and so that's an interesting transition that we both kind of had, right? So that's interesting. But going back to that omnipresent kind of evil that I can't define. You could feel it, but you couldn't see it. You know, but it was there.
It was there,
dude. I've noticed a lot of people that faith has started to become popular again.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's not a trend. It's not whatever. But I've noticed a lot of people who were well thought out atheists.
Yeah.
Who have gone where we're at now, a different path. And I'm a Christian, and that's. But dude, this conversation came up, and someone asked me, "Well, why do you think that is?" I think it's because the devil made himself too obvious.
That's interesting.
The devil made himself too obvious. If you look at the shit that we were just talking about with like Target and this fucking trans kid section shit, dude, and like the assault on objective truth that men can be women, and then you saw people buying into this thing, and then you look at this Epstein bullshit and the Diddy shit, and you look at all this kind of condoned evil at a very high level that you would have thought was a conspiracy theory up until it's clearly not.
Epstein Island, the sacrifices, all that bullshit.
All this crazy shit. But people in power, people that are, you know, whatever, the assault on objective truth, this men can be women, this stuff got so loud and it got so like overt where lies were accepted as truth, and it was like again like truth started to evaporate. Yeah, that I think it forced people to kind of pick a side. And you know what, dude, that to me was evil. Like the stuff they were doing with kids and that shit. That is not, you know, a weird habit, man. That is objectively evil. Yeah, and if evil was real, then good must be real. Yeah. And if I'm going to pick a fucking side, it ain't that one.
Well, I think that's exactly it. The sides went from not left and right. Not that right is wrong and left is evil. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that there are certain elements within both of them that it's not a left or right issue. It's a good versus evil issue.
It's a good versus evil.
Yeah.
Dude, as corny as that sounds, I don't give a shit if people make fun of this, whatever. There is a battle, and it is real, and it is a good versus evil.
There are just certain things that are good and bad, objectively.
Well, there's truth versus lies, dude, and I picked a side, and I'm like trenching in.
100%.
Well, there's a fabric of society, too, that kind of started backing the less than 1% of the LGBTQ plus, you know, and even that movement kind of pushed away from I want to say, I guess it's the trans movement or whatever, which is less than I don't know what the numbers are, but it's not a lot of fucking people who are men that think they're women or women that think they're men.
That's not a real fucking thing.
Well,
It's not an organic movement. I live in the world.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
It's not organic.
No, the fact that it gains, not even gains steam, but there was so much. It was on the fucking news constantly. It's like how our fucking governments fucking back goddamn bike lanes, and they're less than fucking 1% of the fucking tax-paying citizens. And you're like,
bicyclists are
buy a
evil.
fucking car, you fucking dickhead. Get off your fucking. But so it's the same, not the same numbers, but it's
No, dude.
It's the fact that it's so much steam
Well, the
behind
funny
this
thing-
shit.
Overly percent. And dude, what's scary? I don't know. I don't know if we beat this back. Part of me feels like we kind of beat it back, but the fact that it was there to beat back tells you that, stay vigilant.
Yeah.
Is the fact that they were trying to normalize pedophilia. These minor attracted people.
Well, the
They were
crazy
trying
thing
to
What was that like organization that was like
NAMBLA or some shit.
Yeah,
dude.
NAMBLA.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
the interesting part is even the traditional gays
Reject that shit, dude.
They're very against it. Like, this is a great
because you're
Instagram-
stepping on everything that they ever fought for.
there's a
Like
great
every
Instagram
lesbian I've
page.
ever met.
There's a great Instagram page called Gays Against Groomers.
Yeah.
They're fucking. I love this fucking page
No.
because they call it out. They're like, "Hey, I'm gay and I'm not about this shit." I'm like,
Yeah.
that makes so much fucking sense.
The fuck is a minor attracted person, dude? Like
Like a pedophile.
A fucking pedophile, dude. Like, so like the fact that shit was starting, you could see where it was trending, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was trending to a point where, like, okay, dude, it's no, man. You know what? Fuck you.
Yeah.
And let's go.
Like, that ain't cool.
Like,
That's a great point, though, man. I think the devil made it too obvious.
it's too obvious. Like, okay, wow, this is real. The devil's always to say the devil's greatest trick was convincing the world he wasn't real. Well, he showed his fucking head, dude, and now it's time to pick a side, and that's, I guess, that's kind of fortified where I was already kind of at. But I mean,
I think an important piece too is you don't necessarily have to be on the right, but there are certain things you should be against.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, well, universally, like there's universally that shit. And when I saw people defending it or trying to, or at least unwilling to oppose it because of fear of some kind of social stigma,
That's all it is.
then I'm like, you know what? Then, dude, fuck you.
Fuck you.
Like, there's certain fights you need to get in, dude.
Exactly.
Like, there's certain, like, you
Sometimes
can't
you need
sit
the
on the
big stick.
sideline there, bro. So,
Exactly.
So this actually kind of begs my next question. Is this might be a doozy, right? And asking you two specifically is, with this new wave of Christianity and the good fighting this evil, and dude, I've seen this firsthand, right? I mean, Sean Ryan's been a big proponent. Chris Fettis from DevGuru was an atheist up until he wasn't, and is now coming to his faith. I've noticed it with a lot of my friends as well. Now with the documentary of the Disclosure Project and all this discussion of extraterrestrials, UAPs, and things like that, and with some of these individuals having conversations with extraterrestrials, and obviously this is all, woulda, shoulda, having these conversations, and they're like, if only you knew what you guys are doing to yourselves. And this essentially preserving the world. And then when we're getting into the nuclear race, now UAPs are super prevalent. Do we think that and the Pentagon's also completely disclosed that there's extraterrestrials, and I fully believe in it unequivocally that there are extraterrestrials. Do we believe in the ancient astronaut theory? Or are extraterrestrials going to disrupt the status quo of religion and organized religion and completely disrupt it?
I mean, the Vatican has, even from, I grew up Catholics, but even like Pope John Paul II, is very open about that, the existence of extraterrestrials, if this was ever, proven, which I'm pretty sure the Vatican has definitive proof that this is all real, but that it would not it should not disrupt the theology, God being God, the Almighty, that all things would be under His domain, even nothing from another dimension or another galaxy, that still would fall under the realm of, God's domain, right? And this was the Catholic Church's position on this. And this is from the Pope, you can go look at what John Paul said about, extraterrestrials, and other popes have alluded to the fact that, like, God created life, didn't say where, so, I mean, I don't necessarily know if it would be a theological issue. I'll tell you what's interesting though, about just on the UAP topic. What's interesting to me is how many fucking people are uninterested.
Yeah, isn't that wild?
Like, I mean, you're talking
like,
about probably
aliens, whatever.
You're talking about one of, like, probably the most significant.
The most significant.
The most significant, like, conversation in humanity, and it's not even controversial to acknowledge that there's something.
Not anymore.
Yeah, there's something there's a phenomenon you cannot explain. It absolutely exists, and we can't explain it. And there's like this fucking insane level of disinterest in the topic to where, I mean, I'm a UFO junkie, okay?
Me too.
Or the phenomenon junkie. This is something, like, since I was a kid, man, this has been fascinating to me. Like, the last few years have been really exciting for me because, like, come on, I've been waiting for this my whole life. With that said, if I were to, like, talk to the guy on the plane on my flight home and ask him what he thought about this, dude, he'd still either think I'm batshit or he's completely unaware. Or, yeah, I heard something about that, man. Like, I'm not really following along. I'm like, I even asked. I remember I texted Joe one time asking this, like, are you, like, basically, are you surprised how disinterested people are? And, like, then again, who was it? Somebody said recently, I don't remember who it was, but I think it was Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson said on the podcast that if Christ himself were to come down to earth and do a press conference, within a week, people would be talking about something else.
Yeah.
And maybe it's just like a sensory overload.
There'd be a huge fucking media disinformation campaign. Like, that wasn't fucking.
Yeah. So,
well, it's like your wife called it the flat earth. No, that didn't happen.
Would Jesus have a press conference? Get the fuck out of here. Tell that motherfucker to turn water into wine. Let's go.
Exactly.
Let's go.
That Jesus was black. Or whatever. The point is that
lack of diversity in that fucking guy.
Jesus was a woman. No, but I think there's such sensory overload, and like the everything's coming at such like a rapid pace. Like, this information comes at such a rapid pace, and like in not just that, our brains are being trained to think in very short term, 30-second intervals of whatever that TikTok video was, whatever the fuck it was. That I don't think anything could happen that would hold the public's attention for more than a week. I think if the fucking aliens landed
on the White House lawn,
dude, I would imagine that.
You'd be like,
first of all, at least half. This is the other thing. When I said that people have now their psychological immune system has become overactive. My wife being one of them, who now rejects everything. If the aliens landed on the White House lawn, half of the fucking country, including probably the majority of my friends, would say that it is a
stage.
Project Bluebeam. It's a false flag. This is the way they're going to get control. They're fake the aliens so they can have one global government. At this point, like, I don't think there's anything, no matter how profound, that would capture like the collective attentions and hold it. And have like a conversation. It would be so fractured and fragmented that's why I say perhaps it's by design. Perhaps you fucking fuck everybody's minds up so bad where they can no longer discern reality from anything else. And like, the truth isn't exciting enough anymore. You got to fucking mix in crazy ass shit. And you don't have a healthy filter to filter the obvious lies you're being told and then try to extrapolate some kind of truth from it. Everything is just now fractured. And that is the condition that we're currently in, dude. And it's so topic I find immensely fascinating. Super disappointed in the disinterest, collectively. And
so now here begs the next question. So originally, when I was big into aliens, and I've always been in aliens, and always terrified because my mom raised me on what is it?
Sesame Street.
Reptilians? The Walter fuck, he got abducted in northern Arizona, the logger.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah,
Fire in the Sky.
Fire in the Sky.
Yeah,
Dude,
so Fire in the Sky and then X-Files when I was like 6 and like fucking mortified.
Whitley Strieber went to my high school.
Who's Whitley Strieber?
He's the one that wrote Communion. Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude. So I sat in his
went to
desk.
your fucking high school?
Yeah, in the 50s, dude. Yeah. I sat in his desk. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
All right,
Went to high school in the 50s?
Yeah, dude. No. Well,
no, so the question to be begged, like, okay, if the government and all the governments, well, the smart ones, are prohibiting us from knowing and having full disclosure, if it's not due to religion, do we think it's due to the disruption of energy and 0 point energy and consumptions and all of that? Right? Because if you look at the technological advancement, 1947 was Roswell, and we were well behind the curve in World War II when it came to aircraft. And then after Roswell, we went from the P-51 Mustang to the SR-71 Blackbird. Like fucking overnight, and then fiber optics and the internet, and it just keeps on fucking going. We went from the Atari to fucking VR, and now I got whores sitting on my lap.
Yeah,
you know, and fucking.
We're on the precipice of not being able to distinguish reality. Yeah.
Yeah, facts, absolute facts, dude. I mean, I've seen some of these AI videos, and like, I'm a cinematographer by trade, and I'm like looking for
the only reason I can identify that it's fake is because the content is too fantastical.
Yeah.
Like if there's like a great white shark swimming in like your backyard.
It's like you don't have that budget.
If there's a great white in like your backyard pool, that's the only way that I can distinguish that it's not real, dude. You know, because it's too fantastical. Like,
so my other theory is that by acknowledging extraterrestrials and their existence and the level of technology that they have, it would then completely deplete, like Landman as a show wouldn't exist.
Yeah.
The oil industry would not exist. Fucking Energizer wouldn't exist. Like all of these like massive multi-trillion dollar fucking entities are no longer relevant because now we have a fucking ice cube that's this big that generates the amount of energy that we need for all of San Diego.
You know, yeah, or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Dude, I think my opinion, and I have put some thought into this because it's like something that's like an obsessively interesting topic to me.
I'm definitely staying at your house.
Yeah. Where I think the most profound disruption would be. You're right. I mean, the impact that it would have on the economy is certainly greater than zero, for sure. The impact that it would have on theology, you know, like the four of us sitting here talking, like we're nuanced enough guys where we could probably make sense of this within our own worldview and beliefs, right? But there's probably a few billion people that can't, right? I mean, you know, I'd say that we're probably slightly more sophisticated than a lot of places on the planet that aren't so open to things. So it would have some disruption in theology. It would have disruption, I think, in economics. But like the most profound though would be like the moment that I can intellectually know that there's probably life out there, or I can intellectually believe there's life out there. Well, you could believe that, right? But like
that makes sense.
But to believe something and to know it are completely different things, right? And so now you know, and what you would know is that you were no longer the top of the food chain. Like you would know that you were not the apex.
And for humanity, that's not okay.
Yeah, that's why like this rush into AI. Like I mean, Einstein probably had an IQ of like 180. You know what happens? What do you do when you're talking to something with an IQ of 8,000? I mean, like the standard deviation. Like, think about it.
Yeah.
Someone who's mentally retarded who cannot handle their own affairs. Someone who's mentally retarded who cannot handle their own affairs. They have an IQ of about 7.
Why are you looking at me?
That was your best play.
They have an IQ of about 70. The average person walking around the street has an IQ of about 100. Right, that's like the national average. That's like the average of humanity.
Not anymore.
So the distance between the guy who cannot manage his own affairs and the average person on the street is the same distance as the guy with an IQ of 130. Like the things that come intuitive.
The ratio.
Right. Yeah. As far as on the number scale, right. So things that might come like really intuitive to this guy that this guy will never be able to solve come even more intuitive to this guy, and the puzzles still get increasingly harder. Now take that to a factor of 1,000.
Yeah.
You know, and so like, but to the back to the UAP thing, I think if you realize that you are a subservient, the fact that we have consciousness, that we have self-awareness, that I can accept, I can identify myself as separate from this coffee table, and then knowing that something has a superiority to that, like you're no longer the dominant species. Now that would be disruptive as fuck. Like at that point, like, you know, why do you pay your credit card bill? You know, like,
It's so fair.
You know, it's like, you know what, dude, like, why, you know, fuck, you know, why do anything? I mean, like, that would be disruptive. That'd be interesting.
So
that,
as a Christian,
or that finally you're at the mercy of some other entity and whatever their whim is. Like you exist because they allow you to. And once you know that, like truly know that, then that's interesting.
Better hope they're friendly.
as a Christian, how do you accept both, or can you accept both?
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily think that they're mutually exclusive. You know,
I fully believe that.
But I mean, you know, like if I ever did meet an alien, I'd like to hear I'd like to hear if they have a religion and what their religious text was. You know,
I mean, there are those that hypothesis that
The ancient
they're
astronauts.
saying fucking basically
they are God.
no, they're fucking demons and they're angels.
Oh,
yeah, that's Tucker's position
You know,
on it. That's Tucker
and
Carlson's
here's another
position.
weird, for instance, too, which I thought was very interesting. The whole Space Force phenomenon was created after Trump took office, and I was just like,
And got
what
read
the
in.
fuck did he get read into?
dude, I thought the same
Caused
thing.
him to go, wait a fucking minute. All right, we're gonna need to spin up the fucking.
Put those howitzers on the
Get
moon.
the fucking wheels of justice going here. Yeah, no shit. You know.
Yeah.
So that was one of the things I was like, wait a fucking minute.
Actually, whose cast was it when I talked about that story?
Ooh,
Has that gone out yet?
I don't think it has.
Because I need to know if the FBI is going to surveil me for this.
We're definitely on the list already.
Yeah,
Yeah.
facts.
But yeah, I mean that's a weird, in my opinion, like people that go. I mean, there's so many of these fucking UAPs and shit that are like people are like, no, it's just an angel. You're like,
Yeah, I have a hard time with that.
Well, also, how do you explain, right? I mean, thinking in primitive
Or a demon.
context, right? And they're talking about chariots, you know, chariots of fire in the sky.
Ezekiel's will, you know, yeah.
And then what was Rogan talking about that the little smoke show, Congressman Paulina or whatever, reading the Book of Enoch,
Yeah.
and
I got to read that. I've heard a
which
lot about
was
it recently. I gotta read that.
extracted, and like, dude, it fucking butt fucked Rogan. Like after he did read it, and he's like, "Wait, what?"
well, wasn't Enoch one of the only people that ascended to heaven that wasn't did
I
not
haven't
die?
read it.
So the interesting thing about the Bible is that it was originally like a whole lot of books, right? And then eventually it got
Condensed,
parsed down to what we know as the Bible today.
There are some missing texts, you know,
Yeah.
Dead Sea
Yeah.
Scrolls kind of thing.
But but they all had the same level of relevancy in the beginning. It was just humans at some point decided, hey, we're going to include these things and not include these things. But the Book of Enoch, supposedly, and I do want to read it. I haven't checked it out yet, but supposedly is one of those things that got excluded for whatever reason. But it supposedly has some really interesting shit in there that is like a completely different dimension level than from what we currently understand, like the Bible.
I mean,
and all that
refresh
stuff.
my memory. I thought Enoch was the only person that ascended to heaven that did not die.
I don't know. There's some
Other
interesting
than,
shit
I
in there.
think, according to the Catholic faith, I think Mary also, according to the Catholic faith, Mary ascended into heaven without, yeah. I forgot this.
Where would the Book
He's
of
the
Enoch?
father of Methuselah. The text of book of blah blah, text of blah, blah,
Read better.
says before he was taken by God. Text read, Enoch walked with God and he was no more, for God took him, which is interpreted as Enoch entering heaven alive in some Jewish and Christian traditions.
Are you guys willing to entertain that extraterrestrials might be the deity that we all
It's possible.
think of,
Well, I don't know if they're the deity, but I do think
or
that
a deity?
I personally think that humans are a mix of. And I don't want to belabor this too much, but I think it makes sense that we are a hybrid from alien DNA and maybe monkeys or something like. Because think about this: if you're going to go to a faraway planet and mine resources, right? Like say some faraway planet comes to Earth and mines gold. The resources it takes to fucking transport hundreds of thousands of workers is fucking immense across. Like that's just a whole lot of logistics, right? Whereas if you just grow your workforce on the planet, then that makes more sense. And also, too, interesting thing, we're the only species on the planet that requires toilet paper. That doesn't make any fucking
Dude,
sense.
I'm so mad about that. I'm so glad you brought this up because every time my dog takes a shit, and she has a perfectly clean asshole.
Right.
And I'm like, every time I take a shit, I'm like, I bought a bidet. Right. I literally bought a super soaker for my butthole.
So, right. So
and I'm like,
eat dog food for a month and see how your shit comes up.
how are we building rockets and I still have to wipe my ass?
yeah, but we've needed toilet paper since like the Roman era. You know, they have the little scoopers on the fucking little stream that went by there. Like, this has been a design flaw forever, and it makes sense. They're like, the aliens are like, well, good enough. They can build some pyramids.
Good enough. Bears are like that, though.
They need toilet paper?
Yeah, have you ever seen the fucking bear? He's taking a shit in the woods, and he looks down at the rabbit. He's like, hey, man, just fucking shit stick to your fur. And the rabbit goes, no, why? He grabs the rabbit and fucking wipes his ass.
Yeah, dude. I would imagine that, like, if there was a way to get a sense of actual reality, it would be far different than whatever we think, man. So, like, at this point, I'm open to any explanation. So, I mean, right now, like, you know, this is what makes the most sense to me in this moment, and then one of the sign, like, you know, a mark of intelligence is the ability to change one's mind when presented with, you know, better and more complete data. Yeah. So for right now, this is where I'm at.
Yeah, but I'm looking forward to diving into this more on probably Saturday night.
Yeah,
we might take some mushrooms or something, and stare at the sky, have cigars in the fire pit, and talk about.
That's going on Patreon only.
Yeah, we might go live on Patreon.
Yeah, I'll just do it on Patreon.
Yeah, or we might not even film it. I don't know.
I mean,
you'll
it's
be
worth
filming
filming.
it. You'll be like,
it doesn't need to be published. I would just watch it in hindsight because I've eaten fucking 7 grams of mushrooms and ran amok with my camera, and I'm like, I'm winning a fucking Pulitzer Prize. And then I look at it the next day, and I'm like, never mind.
Yeah,
they're like, shit.
Never mind.
Why is the ISO at 15,000? I'm like, God damn it.
Wearing sunglasses at dark.
No shit.
Fucking ND filter.
All right. Well, dude, we're at over 4 hours, and this is awesome, bro. I'm so thankful you're here for this weekend, and I'm so glad you guys.
I'm so glad you're not a team guy. We skip buds altogether.
No, this is great, man. I'm glad you're here. We're gonna have such a good fucking time, dude. And thank you for coming on the show, man.
Thank you.
Just sharing.
Dude, you guys are killing it. I love seeing it everywhere, man. It feels like it came out of nowhere, dude. I know you put a lot of work into it, but I mean, it's clearly
Ryan did all the work for sure.
Well, it's clearly whatever you guys are doing, man. It's getting traction, dude, and it's fucking awesome. I love it.
I think it's partly us, but a lot of it has to do with the viewers, man. Like sharing it, being part of it, like sharing it with their people, and just having these conversations, man. I think it's become my favorite thing that I'm doing right now.
Likewise. I mean, I used to take a camera everywhere and just wanted to shoot random photos. Just so burned out on what I actually do for a living. And my wife was burned out on this new venture on the podcast because it did start, you know, upstairs in my office. And thank God for Ryan and Disney to kind of show us the metrics, and now I finally get the full and complete blessing from the Queen.
Yeah,
it's working, man. But it's working because of the audience. It's working because of the viewers and that connection and that community.
The fans.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's. I think it's fans. I think we're hitting on something that's very human. It's like, because everybody can and should do this. Everybody should get together with their friends, just have fun conversations, and talk with each other, man.
Solve the world's problem.
It helps so much, yeah. And if you can, you know, drink a little and do some mushrooms, like, even better.
Yeah, and I kind of think that I personally want to always add a little tidbit on the back end of every podcast and talk to all of the listeners or watchers or viewers, and text your friends, make sure they're okay. Keep your boys from pulling the trigger. I know that, we're big proponents of drinking, and that's a large component to suicide. However, do it in moderation. However, there's also saying moderation is for cowards. But that's not entirely true. So if you're in a bad rut, please text your friends, reach out to them, call them, and don't take the short-term solution for a long-term problem.
Yeah, a drink is fine. I've only had one drink this entire 4 hours, so you don't. You don't have to drink to have a good time. It does help sometimes.
Yeah, dude. I'm glad I did my drinking when I did, dude. I think it helped a lot.
Yeah.
Now,
I really
now
wish
I'm taking some time off.
I'm actually trying to remember like when you and I first met, because it wasn't through Ryan, but I almost wish I was there for those days. But I'm also proud of where you are now. For sure.
Drink is kind of like Cialis. Like, you don't need to have a good time, but it sure does fucking help.
Yeah.
Dude, that's the best fucking quote ever. That's so true. I don't need it, but I work.
Sure does fucking help, though.
Yeah.
All right. Well, bro, thank you so much for coming on. Thank you guys for listening.
Please check out Sons of Liberty Gun Works.
Where can people find you?
Newest SOCOM contract.
Yeah. So, Sons of Liberty GW on Instagram, Sons of Liberty Gunworks on Facebook. As of the taping of this, we're still online. Every morning I check to make sure we're still there. We have a YouTube channel that we neglect terribly, but there's some cool information on there. And yeah.
What's your Instagram?
My personal one?
Yeah.
Mike Mihalski.
Well, I know what it is, but
Yeah. Well, yeah, sorry. Mike Mihalski is my personal Instagram. So
Mihal.
SKI. Yeah, type it all the way in because I'm shadow banned as fuck.
I bet. I fucking bet. Actually, this podcast is what got me unshadow banned.
Really?
Nice.
Yeah, dude, I was at like 14, and then after the podcast, because I was actually up to like 19, and then I went down to 14 because it got very political after the fall of Afghanistan and Kabul.
Yeah.
And then, it dropped all the way down, and then since the podcast, I'm kind of ticking up.
Creeping
see,
away.
funny stories help, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Creeping
All right,
back
guys.
All right, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.